plus tax, title license, and $5.99 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the long ball that killed Zach Gallen and the Diamondbacks last night in a 6-3 loss to the Houston Astros, and here was Gallen on the mistakes that he made yesterday.
Feels like it. Feels like every time I make a mistake, it tends and turns to be out to a home run, which is unfortunate. It's hard to keep runs off the board when the balls are leaving the ballpark.
But they get a chance to bounce back tonight and see if the National League Player of the Week, Eugenio Suarez, can stay scorching hot. First pitch from Chase is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the valley, the Arizona Cardinals will report to training camp this morning, and second-round pick Will Johnson is one of few 2025 draft picks that remains unsigned. But where does the rest of the roster stack up against the NFL? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. What is going on, everybody? Hi, Vinny.
Good morning, Bick.
Wow, I've got a weird pair of headphones. Let me,
Oh, yeah. That's a different,
no,
different
these
look for you.
Well, listen, these headphones were taken from a gym in a hotel. Like they leave a bucket of them out for people.
Oh,
That's
really?
how cheap they are. and believe me, they're cheap. I wanted to begin today's show by saying, as somebody who has lost luggage at an airport, has anyone lost luggage at an airport? I know you've had issues with it, right?
Yeah, we went to L.A. to cover the D-backs Dodgers series in
That's
2017. A straight flight from Phoenix to L.A., and somehow my bag went to Oakland. That was a lot of fun.
We thought at the time that was just Vinny luck, right? Mm-hmm. I saw this morning. It blew my mind. Kansai Airport in Japan has set a record. They have gone 30 years without ever losing a single piece of luggage.
That's crazy.
30 years an airport has gone.
Kansai!
Kansai! Tokyo proud, baby. Tokyo proud.
That is precision.
Isn't that
right
unbelievable?
there.
That's
Wow.
remarkable.
As somebody who has visited that country, it will blow you away. The trains show up exactly on the second they're supposed to.
Very efficient.
Without fail. Very efficient. 30 years without losing a piece of luggage.
Meanwhile, my last flight when I was coming back from San Diego,
Yeah.
When my vacation was ending, there was no delays announced. We just took off an hour late. That's all.
You're kidding.
No.
Southwest?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Really?
Constantly.
Okay.
Well,
But it was like
Stay on
everybody-
possible answer space.
Everybody
right.
was just so conditioned that there was nobody was complaining or belly aching. It was just like, this is the way it is.
Well, the thing about lost luggage, I think there's got to be less people checking luggage than ever in history right now, because pretty much every airline charges for it now.
That is true.
And
Yeah,
people
that's
have
true.
become so accustomed to just bringing carry-ons that I feel like the lost luggage thing is going to be less and less, just statistically because there isn't as many.
See, I would rather. I'm one of those rare people. I would rather check a bag. I don't like dealing with the overhead thing and like
same.
Yeah.
Then you got to wait for it. You got to sit around that turnstile and.
Well, listen,
but then
that's
you also
that's
don't have
why
to
I
worry
never
about
do
what you're bringing
but
on.
Yeah.
Like,
but I would prefer to do it.
Yeah.
I would absolutely get that stress out of your head about having to find space and all that kind of stuff. Here's the thing. It's not just the efficiency of Japan compared to our inefficiency in our country here. It's the fact that customer service doesn't even exist anymore. So where you encounter something like you did, nobody cares anymore. I've got 100 examples of this in my own life where things will happen that people used to care about this, right? Mm-hmm. And they no longer do.
I think that's in a lot of jobs. People don't care as much as they used to, and people just try to get through the day.
I don't know.
Quick antidote.
Yeah.
Not antidote.
Yeah.
Quick anecdote.
We've been poisoned? What?
When I shouted out my uncle yesterday, I played the audio for my whole family yesterday. The concept of a radio show to people under 30 is impossible for them to grasp.
Not true.
I'm just telling you, I played it for my cousins who were in their 20s and then 10 and 8, and they just kept referring to it as a podcast.
Wow.
Oh, you said our name on your podcast? Oh, how do I hear your podcast? And I said, well, you can hear the podcast. Go to ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app. But we are a radio show live on actual radio.
Wow.
What? Radio?
What?
Bick and I, the reason why I said I disagree and not true is that we share notes all the time when we're out and about. The number of people in their 20s, young people in their 20s that listen to the show on the radio blows me away.
It might just
I've got
because
an anecdote about that real quick. Can I just say this? So my wife and I switched gyms from one gym to another near us. There's a new gym that opened. It's much nicer.
Used up all the free headphones.
Well, exactly. It's much younger, right? And so it's full of 20-somethings. I can't believe the love that I've gotten. Yeah.
Well, these are all local people. I was talking about people out of town that wouldn't know about this radio station.
Outside of Phoenix, youngsters don't know about radio.
Yeah.
Start the podcast, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Should ask your cousins about newspapers today, Jarrett. See how they react to that concept. D-backs winning streak snapped at 4 in a row. They fall to the Astros 6-3 in the opener of a 3-game series at Chase Field. Rookie Bryce Matthews had not one, but 2 home runs to power the Houston offense. Matthews gave the Astros a 3-1 lead in the second with a 3-run shot off of Zach Gallen, his first big league home run. D-backs got it to within 4-3, but Matthews would get Gallen again in the 7th, a 2-run shot. Gallen touched up for 6 runs on 7 hits in 6 innings. He takes his 11th loss of the year. D-backs dip a game below 500 again at 50-51. That series continues tonight, with the Diamondbacks sending Eduardo Rodriguez to the mound against Houston southpaw Framber Valdez, who comes in 10-4 and a 2.75 ERA. First pitch, 6:40. All the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6 o'clock. Some questions emanating from that game, including big picture questions on the starting pitcher.
Yeah,
we'll
listen.
get into those today.
Right. Maybe it was Zach Gallen's last start at Chase Field. We don't know. But if it was very emblematic of the year he's had.
Before yesterday's game, Eugenio Suarez named the National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this season.
That's a month, Vinny.
Suarez went 5 for 10 with 4 home runs, 7 runs batted in, 5 runs scored, and 2 walks in the D-backs 3-game sweep over the weekend against the Cardinals. He is now the first Diamondbacks player to win more than 2 weekly awards in a season, and he joins J.D. Martinez and Shohei Ohtani as the only players to win the honor 4 times in a year. Martinez did it back in 2017, 2 with the Tigers, 2 with the Diamondbacks, but Suarez all with the Diamondbacks. By the way, to put that in perspective, they started handing out these weekly awards in both leagues in 1975. And only 3 players have done that. That's how good he's been.
Yeah.
D-backs also announced the signings of 17 of their 20 draft picks. The only picks not to sign: 14th rounder Blake Fields, an outfielder from Orlando, Florida; 19th round selection Jacob Parker, a high school outfielder from Purvis, Mississippi; and 20th rounder Ethan Bingaman, a right-handed pitcher from Corona High School in California. Cardinals report to training camp at State Farm Stadium today in Glendale. Team will hold 9 open practices for the fans at the stadium starting on Thursday, July 24th. All sessions are free, but a reminder, if you're planning on attending, you do need to secure digital tickets at azcardinals.com/camptix to gain entry. Cardinals do have a practice tomorrow. That is not open to the fans, media only there. Cardinals among the last teams to kick off camp. Joining them in reporting today around the league, the Texans, Rams, Saints, Eagles, and Titans. And then tomorrow, the last 2 teams, Atlanta and Pittsburgh, report to their respective sites. We are just 9 days away from the start of the NFL's preseason schedule. Kicks off next Thursday in Canton with the Hall of Fame game, Lions and Chargers. Cardinals play the first of their 3 preseason games the following week, Saturday, August 9th. At State Farm Stadium against the Kansas City Chiefs.
We are too close to things.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It is July still. We are close to the school starting.
Dude,
we're close to preseason
for
football.
some kids already.
I have been in a time warp because of this. I told you this. Generally, July is like when we all vacation. My kid is going back to school in a week. And it's like, what? Football is here already?
Yeah. Let's
bring it on.
Let's embrace it, yes. Yeah. Cardinals have also officially signed defensive lineman Keon Bars. He spent time with the Arlington Renegades of the UFL. 24 tackles and a sack in 10 games. He was also with the Seahawks for part of last season. Spent 4 years at U of A and 1 season at USC while in college. Packers have agreed to a 4-year contract extension worth $88 million with offensive tackle Zach Tom. Titans quarterback Will Levis undergoing surgery on his right shoulder. He's going to miss the entire 2025 season, the team announced on Monday. And in basketball, Chris Paul will not be making a return to the Valley. Paul instead signing a deal with the LA Clippers, where he will likely wrap up his illustrious NBA career. Since leaving the Suns via trade in summer of 2023, Paul spent a year with the Warriors, last season with the Spurs, where he started all 82 games for San Antonio. Paul had previously played with the Clippers from 2011 to 2017. He was an all-star 5 times in an LA uniform and led them to the playoffs all 6 seasons he was there. So if you're holding out hope for CP3 to come back to the Valley, sorry.
That's an old basketball team there with the Clippers, Vinny.
Oh, yes, it is. When you add a 40-year-old point guard, it raises the average.
It spikes the median age
even more.
Absolutely.
There is your splash for Tuesday, July 22nd. Coming up next, get your backpack and your sleeping bags. It's time to go camping. They don't do that anymore in camp, though. It's pretty cushy, Jarrett. We'll get into it.
Glamping.
Cardinals reporting to camp next. Bickley and Murata morning turn this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sports fans more than anybody know that winning on the court is important, but if you've been injured in an accident, nothing is more important than the ability to win in court, and that is why you pick up the phone and call Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Sweet James, unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are exactly the heavy-hitting firm you need if you're ever hurt in an accident, when you're going to be dealing with the insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and that trial experience that Sweet James has gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. When they send a demand letter to them on your behalf, those insurance companies know they cannot play games or nickel and dime Sweet James. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. Finally, remember this: having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead. Like your dog, who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
We talk about Trevor Lawrence so much, about how he had all these expectations on him heading in. And I know that his college career was different than Kyler Murray's career. But we are talking about a number one pick, a guy who was supposed to be a franchise quarterback. And we never talk about him as a top 10 guy. We never talk about him as a threat. Even though the Cardinals were a tough out last year, we don't have the same expectations for him that we do some of the other guys that he's in the same peer group as. And if I'm the Cardinals, how much longer are you going to wait for him to be that guy? Probably not that much longer.
Michelle Smallman, ESPN Radio, back earlier this month on July 9th, talking about the pressure and expectations that should be on Kyler Murray. And as camp starts today with the Cardinals reporting to State Farm Stadium for their annual training camp, Bick, I think that's where a lot of the questions starts. And it's probably the biggest, loudest question being asked about the Arizona Cardinals heading into the season is, what is the trajectory? What remaining ceiling does Kyler Murray have as an NFL quarterback?
It's a fascinating dynamic we have here, because here in Arizona, we've got a football team that has kind of done a complete reversal. They have taken what was their biggest weakness, turned it into their biggest strength. They've got a lot of people excited about what a new dynamic defense that is no longer underfunded, literally has lots of weapons, what that is going to look like and what that is going to mean. They left the offense primarily as it was last year, same kind of nucleus, and it's a well-regarded unit of offensive players, probably certainly light in the wide receiver room, and there's all these little ancillary stories and blends of veterans and rookies and question marks, and yet it all gets down to number one, Kyler Murray and what he can do and his ability to kind of complete the circle, if you will, to finally become a great quarterback in full on the weekly, consistently. It's what he struggled with. And I don't know how you take those final steps other than maybe just a maturation process, but it is going to come down to Kyler Murray, who has at times reminded people of Lamar Jackson and at times reminded people of
Tito Jackson.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I was going to throw Josh Dobbs in there since he's your favorite, but hey, you know.
Tito Jackson, underrated quarterback.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
But so it's going to be fascinating now because. But I said the same things going into last season that Kyler Murray, you would think, has everything he needs if he's going to be great. He's got the experience. He's got the reps. He's got it all. He's seen it all. He's been through a catastrophic injury and recovered from it. So I don't know if a quarterback ever makes a leap in year 8. Is it year 8 or year 7 for him?
7.
It's 7. I don't know if a quarterback, if I can remember a quarterback making that leap in year 7, but that's what's kind of in front of the Cardinals.
Mike Sando from The Athletic was a guest of Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports and talked about the pressure in year 7 on Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I think it definitely if he were to not play the whole year or have a bad year, yeah, no doubt. That's going to be a huge topic for conversation. I will say this, in his defense, he has gotten way less defensive support and special team support for that matter than other quarterbacks in the league. And I believe I did a study this maybe a few months ago where I looked at Kyler Murray and maybe some other quarterbacks over the past 3 years who had played a lot, started a lot of games. And I think he had the worst support from defense and special teams of anyone in the league combined, putting those two things together. I don't think the Cardinals special teams in particular has been bad, but the defense has.
That's pretty fascinating stuff right there.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
The worst defensive and special team support from any quarterback who's played significantly.
How do you quantify that? I wonder.
I mean, I'm not going to question Sando's methodology, but it makes my head hurt thinking about it. He also said this about Kyler Murray.
Most of the quarterbacks in the league, unless you're just Patrick Mahomes or one of those guys way at the top, need more help than he's gotten from the other side of the ball just to make the games easier to win. Now, that being said, he's got to win some of those ones that are close where they've had a chance and he hasn't done it. So I think that's what he has to do when they have a game like against Carolina or some of those ones they had in the past where you're waiting for him to make a play or finish it out. He's got to do that better, but they've got to. You can't be a bottom 10 defense with a middle of the pack quarterback and wonder why you don't win.
Yeah, and I think Mike Sando's bringing up a great point, and we've talked about this. One of the things that Kyler Murray needs to reverse at this point of his career is how he ends seasons.
Yeah.
And there were several games, both of the Seattle games last year, the game on the road at Minnesota. You heard Mike mention the Carolina game, which was the game that kind of shut the door. And even after that, Kyler Murray started the next week in L.A. against the Rams. And there was another game that was punctuated with missed opportunities and turnovers late, and they lost that game. That stretch, by the way, started with the game in Seattle. They lost 16-6. That was in November. Avoiding the November swoon has to be very big on the to-do list for Kyler Murray this year.
They were not very good coming out of their bye week,
not at all.
And I think that mostly fell on Kyler Murray. The other thing that I think people really want to see from Kyler, a noticeable change from last season, is I think people want to see that connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. grow into something special because they clearly struggled to get on the same page last year. For whatever reasons.
Yeah, you're hoping to see kind of like that. Again, he's not a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, but those guys from first year to second year, their numbers were substantially better.
And I think there's a similarity between Kyler Murray's first year experience as a quarterback in the NFL back in 2019 to what we saw with Marvin Harrison Jr. as a rookie wide receiver in 2024. It wasn't the all-defining element to their season. But the comparison is, I think both of those players had a relatively easy time playing college football. Kyler Murray certainly did, to the point where he elevated Oklahoma took them to the playoffs again, won the Heisman Trophy, put up gaudy numbers. We mentioned last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Loved the fact that he went out, and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides of his profile from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size He's just a house now.
I know.
He's taking it seriously.
Well, listen, and the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it, the fact that he's like, well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic. You must have had that one in your back pocket.
No, I just thought of it.
You must have had that one in your back pocket.
Just a thought of it.
I've said this before, and I think it's perfectly normal. I compare Marvin Harrison Jr. with Devin Booker all the time. Melvin Booker, having played in the NFL, he had a
NBA.
father. I'm sorry?
You said Melvin Booker.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Melvin Booker, right? Yeah. Yeah, so his dad played in the NBA, whereas Marvin Harrison Sr. played in the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr. prepped at a private school and went to Ohio State, and if you're a great wide receiver, the Big Ten can be a playground for you. It's a rough and rugged conference in the trenches. But if you're a star wide receiver at Ohio State, you might not get a real preview of what lies ahead for you. And I think that was a big-time surprise for Marvin Harrison Jr. And the comp with Devin Booker was Melvin knew, hey, I got to get my son out of this cushy, affluent, suburban Michigan high school and get him down to Mississippi and get him some hardcore training. And it worked.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the story of Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he saw last year for the first time how physical the NFL was, and it kind of blew his mind.
Yep.
And he reacted.
And then what Sammy said on he's not Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, when you draft a wide receiver that high, you are hoping that he will eventually be a player like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
so that's not unrealistic expectations to have.
No.
If not this year, at least.
Especially since they didn't bolster that position with anybody else this offseason.
That's exactly what
they
I was
have those expectations. Think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football? Here's a spoiler. You can definitely beat me. Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues for battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, Geno stayed hot, but the D-backs fell short against the Astros last night. We'll tell you more about it in D-backs Daily. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 1864380CR42.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals will be reporting to training camp today, and Kyler Murray will be heading into his 7th year under center for the Cardinals in hopes of taking this team to the next level in 2025. On the diamond, the red-hot Eugenio Suarez was not enough to start the post-All-Star break run 4-0 as the Snakes lost to the Astros 6-3 last night. Zach Gallen went 6 innings, gave up 6 runs, including 2 home runs to Astro Bryce Matthews, and the Snakes will need to bounce back tonight to continue to try to improve to GM Mike Hazen that this team has what it takes to be buyers at the deadline, and manager Torey Lovello has said the deadline can be a distraction.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of big league clubhouses for the past 16 years, and it's talked about. It's a real thing. It can be a distraction, but I think baseball players are conditioned to black noise, and when they can block it out and go out there and do their job, you're going to be successful. So,
said deadline will be July 31st, but tonight first pitch at 6:40 at Chase Field, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to keep their winning streak going with Zach Gallen on the mound to face the Houston Astros in town for a 3-game series starting Monday night at Chase Field. Houston going with rookie lefty Colton Gordon. Gallen would twirl a 1-2-3 frame in the first, needing just 2 pitches to get Jose Altuve and Victor Caratini out to end the inning. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. making a nice catch on the fly ball from Altuve. D-backs would get going immediately in their first at-bat. Ketel Marte back in the lineup for the first time since the Saturday before the All-Star break. Led off, ripped a double to center field. Corbin Carroll followed and jumped right on Gordon.
Left on left, he swings, ground ball right side, that is through. A base hit, rounding third is Ketel. He will come home to score. 2 batters in, 4 pitches thrown. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
Carroll's RBI single made it 1-0 just 4 pitches into the game. Gordon would later allow a 2-out single to Josh Naylor, but got Randall Grichuk to fly out to center to end the first. Trouble coming for Gallen in the second. Taylor Trammell singled to right with 1 out. Then Gallen walked Mauricio Dubon. He would regroup and strike out Chas McCormick for out number 2. That would bring up second baseman Bryce Matthews, playing in just his 5th big league game.
The 0-1. Matthews swings and sends a high fly ball out to deep left field. Long run for Gurriel, looking up, and there it goes. It's the first career home run for Bryce Matthews. A 3-run shot. And the Astros take a 3-1 lead here in the second.
Yeah, the number one Astros prospect connected on an 0-1 four-seamer, sent it over the left center field fence. 3-1, as you heard Chris Garagiola say there. The visitors would pad their lead in the third. Gallen got Smith, and Altuve to fly out for two quick outs on 4 pitches. Caratini then singled to center, and that brought up Christian Walker.
The 0-1. There's a swing. That ball's drilled deep center field. Carroll's going back. He is on the warning track. It's off the overhang, and it ricochets away back towards center. It's Grichuk who picks it up. Rounding third and scoring easily is Caratini. And Christian Walker, his first hit against his former team. It's an RBI double and extends Houston's lead to 4-1.
Yeah, Walker inflicting damage in his first game back at Chase after 8 years with the Diamondbacks. 3-run lead at that point. Bottom of the third, Gino Suarez, who earlier in the day was named the National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this season, looked to continue his home run binge.
That's the 0-2. There's a swing. That ball is pummeled deep to left field and gone. Another day, it's another dinger for Gino Suarez. He's up to 36, and the deficit cut in half. It's now 4-2.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Down 0-2, Suarez squared up a changeup from Gordon, left the yard. Astros lead cut to 4-2. Suarez's 5th home run in his last 3 games.
When was the last time Gino hit a ground ball?
Those are boring.
Right.
Both pitchers would post zeros in the 4th. Gallen ending the 4th with a career milestone.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And there is 1,000 for Zach Gallen. What a career in a Diamondback uniform. 1,000 strikeouts for the Milkman.
Yep, 958 of those coming in a D-backs uniform. He got the first 43 with the Marlins. He'd follow that up with a scoreless 5th as well. In the bottom of the 5th, Marte led off with a walk. Corbin Carroll beat out a throw from shortstop Zach Short, trying to complete a double play. The ball would get away. Carroll would take second with 1 out. Then he stole third. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., the hitter.
Here's the 1-2. Reached for, that is poked into shallow center, and making a headfirst dive is Chas McCormick. He makes the catch. However, tagging from third and scoring is Carroll. That is going to be a sac fly RBI for Gurriel, and it's now a 1-run ball game.
D-backs creeping back in it. Suarez followed with a chance for a 3rd straight multi-home run game. It came close. He hit a line out 109.6 miles per hour off the bat, but it was caught by Trammell on the warning track. D-backs had a chance in the 6th. They would load the bases after a James McCann single and walks from Blaze Alexander and Geraldo Perdomo, but reliever Bennett Souza got Marte to fly out to left. Gallen, with a manageable pitch count still out there to begin the 7th. McCormick reached on a bunt single, and that brought up Matthews again.
And the pitch to Matthews is swung on. That's hammered deep to left field, and the rookie gets his 2nd on the same night as he gets his 1st. A 2-run blast, a career-high 5 RBIs, and he has single-handedly just demolished Gallen and the Diamondbacks. It's now 6-3.
423 feet to left center. That was the last pitch Gallen would throw. D-backs would get multiple base runners on in the 8th to no avail, would get the tying run to the plate in the 9th against Josh Hader after back-to-back walks to Gurriel and Suarez. Josh Naylor, the Diamondbacks' final chance.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Yep, 6-3, the final. Winning streak snapped at 4, back under 500. Zach Gallen talking about what cost him, and it was 2 mistakes.
Frustrating. Two mistakes result in 5 runs, which is tough. Yeah, I mean that's kind of frustrating. Just kind of way to put it, really. Even though the Matthews one was kind of a misfire, I felt like it was still, obviously hindsight not a great spot, but I felt like that was a spot where we could at least miss. and yeah, ended up at a 3-run homer, and then the slider just backed up. Put 2 good swings on it, but other than that, I mean, yeah, it's kind of tough when 2 mistakes result in 5 runs. It's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, frustration was the theme for Gallen and his
Yeah.
post-game press availability. It's been common this year. He talked about how this year he's not getting away with mistakes, and for a rookie playing in his 5th major league game, look, and Matthews is highly touted, but for him to take advantage of those mistakes is kind of indicative of how this season has gone for Zach Gallen.
Yeah. Listen, I think it's really been a season that Zach Gallen cannot get out in front of, and by that I mean there have been any number of times this year where he's stacked together 2 good starts. Most recently, the starts against the Giants and the Padres when he was sensational, and we all thought, okay, here he comes, finally in the HOV lane, and now he's back to struggling again. 12 runs given up in the last 2 starts, over 11 innings.
Worst ERA in all of baseball.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of negative stats. There were a lot of hard hit balls last night. There's a lot of pitches left over the center of the plate last night, and then to get got by a rookie in his 5th major league game, that's got to be especially tough. As we said earlier, there's a very real possibility that was Zach Gallen's last start at Chase Field. Surely he was hoping for a little more. We all were. And but it's also indicative of how we're living with this baseball team. It's been at times exhilarating. It's been mostly frustrating. And, every game seems to carry a certain weight to it now as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline. Coming out of that weekend series against the Cardinals, I really thought I saw a different baseball team. I don't know why, but it just felt like the Diamondbacks kind of really felt the desperation.
Yeah, I know why you thought that, because they look like a different baseball
They
team.
did.
They jumped on the Cardinals early and got comfortable leads in all 3 of those games, and they kind of coasted for the first time in a series all season.
Yeah, that's it. And so they did.
It looked like they were going to continue that last night with the first inning.
Yeah, and I thought in the first inning, Ketel Marte doubling and then Corbin Carroll getting him home. You're like, okay, this is what we've been seeing recently, and then it all just kind of got away from them. So. Yeah, another huge game tonight as they try to figure out what in the heck they're going to do. But yeah, look, it's Nick Picoro has pointed out there's been a lot more advanced scouts showing up at the ballpark because of what is coming. And I don't know what it portends for Zach Gallen. I think there was a time after those 2 starts that I referenced when the word around Major League Baseball was, that's a guy to go get. You need a starting pitcher, that's your guy. I don't know what they think now.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Erod on the mound tonight is game 2 of that series against the Astros at Chase Field. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, the ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, it's the beginning of training camp, and it can mean only one thing. Jerry Jones is already somewhere rambling about something. We'll tell you more about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just don't think there's much the Cardinals could do this year where Gannon would be in trouble at the end of the year. When he got here, they were a mess. And I know it wasn't just him getting here, but when he got here, they were a mess. Even though the record wasn't better in year 1, they looked different. And in year 2, the record was significantly better. And so they were 8-9 last year. If they go out there and go 8-9 this year or 7-10 this year, I think Kyler, his future with the Cardinals is very much up in the air. I think Gannon, worst case, would end up maybe on the hot seat going into next year. When you look at the Cardinals, you're like, okay, what do they have going for them? I think you put Gannon on that side of things.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Parker & Sons is fantastic in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called them at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone by 8 a.m. They were at my house fixing my issue. I was equally impressed and grateful, but they're also great for preventative measures. Here's some examples. The Captura Air Scrubber can greatly improve the air quality inside of your home. People don't know how much gunk they're breathing in their house. That cleans it up on the daily. They've got a reverse osmosis system system and a water softener that can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water. And now in the middle of July, this is a great time to get your air conditioning tuned up before it is too late, because it's that time of year in Arizona, folks. We're in the midst of 70 consecutive days in triple-digit temperatures. It's going to get nutty in a couple of weeks, and an AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, but more than anything, it's going to give you that peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find yourself in the midst of having an air conditioning breakdown debacle in the middle of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and all their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded, all pass drug tests, all pass background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Contracts are 4 or 5 years, okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car, seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have. Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Signs that football's getting close. Fans getting their jerseys ready. Fantasy football players studying depth charts. People talking about HBO and who's going to be on Hard Knocks, and Jerry Jones speaking nonsense at press conference.
Yeah, that first press conference of the year from Jerry Jones always hits different, doesn't it?
Actually, it doesn't hit that different from the in-season ones now,
no,
which is
you're
very
right.
disappointing to Dallas fans.
People are just astounded that an owner of a football team can throw that many shade grenades at his own players, key players, no doubt, right? His best defensive player and his quarterback, and expect that this is going to be a good thing. It's J.J. Watt even tweeted out, yeah, that's a real smart thing to do. Be disappointed in the guys that got hurt fighting for you. That'll make them want to fight for you harder.
Yeah.
It's laughable to me. Jerry Jones either does this for his own amusement. He does it for the headlines. He certainly isn't doing it with any intentionality of winning because it's not the way you operate.
No, I mean, Pittsburgh Steelers, after months of negotiations, finally acquiesce, and they sign a very important player. And they got some criticism for that, too, because T.J. Watt's now in his 30s, but he's a very key player. He is a highly paid player. He's been highly productive. You look at the Dallas situation with Micah Parsons, who's much younger and is pretty much as prolific as T.J. Watt and important to their defense as T.J. Watt is to Pittsburgh's. And everything is a foot dragger with Jerry Jones. Every time there's a big contract, whether it's Prescott, whether it's Lamb, now it's Parsons, they always drag their feet. And he always shines the light on himself, and it is a negative light.
Yeah.
The game has passed him by.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous because he ends up signing these players at higher wages than he needs to had he just taken care of business in a timely fashion.
Yeah, there's no pro action at all.
It has to be an attention thing. I can't understand what else it would be. Because they're not dumb there. They draft fairly well.
They do. Jerry Jones is also asked, has he actually talked to Micah Parsons about all this?
I've talked with people that have talked to him. Let's put it like that. I don't necessarily talk to these agents, or I don't necessarily talk to attorneys, and I do stuff everywhere, and I don't necessarily talk to the people that are hired to do certain things. I talk to the principals 90% of the time.
But you haven't talked to the principal there, and you haven't talked to the agent or the attorneys. And you're so right. You diagnosed this years and years ago, that there's always that front row audience member that just finds Jerry Jones hilarious.
Oh, they take bootlicking to the highest level. I've seen these press conferences.
Jer.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. It's ridiculous.
One more from Jerry Jones, too. Did he ever consider stepping away from the GM role?
Has stepping away as general manager ever been even a momentary consideration for you through the years?
Yes, momentary.
How long a moment?
Now, we're getting down to it. Small fractions of seconds, I promise you that.
Wow. Just wow.
Look,
and now we know what First Take's talking about all morning today.
Yeah.
They've got.
Well, there it is on Get Up right now.
This is the funny thing is every year this time of year, everybody on the national shows will talk themselves into the Dallas Cowboys being a Super Bowl contender. This is the year. Is this the year they find? And every year they're not going to be. I mean, they have talent on the team, but they're not the favorites in that division.
Yeah, I mean, they're
not even
in a
second.
division. No, they're battling with the New York Giants for the third best team in the division right now. And I could care less. I'm not a Dallas Cowboys fan. In fact, I've spent the last 30 years kind of enjoying and reveling in their mediocrity. But you look at it from the Cowboys fan base standpoint, they are loyal, they are boisterous, they are proud. Jerry Jones is 82 years old. And in so many ways, this is where it gets confusing for a lot of people. In so many ways, it's the gold standard of ownership in sports because of what he provides the players in terms of amenities and state-of-the-art facilities and things like that. But when it comes to the other part of his role that he's chosen to keep. He considered it for fractions of seconds to step away. He is very antiquated in how he does business in the NFL as a general manager, and it has dragged them down.
Well, and it drags a team down because if you can't willingly reward your best players, it sends a message throughout the locker room. You have a hard time building what you need to win that championship if you act that way. Say it all the time. Football players are incredibly loyal. They'll go through a brick wall for you if you do the same for them, if you provide them with respect and dignity and all that stuff. That's what you need to get a football team fighting at peak level. And Jerry Jones sabotages that every year.
Well, and now you get lumped in with teams like the Cincinnati Bengals, who Trey Hendrickson has been lobbying publicly for a new contract all offseason. He's not reporting to training camp for Cincinnati. They haven't signed their first-round pick in Shamar Stewart, who many people thought was a reach in the first round based on his college production or lack thereof anyway. Here's Mike Brown, Bengals president and owner, on what's going on with the Shamar Stewart situation.
Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years.
Yeah, the nuance that's being fought over in this situation in Cincinnati is just that. It's language in the contract about what would happen for detrimental off-field activity from any player and whether or not that player should get paid while he's incarcerated, basically. I've never seen anything like it.
No, listen.
And the fact that, I mean, Shamar Stewart's been difficult from day one. He wouldn't even sign a participation waiver that every other first-round draft pick signed to participate in mini camps and OTAs and things like that. I don't know what they're trying to prove here.
I don't either, but I wonder, and we can get into this later, if player empowerment could ever come to the NFL, because as you probably know, the NFLPA has turned into yet another debacle where their leadership has been double dipping, if you will. And this has been a recurring thing all the way dating back to Gene Upshaw. They always get representative heads that have conflicts of interests.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's
the NFLPA's got its own issues right now.
Oh yeah.
The league's going to pick that up, Cinnamon. Thanks for the dance.
Right.
Think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football? Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts' leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Those spots will not last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up, did Zach Gallen just throw his final pitch at Chase Field as a Diamondback? There's certainly possibilities. We'll get into them next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Tuesday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I am telling you from personal experience that this stuff works like magic. In fact, QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, and I'm currently in treatment for my right elbow. So I'm going to give you even more incentive. If you are dealing with that kind of joint pain, QC Kinetics is now offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. So on this first visit, what they'll do is they'll give you that free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. That will help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Go get long-term relief for that pain in your knees, your hips, shoulders, or your back, and you can do it without surgery. And at QC Kinetics, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. Get on the books. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the long ball that killed Zach Gallen and the Diamondbacks last night in a 6-3 loss to the Houston Astros, and here was Gallen on the mistakes that he made yesterday.
Feels like it. Feels like every time I make a mistake, it tends and turns me out to a home run, which is unfortunate. It's hard to keep runs off the board when the balls are leaving the ballpark.
But they get the chance to bounce tonight and see if the National League Player of the Week, Eugenio Suarez, can stay scorching hot. First pitch from Chase is at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the valley, the Arizona Cardinals will report to training camp this morning, and second-round pick Will Johnson remains one of the few 2025 draft picks that remains unsigned. But where does the rest of the roster stack up against the NFL? Head to ArizonaSports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving some money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Luke. What is Zach Gallen's future with the Arizona Diamondbacks after his outing against the Houston Astros on Monday? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you talk to anybody in this room, as competitors, you're focused on the present. You're focused on, once you walk through that door, what you're trying to do to get better. And then even more so when you step out on the field between the white lines. I mean, that's the thing. You get professional athletes are probably some of the most competitive people you ever meet. So I think when it comes to, going to work and going out there and trying to compete, that's really all you're thinking about. So for me, that's, what I'm thinking about. I'm trying to just, take a step forward every day and just, try and get better and just, get better competing and executing and all those things that come with it.
Zach Gallen kind of elaborating where his head is at right now after last night's loss. He goes 6 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, struck out 6. It was the 2 home runs to Bryce Matthews that did the bulk of the damage, a 3-run shot and a 2-run shot. He takes the loss, as you said earlier. A lot of hard hit balls yesterday. Not a whole lot of fooling of Astros hitters right now. And there is a possibility on a night where Zach Gallen reached a milestone in his career, his 1,000th career strikeout, most of those with the Diamondbacks, that he might have thrown his last pitch as a Diamondback at Chase Field. And if that's the case, it was a home run by Bryce Matthews.
How about it?
His next start would come Sunday, presumably in Pittsburgh, in the finale of that series on the road. And then the trade deadline is 9 days away. That could be his last start as a Diamondback. It depends on what happens. I mean, he could be traded before then, even. But do you feel like Zach Gallen has thrown his last pitch at Chase Field as a Diamondback?
Listen,
I do.
I kind of do as well, but I fluctuate on the daily with this baseball team, but I look at last night, and I really thought after that game against the Padres on July 7th, when he had put together 2 great starts against National League West opponents, that Zach Gallen was going to make a push, a contract push, a push to keep this team in the race. He was even on record as saying that we need to convince Mike Hazen to add, not subtract, and it all starts with me. So Zach Gallen has always been very, very accountable.
Yes.
He's always been there after games, good or otherwise, and it's just not happening for him this year. And I'm not quite certain why. We've had a lot of anecdotal reasons why, from the nibbling to a fastball that doesn't quite pop the way it used to. A lot of different things. There's been sequencing issues with catchers. It's been real tough for Zach Gallen to get into a lane and stay there for a prolonged period of time. So you wonder, that being said, what kind of value other teams see in Zach Gallen. And you wonder what that is going to mean, because as of right now, if you were an opposing team looking for a starting pitcher and you were going to pick up the phone and call Mike Hazen, you're probably asking for Merrill Kelly, not Zach Gallen.
I would think.
Yeah,
because of, I mean, look, we can't ignore the fact that Zach Gallen has a track record as one of the top flight starters in the National League for years. It certainly has not been the case. I mean, his ERA has been above 5 basically since his 3rd start of the season. It trickled down under 5 for a handful of starts, but 5.58, Jarrett pointed it out. Among qualified pitchers, it's the highest ERA among any starter right now. His ERA last night for that game where, Torey Lovello said he was okay, his ERA was 9. 6 earned runs in 6 innings.
Yeah.
Second most home runs in all of baseball.
Second highest total of runs given up. He's given up 75 earned runs in 121 innings. So this is a big body of mediocrity and or failure, however you want to term it. And Zach Gallen he's been a he's been an anchor for this team and this pitching staff for so long that commands respect. It's hard for me to see a guy that is, this decent and this well-rounded and this agreeable and all that stuff to kind of find an ending like this.
Well,
it kind of feels like Paul Goldschmidt's ending in Arizona.
A little bit. It's funny we mentioned all those numbers, all the ERA, all the stats. His moreover a lackluster season. And in today's ESPN's trade deadline piece, they said the Diamondbacks are getting as many calls, if not more, about Zach Gallen as they are for Merrill Kelly.
It's interesting. And going back to the point that you just made, yeah, I mean, it's another level of frustration, but wouldn't it be more difficult for Diamondbacks fans if the record was the same? If they were 50-51 this morning, 9 days before the trade deadline, and Zach Gallen was pitching like vintage Zach Gallen, the reality would be the same. He would be a free agent going into the offseason, likely pricing himself out of the Diamondbacks' plans in the future. Wouldn't it suck more if they had to trade him while he was a Cy Young candidate?
Yes.
Or an all-star caliber starter?
But then at least you would know that you're getting probably some good value back. It's the whole Gino Suarez thing.
Yeah.
If Zach Gallen was an all-star or Cy Young candidate, they probably would be much better off as a team and wouldn't be trading him.
Yes, but I mean, you can also, with my hypothetical situation, everything being the same, we're still talking about the same number of injuries in the bullpen, which just made it really difficult for this team to sustain anything. We talked about it last week when you were gone, when Tim Ring was sitting in too. For as lackluster as Zach Gallen has been this year, I understand teams wanting to jump on that again because of the track record. He, in a lot of ways, looks like a pitcher that is just seeking a change of scenery right now because he's too good to be as bad as he's been.
And that's see, now I'm going to play devil's advocate and say that's what would give me pause, because if you're acquiring a pitcher for a playoff push, I don't think you're looking and acquiring track record. I think you want, who is this guy right now in the moment? Can he be a plug-and-play force for us? Is it possible that Zach Gallen could go somewhere else and then just kind of the newness of everything allows him to reset? Absolutely. And there probably would be a team that takes advantage of that. I just don't know how much leverage the Diamondbacks have to get some quality pieces in return. And again, what are you looking for? You're either looking for short-term relief pitching, which no contender is going to give up if the guy's any good.
Yeah.
Or you're looking for prospects.
Yeah, the other thing to watch in all of this as we get closer to the deadline is the Yankees have been mentioned sniffing around Gino Suarez for a while. But are any of these teams that are, desperate to add to their roster at the deadline, are they willing to take on, or they wanting to take on, multiple Diamondbacks? And Ricky Ricardo, Lucy, I'm home. The Spanish radio voice of the Yankees.
Wait, that's really his name?
Yes. He said there's a proposal on the table. 5 Yankees prospects, not Lombard, not Jones. 5 prospects, including Cam Schlittler. Be careful saying that one. Schlittler? To the Diamondbacks for Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, and Jalen Beeks. How willing are the Diamondbacks going to be to give their entire haul to one team, and if they're not getting a top 10 prospect back in return?
Yeah.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah,
you can put
Gino, just keep hitting home runs.
Yeah.
You know you can do that with that offer? You can put it right in the Schlitter.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's Jared Carlin, GC, folks.
Yeah.
All right, so, here's what I think about that. I think it's quite the juxtaposition to look at Zach Gallen and his struggles in a contract year, especially now as this team is careening towards the trade deadline, and contrast that with Gino Suarez and how he's turned into Babe Ruth while he's been the center of trade speculation.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. Generally doesn't work like that.
Go back to last week. Gino was kind of irked that he didn't get the invitation to the Home Run Derby, so he's just having his own now. And he's winning it. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday. D-backs taking on the Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. That's half to 620-620. Coming up, the Suns roster still has positional overlap and a couple of holes. So what will the team do to fix things before the season? We'll go over some possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card Scan is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you should have really high expectations. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a really good price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. You are going to get that from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. In fact, now in the middle of summer, you might not think it, but it is a great time to head on down to Chapman BMW and drive off in the ultimate driving machine. Here's a couple of examples. No payment for 90 days at Chapman BMW. You can get the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. They're their beautiful compact luxury SUVs at 2.99% financing. You can get the BMW i4, lease that for just $399 a month, or the all-new 2026 X3 for just $599 a month. Great deals going on at Chapman BMW. Highly recommend you check them out. They're an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman to the techs in the garage, first class all the way. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either location. And those two locations, by the way, they guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. So head on down, pick a store, take a test drive, find what you like, then get your hookup. Make sure you ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He's a personal friend of mine. He'll talk sports with you all day long. He's hooked up a lot of our listeners already. You can be next. You can find him online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I promise you we're going to take other swings in the future. And if you want a team that doesn't try to win and doesn't take swings and doesn't get aggressive, don't cheer for the Phoenix Suns, because we are always going to try to win, and we are going to be aggressive. But the difference is going forward is I'm going to personally be involved, and people thought I was heavily involved. You can think what you want. I personally be involved in making sure that the players we get are aligned with the vision and identity that I'm talking about. The grit, the toughness, the defensive minded, the offensive rebounding, the things that we believe in, which you're going to see. The things such as just they're going to be cheering your teammates on the bench. I can go through a bunch of them. There's going to be things we do differently in Phoenix. And I promise you, we're not going to be trading for players that aren't in line with that vision anymore. Yeah. And so we're completely going forward with a different look, a different feel, and we're going to get this thing right going forward. Not for the short term, for the short term and the long term.
Matt Ishbia on with Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports last week. Now, during the course of that interview, he obviously said what he just said. We're always going to be taking swings. At a different point of the interview, he also kind of indicated a change in philosophy. We're going to try to win the right way. Was that an admission that swinging the way they swung in the past, Bick, was not the right way? And moving off of it after 2 seasons with Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant together, obviously does kind of indicate that. But I'm wondering what taking swings means in the future.
Yeah, me
because
too.
The Bradley Beal swing was from the shoes, trying to hit it not just over the fence, out of the ballpark, and it came up empty because you ignored all of the red flags, and a lot of people did at the time, that came along with Bradley Beal's contract, with his injury history, all of that. They can't afford to swing the same way that they did once upon a time.
Yeah, listen.
The swing's got to change.
The hope really honestly is that even though Matt Ishbia has become a source of ridicule and mockery to most in the national media, the hope locally is that Matt Ishbia is a really smart guy who learned a couple of really hard lessons about life in the NBA and life as a pro sports owner. And it's something that gets a lot of these guys. He isn't the first. He won't be the last. There's many, many, many like him who come in full of confidence and ambition and money and great ideas and good intentions, and they find out, man, this is a lot harder than I thought, and man, there's only so much I can control when you're dealing with human performance in the realm of human competition. Okay, so if he's learned those lessons, and you hope he has, the hope is that he has now gone from being a star hunter to a team builder, to somebody who went, okay, you know what? That idea of collecting Kevin Durant, going and getting Bradley Beal, and then doing this. And Matt Ishbia is right. In real time, there were a lot of people who thought, wow, replacing Chris Paul with Bradley Beal, how can that not be a good idea? I was behind it, so were you.
Yep.
I did not expect the Bradley Beal that we received. And I'm guessing Matt Ishbia didn't either. And so I think that what really speaks to me is that Bradley Beal, as a basketball player, has still got a ton of skill. But what the Suns are now looking for is something that he cannot give them, which is that hair-on-fire exuberance, diving on the floor, that grit that Matt Ishbia wants so badly. So willing to pay Bradley Beal to walk away from a team and give him that much money to go away. It's especially if he pops in Los Angeles. Say he stays healthy and plays 65 games, which will never happen, but just say he does. Chris Paul played 82 last year. But if he does, there's going to be more embarrassments coming. So what you're hoping for on the back end, if you're Matt Ishbia, is that you're going to get guys who, when you put them together on a basketball court, are going to have the effect that Colin Gillespie had on the fan base last year, where the effort is so intense that you can't help but rally around the guy. And look, it can happen. I'm not trying to be naive here, but I'm holding out hope that the chemistry, the total reset, the total lack of expectations, the giving the wheel back to Devin Booker, I'm hoping it does give something that is compelling at the very least.
Go ahead, Jared.
Well, I was going to say, it's still a leap of faith, though, to trust them that they know how to build a team.
No doubt.
Because, yes, they've undone some of the stuff they did in the last few years. Yes, they have gotten? What's the word there? They have got...
Don't get held up. Just Get to your point.
They've acquired several players
There you
with a certain mindset, with a certain toughness, with a certain alignment with their view of what they want to do to build a team. But they still have an actual roster. They have positional overlap. They have holes at power forward and point guard. They still don't have like a team that looks like it could win on the court.
Well,
yeah,
listen.
but to that point, like they can trump up Jalen Green as much as they want, and I'm not saying there's not excitement about Jalen Green. If they had their way, Jalen Green would not be on this roster right now.
That's exactly
They
right.
didn't have their way.
No.
They had Kevin Durant's way, so they settled for what they would settle for. The Minnesota deal that was out there was actually much more attractive from a roster building standpoint.
And I'm here to tell you that I'm hoping this new scenery works for Jalen Green. I hope feeling discarded by a team that has championship aspirations motivates him. But I will tell you this, from talking to some Rockets people, he can be a very frustrating player to watch because he's got all the skill in the world. He'll give you the highlight reel stuff that'll make your jaw drop. But the consistency night to night, and the immaturity and the stupid mistakes, they will frustrate you. But here's what the starting lineup looks like. You tell me what you think of it. So if it's Devin Booker and Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams as a starting five. If Mark Williams is healthy, that's not a bad starting five.
It's a big if.
It's a huge if.
You still have Ryan Dunn playing power forward. You still have Devin Booker playing point guard.
You do. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But again, now you also look at the fundamental weakness of the team. If you could boil it down to one, to me it would just be their soggy defense. They were 27th in defensive rating. Now again, they had a whole host of issues. But if you're looking for one that you can improve overnight, playing defense is one of them.
Yeah, and it's year 2 for Ryan Dunn, who's going to play a lot more minutes. You bring in a bona fide defensive player with that mindset and that hardness in Dylan Brooks. I would expect it to improve. I don't know by how much. I wanted to get this out there, too, because talking about the difference in the Suns' thinking, which is where we kind of started this conversation. John Hollinger wrote a piece on The Athletic about what he learned about different subjects in the Vegas Summer League. And he's got one entitled The Suns' Woes, and he writes, Phoenix Suns bought out Bradley Beal, stretched his remaining money, taking them out of the luxury tax entirely after they began the summer over the second apron. While that has some positive implications for unfreezing the Suns' 2032 and 33 draft picks, it's hard to think that Team Damn the Torpedoes has that factor top of mind. Instead, it's the continuation of another theme. The Suns paring back sharply on expenses after owner Matt Ishbia's opening 2 years in charge. That carried over in a humorous way to the post-game scene in Vegas, where other team staffers noted with sadness that Suns personnel were no longer buying rounds for everyone and putting it on Ishbia's tab. So apparently the last 2 summer leagues are like, oh, let's find somebody in a purple and orange shirt, and we'll just get some free drinks.
Who's the easy mark? Oh, yeah. Ishbia's credit card's always open at the bar.
And I don't have any problem with that. The spending the way it was being spent couldn't continue.
No, and again, I think it speaks to an owner coming in thinking he can do A and figuring out, okay, I got.
How many of us say, I could be GM of this team? I could put together a winning team. And Sammy's raising his hand right now.
Put your hand down,
Sammy. When you go there, you realize it's not fantasy basketball that you're playing.
No, it's not
at all.
It's not.
No.
And even if you try to put together the right team, it's hard to do. Basketball is so unique in that respect because
there's only 5 players that played at one time.
And generally there's one alpha per team, a great player per team. There's one basketball. The sharing of that basketball, the generosity, the spirit of camaraderie, it is so important in basketball. And it's hard to draw up on a whiteboard. It really, really is.
Our own general manager, Sammy Sabolka, is going to take us through the Rush Hour reboot.
Boy, do I have some good ideas.
On this Tuesday next. It's Bickley and Murata morning through on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch, and And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. The white stuff keeps coming out of the house.
House is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, she's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Keep going, Dad. Oh my God, please, guys, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, and don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals will be reporting to training camp today, and Kyler Murray will be heading into his 7th year under center for the Cardinals and in hopes of taking this team to the next level this season. On the diamond, the red-hot Eugenio Suarez was not enough to start the post-All-Star break run 4-0 as the Snakes lost to the Astros 6-3 last night. Zach Gallen went 6 innings, gave up 6 runs, including 2 home runs to Astro rookie Bryce Matthews. And the Snakes will need to bounce back tonight to continue to try and prove to GM Mike Hazen that this team has what it takes to be buyers at the deadline. The deadline is looming 9 days away on July 31st. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote. Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33, and that means it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And we start with the team that is reporting to training camp today. We mentioned it this morning that it feels like the NFL season is creeping up on us. Training camp for, I think, the majority, if not all, NFL teams is underway.
Yep.
And I think it's one of the most anticipated Cardinal seasons we've had in the last, I would say, 3, 4, maybe 5 years. It feels like this Jonathan Gannon kind of era of Cardinals football is reaching its peak right here. And here was Nate Tice on this Cardinals team potentially taking a big jump this season.
I look at the Cardinals as the first team that comes to mind, like for this exercise, because not only just because I like their offense, but I'm really, really, really intrigued by their defense. They face the 5th easiest schedule. Again, we know how that can change and everything. I think the offense, I know what it is. I don't think it can maybe get to that top 5, but I think this could be a top 12, top 10 unit.
So it's kind of a simple question here, but do you trust this team to answer the call of expectation?
What a heavy question that is, Sammy.
That is a heavy question.
And it was a simple question. What are you talking about?
And I kind of tiered it out. Like, do you trust the defense to meet the hype that it's received this offseason? Do you trust a Kyler and Marv kind of chemistry building? And from a coaching standpoint, do you believe that Gannon can take this team where it needs to go?
It's a nuanced question. I do think that one of the hallmarks of this coaching staff is they master at that even keel, that one day at a time kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that maybe better than most they can navigate that, but so much of that stuff is hard to predict. I mean, what's the feel like if you come out and don't win a game in September? What's it like if you run the table in September? I don't know. I've just seen so many instances of Arizona teams spitting the bit when they've got expectations that I'm skeptical of it. But yeah, I give them a shot because I do like the makeup and the maturity of this coaching staff.
When you tier it out that way, I tend to agree with Nate Tice on the offense. I think it will be that we have a baseline of what to expect from the offense. It was decent last year. I expect a little bit of an uptick when you look at certain players, Marvin Harrison Jr. improving. Defensively, I want to trust that. I can't trust it until I see it, even with all the acquisitions they made. I mean, I still have some questions on the defense, including the linebacker position. Of the 3, I probably have the most faith in the coaching part of it to elevate. There's not 100% return and continuity on the coaching staff this year for the first time, but there's a lot of guys back, and some of these new additions, I think, are good energy-type coaches. So it all starts with Jonathan Gannon, and I've got the most faith in him of any of those 3 tiers.
Cool. Next, we go to the diamond, and we're going to talk about belief, because it's extremely dangerous when it comes to a fan base, but it's also something you can hold on to. So we're going to see how much we believe in this Diamondback team with a couple of questions. First, do you believe that the Diamondbacks offense can rough up a very good Framber Valdez tonight?
Ooh. I like the Diamondbacks better against right-handed pitchers, obviously, than lefties, and the Astros have lined up their rotation pretty well to deal with the Diamondbacks. Framber Valdez is a pretty good pitcher.
Been one of the best pitchers in the National League over the last handful of years.
Yeah, so, look, Again, every loss in these coming 8 games or whatever it is, it has mammoth consequences. So they better find a way to get to them.
Yeah, but again, if we're going to tier this out, sure. I mean, this offense has been performing pretty well. What does the pitching staff do? What does Eduardo Rodriguez do? What does the bullpen do? I mean, we've been experiencing a run where Diamondbacks pitchers have been giving them length in their starts and kind of lessening the load on the bullpen. That's got to end at some point, doesn't it?
Yeah. Similarly to the offensive token, do you believe the scorched earth Gino Suarez tour continues tonight? Does he hit a home run?
Ooh.
Gino Suarez.
4 in a row?
Yeah.
First of all, very rarely in Major League Baseball do you get guys who can hit home runs when they're trying to hit home runs.
Very.
Right? It's a common tenet in baseball that you don't try because you never will.
That's why you always see somebody when they get to they're going for 500 home runs or they're going for 50 home runs or something.
Yeah, then they go a couple of weeks without one. Right. Gino Suarez is like the exception. Even Torey Lovello said so last year when he rallied all the way to get to 30. He's like, he was trying to hit home runs and he did. It seems to me like he just gets the ball elevated every single at bat.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he got the one in the first inning.
Me too.
And that landed on the track. The ball he hit in his third at-bat was the hardest hit ball he had all night, but it didn't have the launch angle. You know what? I'll say yes. He continues it tonight because he's squaring everything up.
I love it. I think so, too. He's the hottest hitter in the MLB. The last thing I want to talk about, I was going to ask it last segment. We ran out of time. So Matt Ishbia has said all the right things recently of wanting to go about the next roster construction, of going the right way. My question is, now that they've gotten under the second apron, they have flexibility now, how much do you really trust him to not jump at the next shiny object?
Well, I mean, there's been the rumors of the sign and trade interest in Jonathan Kuminga. I think that certainly has some shiny object qualities to it. I don't think they'll be able to do that. Right now, it's not about trusting them not to go down that road. There's just not that many shiny objects there. They've got two standard roster spots open right now.
Yeah.
And if there was interest in Chris Paul, he's moved on. Malcolm Brogdon is not a shiny object to me.
No.
And I'm curious to see what they do with those last two spots. They might, Hollinger in The Athletic suggested to keep the finances down. They might just convert the two-way from Kobe Bryant into a standard contract, and that would keep them out of the tax category all year long. But I don't know if that's the right move either.
I think it's a very, very fair question. It really is. But I think that they don't have the options like the Jonathan Kuminga thing. In reading on that, it doesn't look like they can even put together a package that would remotely interest Golden State to pull off the sign and trade.
But not even this year, though. Can Ishbia be patient enough for a 3-year rebuild? For a 2-year rebuild, or is it like this is the reset year and then I'm going?
He's not calling it a rebuild.
Yeah.
That's the difference
Yeah.
here. I think that I don't know how to answer it. I think we're going to have to wait and see over the course of time whether or not what I said earlier is true, that Matt Ishbia's learned lessons.
Yeah.
That it's not about star hunting, it's about team building.
Yeah, not a rebuild. Summer's calling a reboot. That's the Rush Hour reboot.
Look at that.
There you go. Look at that.
Getting the branding in and everything. Think what you've got. Think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football. Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last. Text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next with a returning star quarterback and wide receiver, ASU must be the favorites to win the Big 12 again, right? Well, we'll get into those thoughts next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will make the biggest impact on the Arizona Cardinals defense this season? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Just from the beginning of the year to the end, I feel like my progress was night and day. And, I don't know if it was necessarily my knowledge of the game got so much greater. I definitely grew a little bit, but it's comfortability within playing the game. Under that stage, commanding an offense, things along those lines. So now the fact that that's the base, it's just going to be an ascending trajectory from there. And just all the guys who are going to be bought into me and listen to me when I say things and the checks that I'm going to get to and command of the offense. I'm really excited just to run the show.
ASU quarterback Sam Levitt back at Big 12 Media Days and earlier in July. That from ESPNU talking about how much his confidence grew in his first year as a starter. And it was one of those situations, too, where you just watched and you saw the confidence grow.
Yeah.
Sam Levitt was a different quarterback after he came back from his injury. He got hurt in the Utah game, missed the Cincinnati game. They lose that game on the road. But when he came back, the way that relationship on the field click with Jordan Tyson, with what they were able to do and in using Cam Scatterbo after that loss in Cincinnati, he was a different quarterback. There's no more Cam Scatterbo. Tyson and Levitt are back. They're at the heart of it. The Arizona State Sun Devils are the defending Big 12 champions. It's interesting that at those Big 12 media days in Texas, Bick, there was no preseason media poll.
Yeah.
They did away with it in the
they
Big
did.
12.
And it's really, really hysterical the reason why they did away with it. They did away with this, and I've talked to a couple of people about this, because of what ASU did last year. Predicted to finish last. They win the conference, and the belief was that was a bad look, that it didn't paint a good picture of the Big 12, that a team that was picked to finish last could finish first.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it gave off the message that that's a sign of a weak conference, because people wouldn't just assume or understand what a magical year ASU had. So they ditched it entirely, all because of ASU and what we all went through last year. And for them to go back to Big 12 Media Day this year as champions, that had to be the ultimate flex.
Oh yeah.
It sounds like some Big 12 media people are afraid to stand on their takes.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I kind of get it. The other conferences, and Bill Connolly in a piece on ESPN.com pointed this out. The conference champions for the other three Power Four conferences last year, Georgia won the SEC. They were picked to finish first. Oregon won the Big Ten in their first year. They were picked to finish second. Clemson was picked to finish second in the ACC. The Big 12 coming together, and we talked about this a year ago, not necessarily suggesting that ASU was going to challenge for a title, but one of the attractive parts of the move when it happened into this conference for ASU was there's not the established big boy on the block.
No.
And that came to fruition tenfold last year with them able to win the conference. So what does that mean for this year? In that same piece, Bill Connolly has a very, very in-depth statistical breakdown of the Big 12, and a lot of it is projection. His projection is Kansas State, the Wildcats, will win the Big 12, with projections of average number of wins 9. ASU came in at 8.4, tied with Texas Tech and BYU. That was before the Jake Retzlaff story had come to a close in Provo. Mm-hmm. He has transferred away from BYU, so they get a lot of questions at the quarterback position, which will affect them. But that seems to be the consensus, even though there's no media preseason poll, that Kansas State, ASU, Texas Tech are probably the three best teams in the conference right now.
Yeah, with Utah, Iowa State, TCU, and Baylor still considered good teams.
Yeah.
The ESPN predictions, this gives you an example of what the messaging has become in the Big 12, and what the messaging from the commissioner on Big 12 Media Day was very clearly was the beauty of the Big 12 is in the depth of quality, the quality of depth. And that's what they're vibing on. They're vibing on the fact that, and ESPN's projections, they give 8 Big 12 teams at least a 6% chance to win the conference. That's half the conference.
Yes, and the highest percentage is Kansas State at 17.1.
Yep.
ASU 10.1%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that kind of fun, though? I get the SEC has a lot of juggernauts, and granted, you have Bama, Georgia, who can seemingly win it every year, but isn't it fun to have a conference that, sure, ASU has expectations of being good and possibly winning the conference, but any team can win this conference, and it gives them a chance to get into the college football playoff. Isn't that more exciting than, like, the NCAA should look down upon that?
Well, yes, but we've lived this with the Pac-12, is that when everybody's good but nobody's great, the national media doesn't look at it that way. They say it's just a mediocre conference. They're not.
And that gets back to the example when ASU picked to finish last, wins the whole thing. Just people mistakenly assume that that conference isn't any good.
Yeah, and it already led to changes in the seeding with the college football playoff.
Yeah. So listen, I think a couple of things. Number one, as usual, Kenny Dillingham's messaging I think is right on the money. He is making it very, very clear that you are not special. You won a conference title, big deal. A team wins a conference title every year. Get over yourself. Win it back to back. Now you're talking. Now you're special. And the idea, and I love when he was riffing on the idea that, listen, if you're a great football player and you go to a great program like Ohio State or LSU, I can predict almost within 1 or 2 games what your record is going to be at that school, because they win 10 to 12 games every year, regardless of who shows up. You want to make a difference, you come here and do something that's never been done before. He's a master at messaging around the right talking points. And I think that he's very aware of the Arizona precedent, because 2 years ago, the Wildcats were what the Sun Devils are now, coming off a magical season, kept the band together, thought they were going to have a great encore season, and it all went kaboom.
Well, they didn't have the
new
same
coach, though. That's the difference.
There is that.
Yeah.
There is that.
A huge factor.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see the story, too, on we talk about leadership and things like that. Sam Levitt donating all the money from his merchandise sales to his teammates this year.
How about that, huh?
That's
leadership.
That's A, the sign of leadership, and B, a sign of a guy who is flush with NIL cash.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you mentioned before the show, right? The Athletic did their 135 NCAA quarterback rankings, and he was 7th, right?
Yeah, he was in Tier 1. And look, with his preseason Heisman odds, some people might look at 7 and say, that's a little low. He's only 3 spots ahead of Arch Manning, who's barely played college football.
Was there another Big 12 quarterback in that list? Did you know?
I don't have it in front of me. I know Sawyer Robinson from Baylor was right behind him in the second list. Rocco Becht was from Iowa State.
Because ideally, if you have the best quarterback in your conference, some would say maybe the best coach, up-and-coming coach in the conference.
The best wide receiver.
Best wide receiver in the conference. Like, that's you like your chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, not only that, but just returning starters at pretty much every other position, too. They have more starts than anybody else coming back in the Big 12.
Yeah.
It's
the excitement is real. In fact, I got a buddy who put a couple of chips on the team to win a championship this year.
Yeah. Josh Hoover. Josh Hoover from TCU is also in Tier 1. Nobody in the Big 12 was higher than Sam Levitt. The quarterback's above him. Cade Klubnik from Clemson, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, Lenora Sellers from South Carolina, John Mateer from Oklahoma, DJ Lagway from Florida, and Drew Aller from Penn State. But there's nobody higher than him in the Big 12.
There you go.
I'd take Sam Levitt over any of those dudes you just mentioned.
I think Klubnik's going to have a huge year.
Okay. Is pretty reliable.
He's really good.
I'm an Arch Manning guy. I can't lie either. I think.
Well, the track record speaks for itself.
I was going to say,
what?
This is the third year is when he's going to finally get it.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Bickley is going to have the Tuesday edition of The Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Christian Walker returns to Chase Field and opens up about his Diamondbacks departure. Home runs haunt Zach Gallen as the Astros end the D-backs' win streak. And Cardinals camp questions which rookies make a case to start. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the long ball that killed Zach Gallen and the Diamondbacks last night in a 6-3 loss to the Houston Astros, and here was Zach Gallen on the mistakes that led to those long balls.
Feels like it. Feels like every time I make a mistake, it tends and turns to be out to a home run, which is unfortunate. It's hard to keep runs off the board when the balls are leaving the ballpark.
But they get a chance to bounce back tonight and see if the National League Player of the Week, Eugenio Suarez, can stay scorching hot. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the valley, the Arizona Cardinals have reported to training camp this morning, and second-round draft pick Will Johnson is one of the few 2025 draft picks that remains unsigned. But where does the rest of the roster stack up against the NFL? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NBA is marked by staggering imbalance. The West is loaded with really good teams, and I think now would be a great time to experiment with playoff berths based on seeding and not distributed equally among the two conferences. That being said, it probably won't make a difference for the Phoenix Suns. Betting lines are coming out, and the outlook is bleak, where the Suns are tagged to win 30 or 31 games, depending on your odds maker. But if you're looking for glimmers of hope, this team will be stripped free of expectations, which seems to be the foundation for every great story in Arizona. And then there's the recent quote from Jimmy Butler. Butler was asked what would happen if he played Devin Booker in a game of one-on-one, and Butler responded, quote, Devin Booker 11-0. Remember, Butler is one of the most competitive people on the planet, and for him to say without a hint of irony or trolling that he would not score a point on Booker, well, that has to get you excited. And I'll be honest here, I was once of the mindset that the Suns needed to trade both Booker and KD to secure any kind of promising future, but I'm glad they didn't, because in a sagging, shifting, unsettling sports market, there is nobody better to rally around than Devin Booker. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I give Devin Booker credit for wanting to stay in Phoenix and wanting to try to make this work. It would be very easy in the situation the Suns are in to say, I would like to go play somewhere else because this is a complete disaster. And to this point, he has not, which I do give him credit for. If you want to spend your whole career playing for the Suns, I find that a very admirable thing. However, if he does want to have a chance to really win, he is starting to get to the point where he's going to have to make that decision pretty soon.
That was Tim Bontemps a little less than 2 weeks ago talking on ESPN Radio about one of the subjects that people are talking about with Devin Booker, and that is his loyalty, new contract, and weighing that with the reality of the situation. And this is a situation for Devin Booker for the first time in 6 years. Again, it becomes no question on who the centerpiece and the leader of this basketball team is.
Yep.
Because after the 2019-2020 season, that was the bubble season. That's when the Suns went out and got Chris Paul, and it became a debate on whether or not who was the alpha of the team. That situation worked out really well. Then you add Kevin Durant. There was questions. Who's the leader on that team? That one didn't work out as well. Make no mistake about it. For good or bad, Devin Booker is the rudder of the Phoenix Suns right now.
This is going to be Act 4 of Devin Booker. Act 1 was his introduction into the NBA, the 70 points in the Garden, all of that good stuff. Act 2 was Chris Paul in the run to the finals. Act 3 was KD and Bradley Beal and the failed super team. Now this is Act 4, and it's really ironic to me, the little things that can get you hype. And when I ran across that Jimmy Butler question that was asked to him by a Twitch guy or an influencer dude, Jimmy Butler was being dead serious when he said Devin Booker would beat him 11-0 in one-on-one. That got me excited, man.
I didn't necessarily have the same reaction.
Really?
Yeah. And
you thought he was trolling.
I only watched it once. I never know how to take Jimmy Butler.
The thing that made me excited about it was the guys after he said 11-0. The streamer said, "Yeah, I'm a big fan," and Jimmy Butler said, "Me too." And it just kind of reminded me, if a killer like Jimmy Butler sees that killer in Devin Booker, then it really kind of hammers home the point that maybe we are going to get the best of him now that it is all on him.
Can you imagine if media and fans gave the same level of respect to Devin Booker that his fellow NBA players gave him?
Wow. That's a good point.
It's one of those rare situations where the guy, it's like, if you know, you know. It's one of those situations. Guys in the NBA respect the heck out of Devin Booker. He doesn't get the same respect from the media.
No, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
I mean, the respect from fellow players, though, does mean that in the next few years, the idea of players coming and wanting to play for the Suns still exists, even in a real rebuild, because they still have Devin Booker.
That is true. It's a good point. Now, how much Bick brought this up earlier in the show, how much learning have the Suns organizationally done in the last 2.5 years, because they did swing wildly and it was not a success. And now it looks like there's a different way of doing business, although Matt Ishbia on this very radio station last week said we're still going to be aggressive. We're always going to try to win.
Yeah, I am really, I won't say optimistic. I would say I'm really excited to see what Jordan Ott, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, does to quicken the pace of this basketball team, because I think that's the key to unlocking the best of Devin Booker. You've got to get him in space. You've got to get him going downhill. You cannot have an offense where he gets the ball in a stagnant situation and then is easily swarmed by defensive players. You need to get him going downhill. We have seen how devastating he can be in those situations. Mm-hmm. And again, that Jimmy Butler response to me just really sparks some excitement in me. And I'm
going to go back and watch it again.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
In terms of, we kind of had this discussion earlier, what's next? There's 2 roster spots open. The two-way spots are filled. We're still a ways away from the beginning of training camp, but there's been some speculation. Obviously, there was speculation on the Chris Paul front. There was speculation on the Marcus Smart front. He ends up in L.A. with the Lakers. Chris Paul goes to the Clippers. The name Ben Simmons keeps coming up as a possibility. A little bit of a shinier object. Ben Simmons is not nearly the player that he once was. He might seem way older than he is. He's only 29 years old.
Wow.
It's still a unique skill set, and unique for not all positive reasons.
Uh-huh.
Any interest in Ben Simmons?
Doesn't do much for me, to be honest with you.
He was a 3-time All-Star, 5 years removed from that.
Mm-hmm.
He's got length. He can't shoot the ball at all.
A lick.
But
he's a very good defensive player.
Decent defensive player still at this point of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know. He's got point guard skills in a 6'10" body.
Yeah.
Which is still somewhat intriguing.
It's a commodity. Yep. Look,
I mean,
the position the Suns. The position the Suns are in, I wouldn't be against it either. I mean, again, you're looking to fill out a roster with competent basketball players, and he brings a skill set. And
not only that, but Kellen, he was on with us last Friday on your last day of vacation, and he talked about something, and he's been talking about this too. The situation that the Suns are in, they need to find opportunities to win on the margins, and that is identifying a player in the draft or in free agency that maybe isn't thought of as a difference maker, and it just clicks. It's been a while since that happened with this organization. I think rolling the dice on somebody like Ben Simmons, and if there is any kind of lightning strike where he can be a productive player, that would be an example of winning on the margins, because Ben Simmons is not going to break the bank at this point either.
No. That's why I wouldn't be against it, because it would be a low risk, high reward kind of situation, theoretically.
Yeah, and those are the types of situations.
Maybe,
not only you have to explore, but you got to win a couple of them too.
All right, let's hear the Devin Booker versus Jimmy Butler sound and see if you could take anything from hearing the audio.
Without the video.
Jimmy, you versus Devin Booker, 1v1. Who wins and what's the score? Game to 11.
Devin Booker, 11-0.
Hey, I like the answer. I like the answer.
You know this is the #1 D-Bug Glazer of all time?
Bro, I'm not. Bro, you're so weird, bro. I'm a D-Bug fan. Like, I rock with D-Bug, you know, just
Me too.
Listen, okay. I know, yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I just also know, remember I ran across that interview with that actor, and I keep forgetting to go find out who he was, and he had hung out with Jimmy Butler when Jimmy Butler had his sit-down strike in Miami, and it went on and on about what he could help Devin Booker. There was a real respect between...
We know he wanted to come play for the Suns.
He wanted to come to play, yeah. And we all assumed it was financially motivated, but and I should go back and try to track and find that interview, because... that kind of shows you his thoughts on Devin Booker as well. So that to me gets me excited, because there is a killer in Devin Booker. We've seen it. And now we need to see it again.
Yeah, it needs to come back.
Yep.
It's time for Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly hosted a group of children battling cancer for a unique VIP experience at Chase Field on Saturday. 12 kids from the Arizona Cancer Foundation for Children had the opportunity to meet, talk with, and get signed customized baseball cards for Kelly and other Diamondbacks players before Saturday's game. Quote, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these families, said ACFC President Chrissy Abramo. 80% of the families we serve are low income, so even just simply coming to a baseball game isn't feasible. But to have them be treated like royalty and be on the field and actually get that face time with the players was priceless, end quote. Well done to Merrill Kelly and the D-backs. And remember, Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Coming up next, the D-backs winning streak is done. Biggest takeaways from yesterday's loss and where they are right now, we'll share them with you next. Bickley Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey all, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During a round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her mortgage in 41 months. Can you imagine that? That's less than 4 years. That's what people are getting from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make into this account goes to paying off the principal of your home. You are going to wake up one day down the road, not that far, and that mortgage is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off that house, which does a lot of great things, but primarily it then gives you decades to build personal wealth because you're free of debt, and while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, gives you the control to pay off, pay down, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Another great feature of Life Changer Loan. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You've got to have a really good credit score. Shane will be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee this, you will love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of Buckets, our brand new outdoor food and beverage outlet next to our Top Tracer range. Buckets and the 21 Bay Top Tracer range provide a beautiful setting to enjoy yourself day or night with a cold draft beer or a canned cocktail and a recently lit putting green. Open till 9:30 p.m. It's the perfect venue to work on your game or entertain your group or organization. For more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open.
An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Automation.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much closer are the Arizona Diamondbacks to a trade deadline decision? We'll react to last night's game on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Chris Garagiola, final call last night from Chase Field. The winning streak comes to an end. 4 straight. They'd won the last game in Anaheim before the All-Star break. Then they sweep the Cardinals, but the Astros come in and take game 1. And thank you for that. I appreciate it. Needed that guitar riff to drive the point home a little bit more. I know I kind of felt like this, and I think some other people felt like this too, that to keep this, if you have hope, it's hope of 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
The Diamondbacks are facing a trade deadline where 4 popular players of the team, productive players of the team, could be going bye-bye. To prevent that from happening, you have to keep winning games. Did it feel like even a single loss to disturb the groove that they were on kind of just threw a bucket of cold water against this playoff chase hope?
Yeah,
even though it's only one
bit,
game.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, again, and I think that's why these next couple of games are just mammoth in their implication, because I think these are probably the games that are going to shift which way Mike Hazen is thinking, because you're talking about a quality opponent that's coming at you with a cadre of left-handed starters, and it's really going to test how capable the Diamondbacks are to kind of getting out of this mediocrity vibe that they've been in all season long. They had their shots last night. Ketel Marte popped out with the bases loaded. That was a great opportunity. Josh Hader walking a couple of guys with 2 outs in the 9th inning, brought Josh Naylor to the plate. So they had a couple of moments to get back into the thing. You probably didn't think that a rook in his 5th professional start was going to go deep twice off Zach Gallen. In fact, we're the guy that homers twice in a game. We've got the guy that homers twice in a game, right? So it wasn't like they were outclassed last night, but it was deflating because it was not a quality start from Zach Gallen, and that's kind of been the foundation of what a lot of people had thought was going to be the turnaround here.
It was deflating also, like you just pointed out, that it had a lot of the feelings of why this team has been mediocre all year. They couldn't get the big hit several times during the game, and their ace starting pitcher didn't deliver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Zach Gallen, you mentioned it. He's been very accountable through a disappointing season, and he kind of reflected not only last night where he said it was 2 mistakes that he made to Matthews that cost him on the 2 home runs, 5 runs on the board there for the Astros, but kind of feels like all season long he's not getting away with the same mistakes he once did.
Feels like it. Feels like every time I make a mistake, it tends and turns to be out to a home run, which is unfortunate. It's hard to keep runs off the board when the balls are leaving the ballpark. I don't know what the fix is there. I feel like I've been in spots before where I've made mistakes and kind of gotten away with it. So it's just kind of the way the game goes. It's a humbling game. It'll get you. But yeah, it's definitely frustrating that it seems like balls are leaving the ballpark at a little bit more of a rapid rate. Even the ball in the first inning tonight with Altuve, 94, I think, off the bat, and it was a step from the wall. So just seems to be the case.
Last night was the 6th game this season, 6th start by Zach Gallen, where he's given up multiple home runs. They're 1-5 in those games. So it does equate. The only game that they won under those circumstances was that crazy game against the Rockies where Zach Gallen did give up a lot of runs, but they won 14-8, I think it was.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Now, Zach Gallen is one of those players. We explored the possibility that he might have thrown his last pitch as a member of Diamondbacks at Chase Field last night. His name has been very much involved in trade rumors. Was that a distraction last night? Torey Lovullo was asked about that in terms of Gallen, but overall, and did not hide from that possibility.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of big league clubhouses for the past 16 years, and it's talked about. It's a real thing. It can be a distraction, but I think baseball players are conditioned to black noise, and when they can block it out and go out there and do their job, you're going to be successful. So I don't know what that answer is, Barry. I don't know what I could tell the guys. I don't know how to get around it. I don't run from things that are right in front of us. It's a real thing. I acknowledge it, talk about it, and just tell them to go out there at 6:40 and be the best version of yourself. That seems to be the best remedy for me. I don't think guys are always in there having little powwows and talking about who's going to go, who may be coming, whatever it is. Are we buyers? Are we sellers? I think pre-game they're in there working their butt off to go out and prepare. That's what I see when I walk through the clubhouse. But yeah, it's a real thing. I don't think there's a perfect answer for it. I'm sorry. I just kind of walked around 1,000 different thoughts, but I don't know what that means. But it's real. It's a real thing.
No, and
how could it not be?
No, exactly. I don't think it's necessarily as prevalent in the course of competition, just to put yourself in Zach Gallen's shoes. I mean, I think you got 4 days in between starts to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And once you take the mound to do your job, it's probably not even on the back burner.
Mm-hmm.
But in the other times of the day and the week, how could you not think about it?
Yeah.
Your place of employment might change at the drop of a hat.
Exactly. Especially if you've got a family and you're living in a place together and now suddenly you are being rumored. I don't know how it wouldn't consume you in the off hours. So, yeah, and props to Torey Lovello for being very candid and transparent about it. Yeah, it is a real thing. Yeah, I mean, just think about it in any other industry. If you could up and just get traded to another market overnight and have no say about it. Now, athletes, it's habituation. It happens enough where it becomes normal, even though it's not normal.
You know what? I'm going to take the opposite stance here. I'm going to say we should make this a thing.
Should we?
Yeah. I think it would keep employees in non-athletic fields of work more competitive, sharper.
Interesting. Anybody in mind, Jared? Anybody in mind, Vinny?
I'm not pointing at anybody.
What do you think of Albuquerque, Jarrett?
I have to learn how to spell it.
They got great green chili.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So listen. And when you have multiple guys, when you have a season like this one, you can even imagine it's even more profound with the Diamondbacks when you have multiple candidates. When you've been called the epicenter of the potential trade deadline moves. So you've got multiple guys in there who are decorated baseball players, all wondering, are we going or are we not? And for to have so little clarity attached to those questions, because up until right now, there are still debates. What are we going to do? Buy or sell or hybrid?
It's also like they have to be thinking, all right, two of our better players, Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte, are having very good years. We have four guys that everybody else in the rest of the league really wants to trade for. We have so much talent. Why aren't we doing better?
Yeah, well, there's that.
Go over to the injury report page.
Yeah,
and look at the number. The number.
That's just got to be frustrating.
But again,
we have all these guys people want to trade for.
The Astros are decimated by injuries. The Dodgers are. It's not just us.
Yeah, but it's also how you're equipped to deal with it.
Yeah.
And the Astros, from an offensive standpoint, they've dealt with a ton of injuries. Their pitching's been great. The Dodgers have dealt with more pitching injuries, believe it or not, than the Diamondbacks
How about
have.
it?
But they are more equipped than maybe any team in Major League history to deal with that. So,
I would. My gut feeling is, if I were running this baseball team, I think I would probably pass on signing Zach Gallen to a long-term extension. Now, this is just cold-hearted facts. This is not heart or fandom speaking. I would take a chance at re-signing Merrill Kelly based on the fact that his age probably precludes him from getting a big deal elsewhere. So I think that you could probably get him at a reasonable rate, and he'd be a great guy to keep at the front of the rotation along with Corbin Burns, who won't be around next year. But you know what I'm saying, to be that guy next year while Corbin Burns is gone. And then to lead a staff that's basically built with Brandon Pfaadt and Ryan Nelson.
And Erod.
this may come as a shock, but I looked at the odds for the Diamondbacks to make the playoffs and what Vegas is saying and what all they have to say.
That's a shock, Sammy.
I know, right?
Sammy.
Crazy, right? I don't even know what FanDuel is. But plus 730 to make the playoffs. So supreme underdogs is what Vegas thinks right now.
Yep. Do you have what it takes to take us down at fantasy football? Find out. Text fantasy to 620 620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host league, battle for glory, and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last long, so text fantasy to 620 620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals reporting to training camp today. They're on the practice field tomorrow. We'll get the lowdown and some of the big questions as they enter camp from azcardinals.com's very own Darren Urban. He'll join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card Scan is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, when I visited New Life Dental Implant Center's facility in Scottsdale, I literally could not believe how many people were in the clinic getting fitted for a brand new smile, and that's because New Life Dental Implant Center, they're changing the game, they're revolutionizing the industry, they're making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever to get a new smile and a new life. They offer amazing quality, unbeatable prices, everything is done in one location, you're not bouncing around to different offices in the valley, that's really cool. They've got an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. The entire process is entirely digital, which means your implants are going to be perfect. There is no guesswork. There is no human error. Your new smile is going to look absolutely fantastic. And if you've been plagued by missing teeth, loose teeth, dentures that don't fit so well, if you don't like taking pictures because you hate your smile, this is a great option. And at New Life Dental Implant Center, they are truly vibing on being the most affordable option you are going to find. They want their implants to be available for everybody. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000. You can find them online at newsmilearizona.com.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvicia is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul. A summer It can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And the Arizona Cardinals will be reporting to training camp today, and second-round pick and cornerback Will Johnson and the team have agreed to a 4-year deal this morning. On the diamond, the red-hot Eugenio Suarez was not enough to start the post-All-Star break run 4-0 as the Snakes lost to the Astros 6-3 last night. Zach Gallen went 6 innings, gave up 6 runs, including 2 home runs to Astro rookie Bryce Matthews, and the Snakes will need to bounce back tonight to continue to try and prove to GM Mike Hazen that this team has what it takes to be buyers at the deadline. And manager Torey Lovello has said that the deadline can be a distraction to his ball club.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of big league clubhouses for the past 16 years, and it's talked about. It's a real thing. It can be a distraction, but I think baseball players are conditioned to black noise, and when they can block it out and go out there and do their job, you're going to be successful. So,
said MLB trade deadline will be July 31st. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now, Red Reckoning.
Sounds so serious, doesn't it? It's still just football.
That's football. No, football is serious,
Oh,
Vinny.
I forgot. I'm getting back into football mode. As we all are, Cardinals reporting to training camp today. First practice tomorrow, first open practice on Thursday, and here to talk about some of the big storylines in the early stages of camp from azcardinals.com. The one and only Darren Urban joining us via video link.
Wow.
Darren, happy camp day to you, sir.
Don't worry about it, Vinny. Nobody takes you seriously.
Ain't that the truth? I'm glad you didn't say that with a complete straight face, Darren. We saw the news today. Ian Rappaport putting it out there that Cardinals' second-round pick, Will Johnson, has signed his contract, so that's one less thing to worry about, even though the Cardinals were confident that that would be taken care of. But as we get to camp, the biggest question on your mind at this stage right now, Darren, is what?
The biggest question, and everybody keeps talking about it, and this is a quarterback-driven league, guys. And if it's a quarterback-driven league, then it's going to be what happens with the quarterback and how effective he is going to be. And I know there's a lot of optimism for what Kyler can be as he continues to grow in this offense, that I think they have been very particular in how they've built it around him and how they want him to play and how it would best suit him for them to be successful. But the quarterback's always going to be in the hottest spotlight. I mean, that's just how this league works.
No doubt about it. Art, I want to talk to you about the defense, because there's a lot of excitement with how they have buffered and added to the defensive front, the defensive line, quite obviously. But marry that, if you will, with the innovation of Nick Rallis. And I read something where this might get really crazy with Garrett Williams being so good in zone coverage and Budda Baker so good at firing in and supporting the run defense. What might this look like? Nick Rallis with all these weapons to mess around with.
It's interesting, Vic, because, internally, in terms of my group and how we kind of look at stuff, we've always wondered, like, okay, as they ramp up the talent level on the defense, does that mean Nick Rollis does less kind of stuff like that because he's got just better players and he can be more traditional in where he was trying to like scheme things up when they didn't have the players? Or like you said, is he going to really lean into it harder because you have all these chess pieces and the players are just that much better, and now you can do all this cool stuff and have better players? So I'm very curious to see how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if you do it. I mean, when they walked in the door, especially defensively, I've never heard coaches talk more about wanting guys that are versatile and be able to play different places. And we've already seen it with the way they've deployed Buda, Jalen Thompson, Zaven Collins for sure. And like when they build up the defensive line, we want to say, okay, where does Jordan Birch play or where does Darius Robinson play? And I think that's probably trying to pigeonhole more. I mean, I think one of the reasons they like those guys is because they are going to be able to put them in all these different places. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. Although, let's be honest, we're not going to see a lot of it in training camp in the preseason where fans and media can see it or other teams can see it. We're not going to see it until we get to the regular season, probably.
Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned it, the beefing up of the defensive line, I think was one of the biggest storylines of the offseason, and I think maybe the most needed position upgrade, and they really went all in. I think it's the strength of the team. When people look at what might be a weakness for this team defensively, they'll mention the linebacker position. Kaiser White, who was a very important player, who's on the field a lot last year, is no longer here. How do you sum up the linebacker position going into camp?
Wide open. I mean, they're going to use Mac Wilson, obviously. What happens at the other spot and how often they use that other spot is going to be fascinating. I mean, you guys have talked about it a ton. There's Cody Simon. There's Akeem Davis Gaither, who has not played a lot on defense over his career, although he did do it the last 6 games. And you wonder, in my head, I wonder, like, do they see a guy? Because that's what happened when Mac Wilson showed up. Everybody said, well, what are you going to do with this guy? And they said from jump, we see a guy that's been underutilized, and in our defense, he can be somebody really good on defense. Do they see that with Davis Gaither? Is Owen Papo a guy who came in with freaky athletic talent? Is he a guy that they see can take that next step? And more importantly, how often are you going to want that extra linebacker? Are you going to use Zaven Collins there sometimes? Are you going to just stick with Mac Wilson there sometimes? You've mentioned all these safeties, all the different things they can do. I think it's possible there's less of a concern about where that inside linebacker core might be because they might use it less because of all the other options they have.
Good point.
I'm curious your thoughts on the offensive line and what that might look like. A lot of people don't remember that Jonah Williams is going to come back, only played 6 games for the team last year. A lot of people think he's among the best right tackles in the division. How do you think that unit is shaping up, Darren?
I think they have confidence in what Jonah Williams can do, assuming he's healthy, which is a fair question. But he was healthy the couple years before he got here, so how fluky was what happened last year. I think Evan Brown played solid at guard last year. Was he next level? No, but I think he played better than a lot of people thought he might, and you're already happy with Yelda Froholt and Paris Johnson. Obviously, the right guard position with Isaiah Adams presumably is something that you wonder about. But, I'm gonna say what I've been saying all offseason, which is you don't draft a dude in the 3rd round to assume that he's just going to be in the mix of a bunch of just guys. You're drafting him in the 3rd round because you think you can develop him into a good offensive lineman and a guy that can start in year 2. So I'm curious to see where Isaiah Adams is. I love his mindset. I think he's the kind of guy that they like. He's going to have to prove himself on a weekly basis and in camp, and they've got some other guys that could play there. And I'm not going to rule out anything else. But, like, I know people have brought up Will Hernandez. Well, Will Hernandez tore his ACL in October last year. So I don't know if he's even ready to play football at this point. So I don't even know if that would be an option, even if they would consider it. I think they want Isaiah Adams, a 3rd-round pick, to be able to step forward in year 2 and be that guy.
Last one from me, Darren, and we appreciate your time. A lot of people are waiting for the Cardinals maybe to add something to the wide receiver room. They didn't. I think that indicates a hope and a confidence in Marvin Harrison Jr. to elevate in year 2. But in the passing game, is there another level that Trey McBride can reach as a receiver? I mean, what he did last year after a really good 23 season was alarming. Does he have another level to him, do you think?
I don't know if I would say another level. He's at a pretty high level right now, Vince. I would think if there is improvement there on the receiving part of Trey McBride's game, I think it could come in the way of what we talked about last year is Marvin Harrison's game jumps to a spot where defenses are just in deep doo-doo, I guess. When you're trying to cover both those guys, and if they're worried too much about Marvin, then maybe Trey gets off even more. But I don't know. Trey McBride was playing at a really high level. Asking him to be more in the receiving game. I mean, obviously you want more touchdowns, but to me, touchdowns a lot of times for pass catchers are a matter of circumstance more than talent.
Darren, great stuff. Thanks for kicking off camp with us. We'll see you out there, man.
I'll be there.
All right. Darren's been doing it for a long time at azcardinals.com. Does a great job. He joined us via video link here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Reminder, you could take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, ESPN somehow left Larry Fitzgerald off their all-quarter century team in the NFL. Did another major outlet make the same mistake? We'll fill you in next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Vince Murata back to tell you about Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and they've got some amazing deals you need to hear about, and they're rolled out by my friend and general manager John Nissen and his entire team at Earnhardt Ford. But first, think about what it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford. How about zero? Yeah, I'm talking zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And this is available on the most popular models Ford has to offer: 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, the 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Another 0. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end September 30th, 2025. Stop into Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Tell them I sent you. They're at I-10 and Ray Road. Or you can get the no bull deals you've been looking for online at EarnhardtFord.com 24/7. And that ain't no bull.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Luke. How big would a Darius Robinson leap be for the Cardinals in 2025? We'll be talking training camp at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And we continue on the Tuesday edition here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Then it is Wolf and Luke, and they're out at training camp today. Back in June, we had some fun with this story, and by fun, kind of some head-scratching, too. ESPN put out their all-quarter century team in the NFL. You're seeing this a lot since we're 25 years in to the century. A lot of different outlets doing similar things. But back in June, they named their 53-man roster of players and then also coaches who they think had the best quarter centuries in the NFL. No surprise, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes were the quarterbacks. The fun for us got to when we scrolled down to the wide receiver position. 6 wide receivers on the team.
6 wide receivers on this
6
team.
wide receivers on the squad. Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones, Terrell Owens, Marvin Harrison Sr., Justin Jefferson. And then they went 8 deep because they had 2 practice squad wide receivers, Antonio Brown and Andre Johnson. Cardinals fans were up in arms. Where is Larry Fitzgerald, the second leading wide receiver statistically in the history of the NFL? All of those statistics came in the first 25 years of the century. How do you leave him out?
You could make an argument that of all the slights that have ever been made of athletes in Arizona, this might be the most egregious.
To not say he's a top 8 wide receiver of the last 25 years.
Right. And not only that, but Aaron Schatz and Seth Walder, who kind of presided over this project for ESPN, one of our listeners, after we discussed it on the air, actually got it to the attention of Seth Walder, who responded, we had a lot of heated debates on putting this together. This wasn't one of them. So Larry Fitzgerald wasn't even considered for a spot of this honor.
And again, it's in real time when we began talking about this story, I was hoping against hope that whoever put that list together, that it was just can you believe we forgot? Because we have that moment every week in Mock My World where we go, how did we forget him?
Mock My World's not necessarily an honor, though.
No.
And
let's face it, not that much thought goes into it.
But again, it's like there are athletes who have performed very well in Arizona that struggle for national attention. Larry Fitzgerald's not one of them. And Larry Fitzgerald, unlike Randy Moss, was not really a one-trick pony. The nuances to Larry Fitzgerald's game were as exquisite as the other stuff, as the hands, the never dropping passes, the more tackles than career drops, the incredible ability, the clock awareness. How many times did he know exactly when to go down to stop the play or to milk the clock as far as he could?
Yep.
The handing the ball to the referees, the never celebrating touchdown, all
the
of it's
blocking ability on the outside.
yeah, all of it's there. The big playability, the always coming down with the 50-50 balls, to leave him off the list. And there have been a lot of examples of athletes in Arizona who have not gotten their due. That might be the most egregious.
It's also like, well, he didn't win a Super Bowl. Most of those names you just mentioned didn't win a Super Bowl. Yeah. So you can't hold that against them.
And you don't hold it against wide receiver. You only hold it against basketball players and quarterbacks. It's true.
It is true. SI.com has gone down a similar road in terms of this exercise, putting together their all quarter century teams. They split it up. They didn't do it as a 53-man roster. They did first team, second team, third team. They got it right. Larry Fitzgerald was included on the first team on SI.com, and this was headed up by Albert Breer. Tom Brady, the quarterback. LaDainian Tomlinson at running back. Fitzgerald is joined by Randy Moss and Calvin Johnson at wide receiver. Travis Kelce is the tight end. An offensive line of Joe Thomas and Jonathan Ogden at the tackles. Zach Martin and Alan Faneca, another former Cardinal for a year, at guards, and Jason Kelce at center. Although the graphic, and I kind of screenshotted the graphic to put it in my notes for today, Bick. Fitzgerald's on the first team offense, but they mistakenly labeled him as a running back.
Wow.
I'm seeing that too. It's hilarious.
Wow.
So the receivers that were behind Fitzgerald and Moss and Johnson on the second and third teams, Terrell Owens, Julio Jones got the second team honors. And then they went with 3 third-teamers, Tyreek Hill, Antonio Brown, and Marvin Harrison. Tyreek Hill wasn't mentioned at all in the ESPN exercise either, interestingly enough.
Well, they picked Justin Jefferson.
Which, look, Justin Jefferson is a devastating player, and statistically, the beginning of his career has been dominant. But we're talking about a really small percentage of that quarter century that he's been on a football field.
It's like picking Cal Raleigh as your catcher of the quarter century.
Yeah. I mean, although he's had 4 really good years in a row.
Well, so is Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting you to go to the catcher thing, so I don't have my fingertips on who he's competing against. Tom Brady, first team offense quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, second. Peyton Manning, third. How about that? There were other Cardinals on these lists as well. Second team offense, Adrian Peterson. Obviously didn't have his best years as a Cardinal. He's one of the running backs. Third team offense, nobody with a Cardinals tie-in. Patrick Peterson made third team defense at corner along with Ronde Barber. Tyrann Mathieu was a third team safety. So the Cardinals were represented a bit on these. J.J. Watt was a first-team defender, of course. Again, end of his career with the Cardinals.
Right.
Bulk of his career with Texans. But I think SI captured the totality of the quarter century way better than the ESPN.
Well, again, the Larry Fitzgerald omission, in my opinion, and this is not just because I'm in Arizona and these are our teams. It really invalidated the entire exercise.
You could argue that if they did an all-time in the history of football team, Larry Fitzgerald should be on the first team.
Yes, but if these outlets went down that road and did it, you want to talk about ghost town? Fitz wouldn't show up. But he just wouldn't.
No,
You could argue he's the second best receiver ever.
You can.
He's definitely top 5. It's crazy.
I think you'd have people fight you on that, too. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half-Day Club of the season this Wednesday. Tomorrow, as the D-backs take on the Astros.
Text the word half to 620-620, and we'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. Once again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next, we'll head into some social studies with Sammy Cebulka here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The best way to actually stay in this and make a run is that Zach Gallen just gets going. And 2 of his last 3 starts have been great, and you just keep them. Because, again, when you look at where they were roster-wise at the start of the season, they've been decimated by injuries.
Yeah.
But if you compare this roster to what it was in 2023 when they went to the World Series, on paper, their rotation is better. The numbers aren't, but on paper, their rotation is better. And if Zach Gallen starts pitching like Zach Gallen, then it will be, at least as good. And your hitting is definitely better because your hitting is one of the best in baseball, and it wasn't necessarily, it was good in 2023, but it wasn't like this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood. It's because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City. They are there waiting to build you the backyard of your dreams. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018, and they offer a whole bunch of different great services: landscape lighting, outdoor lighting, traditional landscaping, pergolas, artificial grass. In fact, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. Hardscapes like patios and sidewalks, customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills, and they are fantastic if you are a golfer for building customized state-of-the-art putting greens. No matter what the project, they love helping customers create those personalized outdoor retreats, and the customer satisfaction reports are outstanding. I highly recommend go check out their website, see samples of their work, check out their near 1,000 5-star reviews. Gives you a real good indication as to the character and the craftsmanship of the company. You can find them online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the long ball that killed Zach Gallen and the D-backs last night in a 6-3 loss to the Houston Astros. And here is Zach Gallen on the mistakes that led to those home runs last night.
Feels like it. Feels like every time I make a mistake, it tends and turns to be out to a home run, which is unfortunate. It's hard to keep runs off the board when the balls are leaving the ballpark.
But they get a chance tonight to bounce back and see if the National League Player of the Week, Eugenio Suarez, can stay scorching hot. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the valley, your Arizona Cardinals have reported to training camp this morning. And where does the roster stack up against the rest of the NFL, you might ask? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us. Time to head to social media, where we all want to go.
Yeah, we got some
some social studies.
For some
The
social
happiest
studies.
place on earth.
Yeah, not a bad word ever on social media. But we're on X at Bickley_Murata. That's where we will put all these questions. If you want to reply, give us a follow and hit the reply button. We're on Bickley and Murata elsewhere, in Arizona Sports on YouTube. And the Arizona Cardinals have reported to training camp this morning, and there's going to be a lot of questions before the season starts, whether it's with the defense, the coaching, offense, and Kyler Murray. But we focused on Kyler Murray for our first question. So we asked Cardinal fans, what do you think Kyler's ceiling is at this point, and why?
I think his ceiling is to be a competent quarterback throughout a full season. That's one thing we haven't seen yet. He got back to starting all 17 games. He had started every game in his career his first 2 years in the league, then ran into some injury issues, obviously with a major knee injury. So he got back to that, crossed that bridge. But we still haven't seen him be consistent winning quarterback over the course of a season.
Yeah.
I still think he's got it in him.
He has been an MVP candidate for short periods of time. He needs to find a way to be that guy the entire length of the season. And again, if a lot of this is playing out between his ears, then I think he's got enough experience now. He needs to have the comfort zone to make it all happen. And that to me is the bottom line here. In reading some of the scouts' opinions of Kyler Murray, a lot of them are astounded at how good he can look, yet how inconsistently he can be that good.
Yeah. A couple of responses here. JDW puts it a little differently. He said Kyler's floor is more important than his ceiling at this point. Everyone should know that his ceiling's pretty good and good enough to compete deep into the playoffs. I think he makes a good point there. And then DNB Band says, I think he can go as far as the team strings him. We just saw Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl over the Chiefs nonetheless. That's the kind of formula with Kyler that can win games for the Cardinals. So
yeah, but the makeup of the rosters is different.
Sure.
We've talked about how much top flight talent Philadelphia has at nearly every position on the field. The Cardinals don't have that yet. And I'm not trying to take away anything from Jalen Hurts. I think he got disrespected in his quarterback rankings in ESPN, being the 9th overall quarterback, but there are similarities, but there's a lot of differences in those situations.
100%. We'll jump to the Diamondbacks, and we've talked a little bit today about, has Zach Gallen potentially pitched his last game in Chase Field as a Diamondback. So we asked D-back fans, where does Zach Gallen rank on your list of all-time D-back pitchers? Who are your top 5 and why? Is he a top 5 D-back pitcher for you guys?
I think he's in the mix.
He might be in the mix. Randy Johnson is clearly number 1. You would have to put Kurt Schilling somewhere in there just based on his postseason performance in the World Series. It doesn't happen without Kurt. You would have to put Brandon Webb in that mix. You would have to put...
See, I'm clear on my top 3.
Yeah.
In
that's my
order,
top
it's
3.
Johnson, Webb, Schilling for me.
Okay.
But then when you looking at 4 and 5, Merrill Kelly's in the mix.
He's got to be there for
Gallen's
that postseason.
in the mix.
Yeah.
Dan Herron?
Zach,
No?
I don't know.
There's some
Dan
traction in
Herron
responses.
was good, but I think he ranks behind. I
Yeah.
think he's outside the top 5.
Zach Greinke is in the mix.
There were some
Robbie
Ian
Ray,
Kennedy.
Patrick
Yeah.
Corbin, Ian Kennedy. I think are all in the mix
Ian
too.
Kennedy did have like 2 really good years.
How about
One
Mason
really good
Saunders?
year. Mason Saunders. No.
Never heard of him, Gracie.
You really got me.
Boy.
I think he
Any
is.
love for Omar Dahl among the?
No, but there is some hilarious. There was a response with Johnson, Schilling, Webb, sure, and then Jose Valverde and Brad Ziegler was the 4 and 5.
Yeah, those are
list.
closers, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Yeah, I limited it to starters. And Brad Ziegler was a very, very good relief pitcher for a long time, and Valverde was dominant for a stretch.
But if I'm going relievers, like, I know it's kind of short-lived, but Archie Bradley would be maybe in the mix there.
Definitely short-lived.
Short-lived.
All of them. They haven't had a long-lived reliever.
No, we haven't.
They've all had, bursts of glory.
Matt Manti.
You're really breaking out the Tom Brenneman this morning.
I'm going down memory lane.
Kierman Ryan, he brings up a good point. He said he crossed the threshold of 1,000 strikeouts yesterday. And he said it's obvious, he thinks it's time to move on, but he believes that crossing that threshold as a Diamondback would enter him in the top 5 Diamondback pitchers of all
But
time.
technically, he doesn't have 1,000 as a Diamondback.
Well, no, 1,000 total, but
Yeah.
mostly with the Diamondbacks.
He's 4th all time on the Diamondback strikeout list. Randy Johnson, Brandon Webb, Robbie Ray are above him.
So if
Robbie Ray was Bob Ray too often with the D-backs.
Yes.
Bob Ray. So our last question, we talked about it at the beginning of the show of Jarrett's family, of shouted him out yesterday, and was it?
They couldn't conceptualize
Yes.
that this was a live radio show every morning. They kept referring to it as a podcast. How do I get your podcast?
What time do you guys record your podcast?
Right.
And so we asked, what is something that people under 20 just can't understand or conceptualize about life, pop culture, or sports? This is a fun question.
Yeah, the art of entertaining yourself without a cell phone in your hand.
It's true.
That's the answer. Because I was like, my younger son is still under 20. He's 19. He doesn't turn 20 until September, and he's got a pretty good historical feel on things. I mean, I've never really had anything where I've told him about something and he's like, wow, it used to be that way. But the whole phone thing, I mean, it's impossible for some people in their 50s to conceptualize that now. I used to live without this thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's the strongest answer.
It is. Some of the responses are pretty good. Daryl Lee says, what it's like to have to walk to school. Uphill in the snow both ways.
Of course.
With no shoes.
Exactly. I liked this one because Lujan says Sports Center with Stuart Scott, Dan Patrick, and Rich Eisen was the best. I think early, 2000 Sports Center is just, I mean, this is biased, but I think the peak. That's when I watched it the
Totally.
most.
Yep.
And they'll never understand the iconic graphics and waiting for the Sports Center top 10 in the morning. I used to wake up and watch that every single day, and I was stoked about it. I have some of my brother's friends, they're younger. They don't live in that world.
Yeah,
there was a time when Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann were a fantastic combination.
It was the late 90s.
Sounds
mid-90s.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I grew up with Stuart Scott and Scott Van Pelt. I loved those guys.
But social media has kind of ruined that anticipation of even the top 10 because by the time you see it on ESPN the next morning, you've already seen all those highlights individually on social media.
True. Wookie says starting pitchers going 7+ innings.
What?
Yeah,
that never happened.
Mike Wood went the cell phone route, but not that you are entertained by it. That everyone didn't have a cell phone to document every single thing that they did and that you did.
How many times have you thought about that? Speaking to you, Jarrett, and you, Bick, you're exempt from this, Sammy, because you didn't experience it. But trying to apply what having a smartphone with a camera on it would have been like in your high school career or your days of youth.
Well, I talk about this with my dad all the time because we'll be asking, talking about sports or debating something or a trivia question, and I'll just look it up on my phone. And my dad was like, I used to have this, debate sports talks with my friends all the time, and you used to just not know.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't know the answer to something unless you came across somebody who did know the answer to it. Or I guess if you had an almanac at home or an encyclopedia.
Or you went to the library.
Wow.
That's a crazy
concept. Dewey Decimal System, Vinny?
What a scam that was.
Catalog? Wow.
Some good answers. We're out of time, but keep those coming. There's some really good answers left. I can't even lie.
Thanks, Sammy.
Yeah, for sure.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up, Cardinals going to camp today, and everybody's in the fold. We'll update that and more next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them. The age of your house can be an indicator. And then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills, $666 last July. That essentially proved my windows are shot, which they are. And that's why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company. Their motto is to treat customers like friendship. They offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. They are co-owned by former Utah legend, former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. Sports fans might remember him, and you should know about this company because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They're the manufacturers. They've got a factory here in the Valley. They build your windows specifically for our climate. Then they install them. Then they guarantee them for life. They also have a fantastic summertime special underway. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. That's right, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. Do what I did. Call today. Beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
Yeah, I think the first thing that stands out is obviously just the football IQ part, and I feel like that was the thing we saw even to him in Michigan was just being able to be really instinctive and make plays on the ball. And so you take that and you add his size and all those things, and just again a guy who's willing to learn. I think that's a really good mix to have to add to the room where we already have a lot of guys as well. So I feel good about him and everybody else in the room.
That's Garrett Williams of the Cardinals back on July 8th talking about a newcomer to the cornerback room, Will Johnson. Johnson? Yeah, and
I thought he was holding out because there was too many Ohio State dudes on the team.
Not true. Will Johnson was the third to last draft pick to be signed across the NFL. There was a big delay with second-round picks this year because two teams, the Cleveland Browns and the Houston Texans, decided early in the process after the draft that they were going to fully guarantee contracts for second-round picks, which had never been done before.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the league went, wait, what's going on here? What are they doing? They're upsetting the apple cart. So there was a big delay. Then you saw it trickle down a little bit to percentage of guarantees for second-round picks. It just took a little bit longer with Will Johnson. He's in the fold, signed his deal today. I haven't seen any reporting on what percentage is fully guaranteed for Will Johnson in his rookie deal. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is he's there, ready to participate, and ready to contribute as a rookie.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really, you would think that with rookie salaries being slotted, there's no excuse for not getting these guys in camp.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Cincinnati Bengals!
Yeah, because now there's two draft picks that remain unsigned. One is Shamar Stewart, the first-round pick of the Bengals out of Texas A&M, and that's been a total mess. We brought that up earlier in the show. Quinshon Judkins, the running back from Ohio State, second-round pick of the Browns, remains unsigned. He's going through some legal issues right now, so that's complicating it. That's the only reason why he hasn't been signed to this point.
That makes sense.
So everybody's in the fold, ready to go for day one tomorrow, Bick.
Yeah, so there you go. Let the excitement begin to build, and I think it is a very exciting time. What I mentioned to Darren Urban that I am most intrigued about is the idea that Nick Rallis has been sort of egging it for 2 years now, and he's been kind of scheming up defenses because he's had to scheme up wild defenses for a lack of talent. And now you've got real depth and real dudes and real talent. Does it mean you're going back to playing straight up, or does it mean you get even more creative? I've read some people who think they might get real innovative with Garrett Williams, who's fantastic in zone coverage, and then you've got the two other safeties, and you have all three guys kind of loitering in the middle of the field, and no one knows if they're coming or going. And it would capitalize on Garrett Williams' strength to drop back into zone coverage. It would capitalize on Budda Baker's strength to fire at a ball carrier and attack the line of scrimmage. Jalen Thompson's the exact same way. He's a big hitting kind of safety. So the idea of creating a defense that is not only good but vicious has me very excited. And whether it comes to pass or not, I don't know. I remember once going into a year in, I think, around 2000 when they drafted Andre Wadsworth. There was the Cactus Crunch back in the day, and that was a defense that was going to be built around Simeon Rice, Mark Smith, Andre Wadsworth, and Eric Swan. And
on paper, it was devastating.
On paper, it looked devastating. Never really did much. Never came to fruition. So there's a big difference between looking good on paper and looking good on a football field. Let's hope this team is the latter.
Yeah, something I had mentioned to Darren Urban as well was, and I was kind of kicking myself for the way I phrased the question on Trey McBride maybe having another level. The way I should have phrased it to Darren was the lack of an addition to the receiving core for this year. Does that show more faith in, hey, we can be successful with Trey McBride as our number one receiving option? Or do you think that puts more faith or belief in Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to take a big leap in year two? Maybe it's a combination of the two.
I think it's that, and I think it's the fact that they're keeping the main thing, which is running the football.
That too.
You know what I mean? So I think it's a little of everything. I think Trey McBride's versatility in the passing game, his incredible ability to always be open, the banking on Marvin Harrison Jr. to have a very big second season, plus the fact that you're going to remain a physical, run-oriented team. I think all those reasons are why they didn't invest in another wide receiver.
Yeah, Mike Sando from The Athletic was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports, and he believes the Cardinals can have success with Trey McBride being that number one target.
Yeah, I think you can. I think any more of the tight ends that are in these offenses are kind of receivers anyway. So we will see that sometimes that a receiving tight end ends up being your number one option. Of course, you'd love to have a number one wide receiver, who really takes the pressure off of him and makes teams have to pick their poison. But I think you can succeed on offense with a tight end getting a lot of the targets.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Trey McBride individually, and we've spent some time reflecting on the top 10 position rankings that ESPN put out. Trey McBride, from going into last year where he was an honorable mention, elevated to number 4. I think there's a chance a year from now at this time we could be talking about Trey McBride being thought of as the best best tight end in all of football. Now, there's other one. The guys at the top are Kittle's still great. Brock Bowers is unbelievable.
That's the guy, yeah.
Laporta is unbelievable, but he can be right there with him. And
because
in many people's eyes, he already is.
As amazing as Trey McBride's year was last year, and as young as Trey McBride is, Brock Bowers had an even better year and is even younger.
Yeah. And is even younger. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think that's going to be the dude who commandeers the position going forward. But Trey McBride is a superstar.
Trey McBride is definitely, if not passed, is about to pass the old guard of Travis Kelce and George Kittle and those guys.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So I do think that, I mean, that's the fact. You asked Darren Urban that question, is there another level for Trey McBride? It is hard to conceptualize because he was just so good last year. And the one thing you would take exception to, well, the touchdowns weren't there. Well, that's not his fault.
I think Darren covered that too. That's happenstance a lot of times.
Yep.
Now, I think it got frustrating at a point for Trey McBride last year because between the 20s, he was ridiculous and unstoppable in most games. But the connection between quarterback, play calling, and receiver inside the red zone didn't really come to fruition. When he had a running touchdown and a fumble recovery touchdown before a catch, that kind of shined a light on it.
But listen, I don't know the stats, and I might be wrong about this, but I don't think that's a strength of Kyler Murray. I don't think throwing to the interior of a football field in the red zone is his strength. I would agree with you. And I think it's a vision issue. And it's no fault of his own, but I think that's a lot of times where the tight end lives. Now, Kyler Murray has thrown a number of touchdown passes out of broken plays in the red zone and scored a number of touchdowns himself. But just the scheme it up, draw it up, execute it, Doesn't happen very often.
True.
So I think that's a factor in those low touchdown totals. So, but again, that's not a knock against Trey McBride. There is no world in which you look at his lack of touchdowns in the receiving game and say, "Oh, that's on you, bud."
It's not like he dropped a ton of open passes in the end. It's not like he got tackled at the one because he couldn't make a move.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Trey McBride ended last year with 2 touchdowns. You're going over, under 4.5 touchdowns this year for Trey McBride.
Oh, I'm
even
going
with
over.
2, I'm still going over.
I'm going over.
Yeah,
I'll find that line for you.
That dam is going to break sometime.
Text the word fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You can step into your favorite hosts' leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last long. Text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, it's Tuesday. The latest edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Is up next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Cards Camp is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and there's an assumption by consumers that prices have to be lowest at big box stores, and that's because when people walk into those stores, you often see a TV at the front with a real low price, and you think, wow, I've got to shop here. What you don't know is that those TVs are hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you instead should shop at Waltz. They're going to do a lot more things for you. They'll give you expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. We're talking 7 decades of experience. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff that can get you into the electronics you're looking for. They'll give you the wisdom you'll never get at a big box store. They'll also give you a great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. It's pretty spectacular. All the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of audio components, outdoor televisions as well. And best of all, with all that expertise and all that experience, you will not pay a premium at Waltz because they also offer unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz and they will match it. While you're there, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get a little extra incentive. You'll get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, Or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhart is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are reporting to training camp today, and second-round pick Will Johnson and the team have agreed to a 4-year deal this morning. On the diamond, the red-hot Eugenio Suarez was not enough to start the post-All-Star break run 4-0, as the Snakes lost to the Astros last night 6-3. Zach Gallen went 6 innings, gave up 6 runs, including 2 home runs to Astro rookie Bryce Matthews. And the Snakes will need to bounce back tonight to continue to try and prove to GM Mike Hazen that this team has what it takes to be buyers at the deadline. And manager Torey Lovullo has said that the deadline can and has been a little bit of a distraction for the team.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of big league clubhouses for the past 16 years, and it's talked about. It's a real thing. It can be a distraction, but I think baseball players are conditioned to black noise, and when they can block it out and go out there and do their job, you're going to be successful. So,
said trade deadline will be July 31st. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is frankly a question we've been asking a lot throughout the show, and it is, has Zach Gallen thrown his last pitch as an Arizona Diamondback at Chase Field?
I'm going to vote yes.
I believe he has as well.
Yeah, that's where the response agree with you guys. 76% of the vote voted yes, 24% in the no category. So we will see. Deadline 9 days away.
It's down a little bit. It was 80% earlier today when I checked it. Yeah.
All right.
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote now at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Okay, so this is about mustaches.
This is about mustaches. Also about providing the greatest infotainment in all of sports radio, because this is America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, mustache.
Not a
mustache. And I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata will have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person first, when the 10 points win. And today's topic, because we are starting training camp.
Uh-huh.
And when you think of camp, you think of
camping.
And then when you think of camping, you think of campfires. And when you think of campfires, you think of telling ghost stories. So it's all things having to do with ghosts.
Wow. Wow, that is quite something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd be surprised after doing this for 5 years how many topics we've gone through, and I had to try to find the connection here, and I did ghost.
Trust me, I was reminded of it last Tuesday.
Yes. Well, there's some repeats with new, fresh topics, but Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
Sure, I'll go first, Jared.
You will go first with this one.
Ghost Riders in the Sky. That has got to be Johnny Cash, not a mustache.
That is correct.
It rhymed.
Oh, well done.
John Cash, no mustache.
Johnny Stash. Well, that'd be a good, tribute band if you all had mustaches.
Johnny Stash? Yeah, it would be.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
Vince.
There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If there's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
That is Ray Parker Jr. Mustache.
That is correct. What did you think about in Ghostbusters 2 that they made this song canon as part of the world? Do you remember there's a scene where they're at a birthday party and Dan Aykroyd's dancing around when there's something strange in your neighborhood?
I gave it no thought after I saw it for the first time.
Well, I've been thinking about it ever since.
Yeah, now it's just going to haunt me.
Yep.
Speaking of ghosts.
All right. Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Too long I've been parched of thirst and unable to quench it. Too long I've been starving to death and haven't died. I feel nothing. Not the wind on my face, nor the spray of the sea. You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Turner. You're in one.
That is the pirate Captain Barbossa, not Leandro Barbossa. It's Geoffrey, Geoffrey. What's his last name? Rush, maybe?
Yes.
That's okay.
You got it.
And that's definitely a mustache.
Yes, you got it. Well done.
Such a great pirate
Pirates of the-
character.
Yeah, that was a great movie. Even the sequels. There's another new one coming out with Johnny Depp and all them.
Yeah.
Wow.
They were going to reboot it. Even our friend Rhett Reese was, but they canceled that and are bringing back. Anyway, here we go. Next clue for you, Vince.
Yes.
I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively. I lived through the Black Plague, and I had a pretty good time during that. I've seen The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now, what do you think?
I'm the ghost with the most, babe.
That is Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice. Not a mustache.
That is correct. And this is, of course, a spooky themed edition because, of course,
Halloween.
Cardinals training camp is.
Because training camp, everybody thinks about ghosts.
Camps,
Right.
yes.
Yeah, right.
Campfires, ghost stories. You know how it goes.
Okay.
All right. Dan Bickley.
Tied at 4.
Don't feel the reaper.
You got to have more cowbell. I'm telling you, boys. That's Blue Oyster Cult. Their singer, Mustache.
Yes, you are correct.
Was the singer's name actually Gene?
I don't know. But they, in the reenactment, the famous Saturday Night Live more cowbell sketch, they did try to make them look like. I don't know about the cowbell guy, but the other characters, they tried to make them look like the real ones. All right, Vince Marotta.
Yes.
Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood.
That is the great Vincent Price. Mustache.
Isn't it amazing how he became the voice of terror during that generation?
Yeah. It's.
They got him to say to terrorize y'all's neighborhood.
And one of the last things he ever did was that.
Really true, yeah.
I think the last thing he ever did was Edward Scissorhands.
Oh,
that's
that's
right.
right. That's right.
And it's funny because he died in the story. He died before he was done making Edward. In real life, he died before they were done making the movie.
Wow.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Tied at 6. Double perfect game going on.
As a duly designated representative of the city, county, and state of New York, I order you to cease any and all supernatural activity and return forthwith to your place of origin or to the nearest convenient parallel dimension.
Are you a god?
No.
Dan Aykroyd, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right. Vince Marotta.
Great movie.
This is a short one, so listen up.
Okay.
We're gonna keep bringing it. Seeing ghosts.
That is, that's Sam Darnold. Did he have a mustache at that time? Did he not? I'm going to go not.
Yeah, that is
Good
correct.
guess.
He does
Good
not have a
guess.
mustache. Very good.
But he has had one at
Good
different
guess.
times in his playing career, I think.
Yes, well, I just in that one he did not. That was, of course, audio when he was with the Jets.
Monday Night Football.
All right, we're down to the last 2 clues here.
Oh, it's getting tense in the studio right now.
Dan.
Uh-huh.
Ghost theme. Ghost.
Little ghost, what I'm scared of most. Can you scare me up a little bit of love? I'm the only one that sees you, and I can't do much to please you, and it's knocking down to meet the Lord above.
The male voice we're looking for there.
Whoa, I've never heard this before.
Neither have I.
Can you roll it by me again?
Little ghost, what I'm scared of most. Can you scare me up a little bit of love? I'm the only one that sees you, and I can't do much to please you, and it's knocking down to meet the Lord above.
I was hoping I could distill the voice, and I cannot. Not a mustache.
Okay, that
No
was
guess, not a mustache.
Jack White.
Oh!
That was the White Stripes. That was him and Meg singing
okay.
from their album.
All right, never
Get
heard the song
Behind Me, Satan. From the album Get Behind Me, Satan. That was Little Ghost. And he, according to he has a mustache. Is what I was trying to say. I was trying to give his technical.
Did you guess not a mustache?
He did.
I did.
All right.
All right, Vince. I think you can get this one,
Oh, boy.
but we'll see.
This is for the...
Rolling the headless Thompson gunner. The eternal Thompson gunner, still wandering through the night. Now it's 10 years later, but it still keeps up the fight.
Have you ever heard that song before?
No.
Okay.
At the end of it, I'm going to guess Warren Zevon.
Good guess.
Mustache.
It does not have a mustache, but you got Warren
yeah,
Zevon.
yeah.
You only did the 1 point. Really good.
That's very good.
That was really good.
You did what I couldn't do with Jack White.
That was
I
very
reverse
impressive.
engineered the voice, and you landed on the right guy.
Yeah, but I mean, I never heard that White Stripes song. That didn't sound like typical White Stripes to me.
No.
It's a good, really good White Stripes song. That's a really good Warren Zevon song. And like I said, I'm here not just to entertain, but to educate.
Yes.
And I'm bringing the masses. As we talked about, people under 20 just don't have the same pop culture references that all of us do. And I wanted to. Sammy, have you heard any of did you hear any of those clues? Did you know any of those today?
I knew the Seeing Ghosts ones from Sam Darnold.
Well, there you go. Now you have 9 other bits of information in your brain, and that's how we play.
What Jarrett knows.
Not a mustache.
Mustache.
Close game. Well done, both.
Final thoughts on after a very spooky game. Coming up on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've heard of Christmas in July? It's Halloween in July.
If you only got a mustache.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. What does that mean? Are there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Let's test Jarrett's ghost knowledge.
Yeah, Jarrett.
This might be in your wheelhouse, Jarrett.
We'll grant you the not a mustache part. You don't know it. All right, so here's
I don't know. I like this song.
What year did you graduate college?
What?
What year did you graduate college?
04.
This song is from 04.
Here's a funny story. So when my lovely daughter Skylar was very, very young, she was a huge fan of Tegan and Sarah. And
not a mustache.
Right, not a mustache. So we're coming back from Chicago, and we're upstairs outside the terminal on the curb, street side, and I look over and I see two girls who are Tegan and Sarah. I recognized them immediately with their two bandmates. And I went, Skylar, you are not going to believe this, but that's Tegan and Sarah right there. She goes, no way. I go, yeah, it is. Come on, follow me. So I went up and I said, hey, are you guys in a rock band? And both girls look at me and go, oh, yeah, but you'd never know of us. And I said, oh, contraire. You are Tegan and Sarah. And they were like, how do you know? I'm like, well, this little girl right here is how I know.
Isn't there I meant to ask you about this. I think I saw a trailer for a documentary about one of the members of Tegan and Sarah and how she was like, somebody pretended to be her online for years and years.
Is that right?
I gotta look this up. I think that's the case. They also sing on one of my favorite songs of all time. This band called Night Terrors of 1927. They sing back up on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is taking me back to my
this is
my alternative roots.
This is right back in the Wayback
I like this
Machine.
song. I've heard of the band, but I don't know
this
song.
This was like their first big hit, wasn't it, Vic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Walking with a Ghost, Tegan and Sarah, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Can I sound diva-ish for a very rare occasion?
Yeah. Sure.
So before the show started today, and from time to time, the good folks, Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey over at KTAR News, our sister station, they'll say, hey, something in sports is happening. We'd love to have you on to come talk about it. So 5 o'clock hour when they get started. Today they wanted to talk about the beginning of Cardinals training camp. So I went over there, and on their social media channel at KTAR, I just saw the post that they had promoting me coming on. Hey, coming up, Vince Murata from Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports joins us, and they had included a picture of me that was taken from the most awkward photo shoot I've ever been a part of. It was done from somebody outside the building. They literally took my picture for an hour doing weird things or just around the office.
Okay.
And including one like, hey, take a sip of this water bottle. And that's the picture that got used for this post. And I look like I'm half dead and half asleep. And I need look, I get it. I'm not photogenic. That's code for not good looking.
Nobody's photogenic when you show up for work at 4:30 in the morning. I'm sorry.
So I sent Jim a text and I said, can you guys pick a worse? If you need one, I can get you a picture of me with my finger up my nose.
If that would help, yeah, right.
Goodness gracious.
Well, the picture they're using now is beautiful of you.
I didn't see the new one.
It's good looking. Red background, straight on. Got about I'd say about an 8 o'clock shadow there.
Yeah, that's probably not. It's probably better than this one, but thanks for taking care of that, Jim. I appreciate it. All right, diva mode over. Did you see who's the starting pitcher for the Kansas City Royals today, Dan Bickley?
I did. Rich Hill, Vinny. 45-year-old Rich Hill.
I saw there was a he's only 5 connections away from some pitcher that pitched in 1881.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Rich Hill at age 45 called up, and he will start today for the Kansas City Royals against the Chicago Cubs. He has played for
everybody.
The Red Sox, Dodgers, Cubs, Cleveland, the Pirates, the Rays, the Orioles, Yankees, A's, Mets, Padres, Twins, Angels. He will add another team to that list today when he throws his first pitch for the Royals.
So here's the 5 connections, all right? Rich Hill faced Jamie Moyer in his career.
Okay.
Jamie Moyer faced Steve Carlton in his career. Steve Carlton faced Warren Spahn. Warren Spahn faced Satchel Paige, and Satchel Paige was a teammate of Bill Gatewood, who was born in 1881.
That's unbelievable. That's excellent. Here's the other baseball story I wanted to bring up real quickly. Did you see that the Phillies won a game on a catcher's interference?
Yeah. Walk off.
This almost looks like it's a new ploy from batters because it was a very suspicious play. Then Saturday, Josh Naylor did it, and the broadcasters were kind of like, yeah, he kind of engineered that to happen.
And then what happened next? Suarez hit a home run in the next. That was very influential. In that game.
Yeah. So I wonder if this is a new thing from desperate hitters to go mitt seeking.
Yeah, but it's pretty. Sarah Lang's put it out there. It's like the first time that's happened in a game since it's been forever. A walk-off catcher interference. Talk about your anticlimactic endings.
Yeah. What? Game's over.
And by the way, are the Milwaukee Brewers ever going to lose again?
No, never.
That scrappy bunch of Pat Murphy just keeps winning baseball games.
They have the lowest exit velocity in all of baseball.
They just win.
The Harvey no-bangers.
Yeah, there you go. That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Darren Urban for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke, live from Cards Camp, straight ahead here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know, at first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what, let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that, then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the long ball that killed Zach Gallen and the Diamondbacks last night in a 6-3 loss to the Houston Astros. Here was Gallen on the mistakes he made yesterday that led to the 2 home runs.
Feels like it. Feels like every time I make a mistake, it tends and turns to be out to a home run, which is unfortunate. It's hard to keep runs off the board when the balls are leaving the ballpark.
But they get a chance to bounce back tonight and see if the National League Player of the Week, Eugenio Suarez, can stay scorching hot. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the valley, the Arizona Cardinals have reported to training camp this morning. Where does the roster stack up against the rest of the NFL, you might ask? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Tuesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf. What's up, Mitch?
Hi. And away fastball was not my favorite thing to watch last night. How are you?
Set me up with that. I'm, I guess, less good now that I've heard that input.
Well, okay. In all fairness, I try to come up with some sort of clever thing to do in the quote-unquote cold open of the show, and then, quite frankly, I get upset because the first thing I think is the Diamondbacks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we're going to start. We're going to start with the Diamondbacks.
But I don't always want to just start with the sportsy thing. I want to be like, oh, I woke up this morning and the cats that I'm house sitting for did blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Because that feels a little more interesting than what we had to watch last night.
Maybe replace the blah, blahs with actual details. But
but I don't have any actual details. That's my problem.
That's actually what they did. They just looked at you and said, blah, blah, feed me, basically.
They're very interesting cats in the sense that, you know, generally speaking, cats are not very around humans all that much. One of them in particular doesn't want anything to do with me as far as I know.
Sounds like a cat.
They're just like thankful for the food, thankful for the ability to walk around, and then they dart whenever I'm within like a foot of them. The other one has seemingly grown on me to the point where I wake up this morning and it's laying on my leg.
Bit you? Oh.
No.
So I'm trying to liven it up.
Not that kind of.
It was a tiger, and it tried to bite you, but you narrowly dodged, and that's how you got here.
Now all I can think of is the Hangover. It's just
it worked.
There's a tiger in the bathroom.
You just have to put something in a steak and throw it at it, and it'll be fine.
We should try that with Zach Gallen. Just put a tiger in the bathroom.
Zach Gallen Fanakis.
Yeah.
We're dangerously close to being the city that had Zach Allen and Zach Gallen to having neither of them after the way things went last night.
We also had two Monties at one time, and then that quickly went aside.
Yeah.
We have two Corbins.
That was getting confusing. No, I'm fine keeping the two Corbins.
Yes.
But the two
But then
Monties
we
was
immediately
getting
lost one after 3
Yeah,
months.
it's almost like you can't have two of these things. The Diamondbacks lost last night. You would like to think that a loss in July doesn't end your season. But we all know what's on the line right now, and I don't think anybody was exaggerating when they're like, they need to go on a run here. And that means winning, sweeping St. Louis, which they did. It probably means winning 7 of 8, 8 of 9. Right now they've won 4 of 5, so they can still do that, I guess. But, man, one loss just felt like that was it. And I think part of it was, again, talked about this yesterday, because of how Gallen looked in the game, too. I I have to think that's part of their eye test of, okay, even if we go on a run, is it worth keeping this team together? How far can we go? If you think you can go far, it hinges on, decent percentage of it hinges on Zach Gallen being a true number one starter, and he wasn't last night. It's not like he made like a ton of bad pitches, but his final stat line wasn't
That's
good
just
enough.
it. Can we give some small defense to Zach Gallen here for just a couple of minutes? Because I do think it's easy.
You can, but just don't look at your Twitter mentions.
I understand. I do think it is easy to get lost in this is all Zach Gallen's fault, this is all Zach Gallen's fault, this is all Zach Gallen's fault. But as you astutely pointed out in your email, and as I'm sure a lot of people quickly wanted to forget about last night, this team was 1 of 7 with runners in scoring position. They left 11 runners on base. And as you were able to find out, they walked 7 times last night, and none of those 7 walks came around to score.
That is like unheard of to me. You draw 7 walks and none of those guys scores? How does that happen?
It's in stark contrast to the game against the Giants where they walked a bunch of times and they made the most of all of those runners getting on base.
Yeah.
This was the exact opposite, where they did really good working the counts against an entire staff of left-handers last night, mind you, walked 7 times. None of them came around to score. That's wild to me. All of those opportunities you had with runners on base to at least back up Zach Gallen, who into the 7th inning had only allowed 4 runs. Then it became too far of a mountain to climb.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. When it was 4-3, you end up with bases loaded in the 6th, runners on 1st and 2nd in the 7th, runners on 1st and 2nd in the 9th, and you come out of those 3 innings with 0 runs. And in the 6th, it was 4-3. Bases loaded, it's 4-3. And you have Ketel Marte up. I can't expect the guy to get a hit 100% of the time. I understand that. But you had Ketel up with the bases loaded. You had Perdomo up later with runners on 1st and 2nd. And some nights that's going to happen. Some nights you're not going to drive in the runs. There's 162 of these games. But the problem is you lost too many games earlier this season against teams you should have beaten or in scenarios where you should have won because you had a significant lead in the 9th inning, to the point now where it just feels like there is no margin for error. Your offense basically has to be perfect right now because, there's still, 61 games left in the season, but there's 8 before the trade deadline, and Zach Gallen has 1 more start before the trade deadline.
Or does he?
Who knows if he even makes it? I don't know. This is where you are. And San Diego won last night.
Yeah, San Diego won. If I'm not mistaken, there was another important team that won last night. I had put it down in my notes. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head. It was the Cardinals, because they're playing the Rockies, go figure. So that's a free win for them. So the Cardinals now get another game back after you gained 3 games on them.
Mets won too.
Over that previous weekend.
You need to catch either San Diego or the Mets. And that's assuming you get past Cincinnati, San Francisco, and St. Louis. You're going to have to catch San Diego or the Mets, and they both won.
That's the other part of it, is the Giants have now lost 6 in a row, so you couldn't game a game on the Giants because of the loss. And the Reds lost yesterday to a Nationals team that is all over the place as far as I'm concerned. And that's a team that you need to gain ground on as well. So let alone you have to get all the way up to the Padres, who are the team that you need to chase. But to your point, you need to get past the Cardinals, you need to get past the Giants, and you need to get past the Reds. And to not win last night, you're making it a lot harder on yourself to be able to even get to the Padres if you can't get to the 3 teams that are in between those 2.
I feel like, and this is just a number that's in my head, it may be a totally different number for them, or they might not even be limiting themselves to a specific number. But to me, I feel like you need to be within 3.5 games of that number 3 wild card, at least, if not better, before, whenever that moment is where you have to make a decision, whether that's on July 31st or it's a couple days earlier and somebody's making you just an absurd offer for Gino or something. I feel like you need to be within 3.5 games of that number 3 wild card or closer. Again, like I said, because you do still play San Diego 6 times this season. So at that point, you can kind of justify.
But you might not have the same team by the time you play that series.
But that's what I'm saying. When you're trying to make the decision on if you're going to trade guys or not, you have that in the back of your mind. Hey, let's say you had won last night. Let's say you're hanging around this, and all of a sudden, in a week, hey, we're within 2.5 of San Diego. And we do play them 6 more times. So if we keep our team together, we do have a way to do this. But if you're on the fringes here do you expect to go 6-0 against the Padres in the second half of the season? I don't. No. And that would, imply,
I don't even know if I expect for them to go 3-3. But they looked pretty good in that last series against them.
I would expect exactly 3-3. That's kind of the way this is
a good point.
going. So yeah, I mean that's any loss right now is a rough one here, especially when it comes at the hands of a rookie who had one career hit. Here's Torey Lovello.
Look, we got clipped. We got clipped by one guy that hit 2 home runs and had 5 RBIs, and we gotta be able to game plan and figure out that piece of the puzzle. You know, he's a young upstart hitter in this league, and you know we picked up some information on him. We do our homework on him, but it just seemed like that was the one situation and the one guy that beat us today. And it's 5 RBIs and 2 home runs. Not to say that other people wouldn't have done it, but if you subtract it all, we win that baseball game.
I just don't like the way he phrased it that way. I get it. He understands more than anybody that it's a team sport and all of that is essential. But for him to just say, oh, well, if you take Bryce Matthews out, then obviously we win. Well, duh. He had the 2 biggest hits of the game. But more importantly, he was the one that capitalized when the runners were on base for him to capitalize on. Mm-hmm. And he had 2 of the 3 hardest exit velocities in that game. The 2 hardest, actually. Both of them about 108 off of the bat on the 2 home runs. And I believe both of them, well, one of them was a fastball high and away. That was my joke earlier. And the other one was an 87-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch. He just, outside of looking absolutely foolish on the curveballs that Zach Gallen threw him last night, he feasted all over those high and away pitches.
Gino hit another home run. That's just assumed.
Yay.
Maybe the way I should break the news is he only hit 1 home run.
Yeah, that's a bummer. He can't be in the same club as Jeff Devannon now. I'm really bummed.
Is that stat that you had before the show, is that real? He has the Diamondbacks' last 7 home runs?
I wasn't able to verify it, but quite frankly, I can't think of anybody.
Yeah, they said it on the broadcast, so the TV broadcast.
I can't think of anybody else who's hit a home run in the last 4 games.
That's, jeez, okay.
Yeah, the stat, for those of you that are wondering, goes like this. The last 7 home runs by Arizona Diamondbacks players. Eugenio Suarez yesterday. Eugenio Suarez twice against the Cardinals. Eugenio Suarez 2 more times against the Cardinals. Eugenio Suarez 2 more times against the Angels.
That's it.
There you go. That's the last 7. Is Gino 7 times.
Well, I mean, says a lot about him.
Oh, yeah.
Says kind of a lot about where the team is at right now as well. All right, when we come back over to football, we got rookies getting to camp today. You've got camp obviously really ramping up on Thursday, and you've got some good news for the Cardinals in case you missed it this morning. Specifically, like today, good news. Not just broad, over the summer, things were fun. No, specific to today. We'll get it to you next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, We're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Yeah, I'm just coming to the realization, Mitch, who's in for Wolf. I'm not coming to that realization. I already knew that. We're not going to be in this studio anymore this week because we're going to be out at D-backs tomorrow, and then Cardinals Thursday, and then Cardinals Friday, and I believe Cardinals Monday. So I should just pack up.
You're just going to be wearing pads by the time the training camp is
hopefully
done.
not, because I do want them to have success this year.
That's true.
I
just meant because you're hyped up for the season.
And because I'll be
I didn't
sitting
mean
next
because
to
you're
Wolf.
going to be playing. Yeah. You got to protect yourself from Wolf at all
Wolf's
costs.
going to be so fired up on Thursday, you don't even... You probably know.
He's got to get some jaws out of there, you know?
Over, under, since he's not here right now. And let's bring Rick and Jamal in on this real quick.
Under.
1.5 times he asks a player that we have on the show during camp, not during the season, if they have gotten in a fight or if anybody has gotten in a fight. Some sort of fight-related question, over, under 1.5 times.
Hammer the over.
Okay.
It's going to be like 5 or 6.
That 1.5 has got to be like minus 1,000.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
the number's going up quickly.
He's going to ask that to like every single player.
Okay.
The main reason being is that the notable fight participant is not on this team currently. Will Hernandez is not on this team.
That's why I lowered it, because he asks Will every year, but there's no Will to ask.
Yeah, there's the guaranteed Will, but come on, it's Wolf.
I was going to say, is that a trick question?
This is like when Vegas randomly just has a totally horrible line.
No, you know what it is? It's when the books give you like that promo bet. It's like Wolf over 1.5 asks about fighting at training.
But then anytime Vegas does that where it's so obvious, usually the other side comes in. Like, watch Wolf not ask anybody about a fight now. Yeah. That's impossible.
But that's how they make all their money.
Here's the good news if you are an Arizona Cardinals fan. In case you missed it this morning, Will Johnson has signed.
Good job, Monty. Good job, Monty. And good job, Will.
Never
for
a
getting
doubt,
that
right?
signed.
Never a doubt.
I mean, we had mentioned it yesterday. Second-round picks have been going about their contracts a little bit differently, and I think part of that is, this is just me guessing, this is not any like inside info that I have. I'm guessing that the NIL culture at the college level has made it so a lot of players become a lot more valuable across college football, meaning that it's not just the first 32 players that are drafted into the NFL that are the most valuable guys anymore.
Yeah.
And the second rounders want their fair share. I mean, there's a lot of second rounders, just thinking about Carson Schwetzinger with the Browns, Will Johnson with the Cardinals, RJ Harvey with the Broncos. Just there's a bunch of guys that are probably going to be seen as getting a good 75% of their reps for their team this year. So they're going about it differently in terms of their contracts, making sure that they're scaled a little bit better. Probably not getting a ton of help from their Players Association right now. So they're doing everything that they can to get the most money that they can.
Yeah, and that's part of it. I when I say never a doubt, that was more just like tongue in cheek, because I don't think anybody had a doubt it was going to get done, because it's not like Will Johnson was the only guy who wasn't signed. Half the second round isn't signed.
Quinshon Judkins is still not signed. That's its own separate category.
Issue.
And then Shamar Stewart, who went right after Walter Nolan in the first round, still not signed, not showing up to training camp. Trey Hendrickson is already in Florida, so he's not showing up to training camp.
But you don't want a rookie who could potentially play a huge role for you this year.
Could potentially be CB1.
Yeah. You don't want that guy missing actual time, because as good as a lot of us believe Will Johnson will be, or certainly can be, he is a rookie, and you don't want to be starting. You're already starting behind as a rookie, just in general. You don't want to be starting behind the other rookies too, because you haven't signed. So that is obviously huge news. Kind of the last bit of really big news, I would say, the Cardinals needed before camp gets going. Here's Garrett Williams earlier this month talking about what he knows about his rookie teammate.
Yeah, I think the first thing that stands out is obviously just the football IQ part, and I feel like that was the thing we saw even to him in Michigan, was just being able to be really instinctive and make plays on the ball. And so you take that and then you add his size and all those things, and just, again, a guy who's willing to learn. I think that's a really good mix to have to add to the room where we already have a lot of guys as well. So I feel good about him and everybody else in the room.
I can't wait to see him practice against Marv. Michigan and Ohio State.
I mean, they've
1v1 again.
They've had their battles before. That's one. I'm so glad you brought that up, because that's one of those things that over the course of the season, those two could make each other better on Thursdays. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just getting ready for games.
I also think, to your earlier point about how you don't want him falling behind, and we only emphasize that he's probably going to have a really good shot at CB1, because like we talked about yesterday, Sean Murphy-Bunting is out for the year, so that takes away maybe the primary guy who would have been leading the cornerback room, even though you and I have our individual gripes about the skill set that he was able to offer last year. But the rest of that room is very, very young, relatively raw, respectfully to the guys that really did well last year. Star Thomas V, Max Melton. We love Garrett Williams, but he's going to be primarily playing inside corner as opposed to an outside corner.
He's got other jobs. I mean, I don't look at Garrett Williams as raw anymore. I know he's only played a season and a half, but maybe it's unfair. Maybe it's like unreasonable, but I just kind of assume, okay, Garrett Williams, his job, he'll take care of his job. I'm not worried about him. But yeah, you're going to need, he doesn't have to be a lockdown corner, but you're going to need like a number one, just traditional corner. And Will Johnson.
Can he play 70% of the snaps on Sundays?
That'd be nice. It'd be
That's
really nice.
Kind of what I want.
Yeah.
You know,
even as a rookie.
You and I wanted him to be drafted in the first round. Well, they got him in the second round because of the injury tax per se. Now you have a chance to mold him into that first round pick as a second rounder, and getting the contract out of the way, having him there on day one as rookies are reporting to training camp today, just sigh of relief all around. And not just for them, but for the fans too.
This is Michael Wilson when we had him on last month talking about what he's seen from Will Johnson already.
Yeah, he looks focused. Like, you can, when certain guys step in a locker room or step on the field, you can tell if someone's dead serious about football. And I think he's one of those guys that like lives, breathes, and dies football. And I think he's gonna be somebody that lives up to the hype of the pick where he was taken. Like, I think going into last year, I saw people were saying he should have been a top 10 pick or was projected to be a top 10 pick, and then had the injury, situation, whatever. I don't know. I'm not educated on all that, but I know he fell in the draft because of injury and stuff. So I think he's gonna be a special player.
I still can't believe they got him in the second round.
I'm just excited. And to Michael Wilson's point, this was the guy that, relatively speaking, was projected to go after Travis Hunter in terms of the cornerbacks in that class.
You're right. You and I were both hoping they would get him in the first round, and then Gambo came in. He's like, they're not taking him in the first round. They weren't even looking at a corner. Yeah,
apparently.
Gambo had 0 corners in his Gambo 5. Walter Nolan was in there. Gambo was right. But when he said that, I was kind of thinking like, they're probably assuming he'll be gone by their first round pick. And then he wasn't because the injury stuff came to light. And obviously you get him in the second round. Even that, I'm surprised they got him that late into the second round. Here's Field Yates, who was on with Bickley and Murata right after the draft.
To me, it's a home run at that stage, regardless of how things turn out, because he's just too talented of a player to slide any further than he did. Will really had great tape for 2.5 seasons at Michigan. He's got awesome size, great ball skills, very instinctual. Guy who made some huge plays and big moments for Michigan during their national championship season. But, I'm not a doctor, and each team's tolerance on where a guy is worth going based off of whatever he is dealing with is different. But I really have a hard time thinking that even if he's not a great player, even if he just makes the roster and plays for you, to get a guy who has that much potential upside at that point in the draft, to me, it's just too good to ignore.
You have to get players like that, Mitch, that either slide to you or you see something that other teams don't see or whatever. You have to have that happen occasionally to be able to build a team through the draft. And then you obviously have to develop them, too. They have to turn into what you hope they can be.
And I think Monty, we agree he's done rather well and been rather successful with the majority of the draft classes that he's had. And in particular, the guys that he's taken earlier in the draft. We're still waiting on Marvin Harrison Jr. Didn't get much of a Darius Robin season, unfortunately. But I think we all agree that Paris Johnson Jr. is a home run in terms of what he was able to do on the right side his freshman year and what he was able to do on the left side this past year. And now he's essentially anchored into that spot for many, many years to come. If they hit with both Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, Monty's going to be seen as one of the better drafters that we've had here in a while.
Well, and that's how you build a team.
Yeah,
2025. Yeah, with Paris Johnson Jr., if you don't think about Will Anderson Jr., if you just think about, hey, they got Paris Johnson Jr. and they added a first-round pick and they got him, you're happy with that pick. It's the only people that are upset about it is they see Will Anderson and they're like, hey, we could have used that. But honestly, I think they've made up for that on defense this year when the games actually start. All right, we come back to baseball. Are all these Geno home runs helping the Diamondbacks get back in this race, or are they just driving up his trade value? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell. This is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We like to say, I am Santan Ford. This isn't just any Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovik, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down. Yeah, I'm talking about 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Think about that, man. $399 a month and 0 down on the 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. It's just a sign and drive with a payment real folks can actually afford. Listen, Tim Hovik, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to Arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check them out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who will make the biggest impact on the Arizona Cardinals defense this season? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Mitch. You just mentioned this during the break. Did you tell me that Bradley Beal's being introduced in L.A. right now?
I can't confirm whether he's being introduced or not. I can only pass along this tweet that I see from Om Youngmasuk of ESPN.
Yeah.
Covers the Clippers primarily.
Okay.
Here is Om's exact verbatim.
Okay.
Bradley Beal has volunteered to give number 3 to Chris Paul. Beal hasn't decided what to wear yet.
That's nice.
To which I reply, yes. Very kind of Bradley Beal to, all capitals, volunteer the number 3 to, all capitals, Chris Paul. Are you kidding me?
Rick, when he does get introduced, should we carry that press conference live? Are you in on that?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
As a matter of fact, even I don't want it. Also, I'm just seeing this from Shams Charania since we're talking basketball. Josh Okogie, 1 year, $3.1 to the Houston Rockets.
How many players do they have on their roster now?
I don't know.
Like Houston's 28th
They have a good amount.
Yeah, they
I must
do.
say.
All right, baseball. And you mentioned this earlier. Eugenio Suarez has hit the Diamondbacks' last 7 home runs. Now, it is a little bit easier to do that when you hit 2 home runs every game.
Yes.
Only hit 1 last night, only.
Yes.
But since the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks have 5 home runs. He has all 5 of them. And the last 2 in that Angels series going into the break, he had as well. You put this in your pre-show notes, Mitch, and I think we're all kind of thinking it too, whether we want to or not.
Yeah.
He hits these home runs, and it was more so last night in particular because it was a home run and a loss.
Mm-hmm.
Are these home runs helping them get back in the race, or are they almost an advertisement for other teams that are like, yeah, I don't know if we want to give up that much for Gino. Oh, he just hit another home run. Oh, he has 5 in the last 3 games.
He's at what now, 36?
Yes,
season?
But it's easy to lose count. But yes, it's 36.
I mean, the more that he keeps hitting home runs and they just lose, it's more and more of like an advertisement of just look at how good he is, pay us all the money so that you can have him on. It's a
pretty good
your
advertisement.
Team. Well, and by pay us all the money, I mean give us
all
your
the
best
players.
prospects.
Yeah.
I saw, what was it? It was Ricky Ricardo, not the guy from I Love Lucy, but the guy
Where are you
who's
going with this?
the guy who's the Spanish radio voice of the Yankees. I think this has been mentioned on our station a few times.
Okay.
About his trade proposal was to do a big bulk deal for Suarez, Kelly, Merrill Kelly, and Jalen Beeks. And the highest valued prospect that they would offer would be, I'm just going to call him Cam S, because his name is very close to a not safe for radio word.
Okay.
He's like not in their top 10 of their prospects list. And it's like, no, I need more.
I don't need the Yankees trash, for lack of a better term. I don't need, maybe trash is too
One
strong.
trash for another man's treasure.
I don't need one of those things where it's like, hey, here's a bunch of prospects that we're never going to use.
Some of them might work for you.
Give us your best players.
Right.
At this point, if you want Gino, I understand he's a rental.
Yes.
And you do have to factor that in. But if you want Gino, I either want like one of your starters that is already at the major league level or major league ready, or I want one of your top 3 prospects. I don't think that's an unfair ask. Because this is supply and demand at its finest, right? If you don't want to offer that, if you think that's too much for a rental, fine. The Mariners will. Or this other team will. Or this other team, the Cubs or the Blue Jays or whoever.
Yeah.
There are enough teams that need power and or need a third baseman, and he is both of those things, that are you really at this point, if you're one of those teams, going to be like, I'm not going to give you up my number 3 prospect to win the World Series. I'd rather have my number 3 prospect. Okay, cool. Then you can go out in the second round. Like it's not the Diamondbacks'
Your problems
problem.
are not my problem.
Yeah.
If you don't want to pay up the price that we're trying to get to, then good riddance to you. Can I throw in another team? Because the Yankees get talked about a lot, but there's actually a recent report from the Seattle Times that it sounds like, based off of this report, I'll just read the verbatim. Industry sources familiar with the club's plans say the Mariners and Diamondbacks have engaged in preliminary discussions about Suarez, candidate for National League MVP, whose 36 home runs trail only the 38 homers from Mariners' Cal Raleigh. The Mariners, sources say, would prefer a reunion with Suarez over a trade for another Diamondback slugger, first baseman Josh Naylor, because of Seattle's familiarity with Suarez, his popular good vibes only ethos from his time with the Mariners in 22 and 23. I'll tell you what. If I'm taking that information and I'm combining it with the Mike Hazen saying that they need pitchers back, or that was a report, I can't remember specifically what it was.
They're looking for young pitching.
I'm looking at the Mariners prospects list. I'm looking at the ones that are closest to the big leagues. Jeez, easy for me to say. There is a left-hander named Brandon Garcia, who is currently on the big league roster, but they're using him as a reliever, and through the entirety of 2025, he has not made one start. So he might not be an option for them. Juan Burgos is the next closest. He's in AAA. But this is their 13th and their 20th ranked prospect by MLB.com for Suarez. If you're just looking at pitchers.
Yeah.
The fun prize would be Herangelo Cinci. I totally butchered that name. But he's the single-A pitcher who pitches from both sides at 90-plus miles an hour.
And he's a top 10 prospect. Isn't he like their number 7 prospect? Yeah, the Mariners, I mean... Look, there's a few reasons I like to trade with the Mariners. One, they do value Gino. I remember when he got traded here, the Mariners fans, I mean, I grew up around a lot of Mariners fans. They were like, we love that guy. I can't believe we just traded him away. So I think you're going to get legitimate value offers from the Mariners because they know what he can do beyond just the power. You're talking about an organization that certainly has had its issues, but they do acquire and develop young pitching pretty well, the Mariners, if that's really what you're looking for.
Look at their rotation. Just think about guys like Brian Wu, who made the All-Star team this year, Logan Gilbert, who made the All-Star team last year, as well as George Kirby a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
They have got maybe one of the better rotations when healthy.
That's a team that does. It's funny. They have Harry Ford, who's one of the best catching prospects, and that's a guy that you hear a lot. Like the Mariners are totally willing to move him because they can't. We're going to play him over
kind of have a good catcher.
Yeah, but so that's somebody you could probably get.
But then what does that say to Gabby?
Yeah, the Diamondbacks don't really need a catcher, unfortunately. But I don't know. It's you have a game like last night, and you're just like, there he is hitting another one, and they lose. And I'm not going to say they're out of it yet. They're not. But, I mean, you're back on the ropes again. Your sweep over the Cardinals, you're basically back to where you were coming out of the All-Star break, 5.5 back of San Diego. Here's Torey Lovello on Gino afterwards.
Overall, I felt like we had good intensity. There was good focus. We came out and scored an early run, which has been the trend for us. Gino hits another home run. And so he's playing like Nintendo. It's just unbelievable. You can't imagine the feeling in the dugout. You guys are sensing it, I'm sure, upstairs, and the fans are watching it, but it's even better in the dugout. I'm just amazed by what he does every single day.
It would be really – it's going to be really weird, Mitch. I mean, if he's hitting like this is – even for all the power hitting he's done, like this is surreal. He's hitting one every night. He's hitting two most nights. If they traded him like today, I don't think they're trading him today, but like let's just say they did. Or if let's say he's still hitting this way next week, how weird is it going to feel to have a player that's in the middle of a heater like this and you trade him in the middle of it? Even if it's the right thing to do, it's going to feel really weird the next game.
It's going to feel really weird for a plethora of reasons. Number one, because he's your best hitter. I think you and I would agree on that, even though Ketel Marte's having a really good year. Corbin Carroll, he started off very hot, and he's got the power stroke back, but the averages started to slip down the last couple of months. Eugenio Suarez feels like the best hitter on the team.
Right now. I mean, if you were asking me to build like for next year, I still think Ketel's a better hitter. I still like Corbin Carroll's upside. But it's tough to deny what Gino's doing, man.
I wonder how much of this is also driven by their beginning of the year notion that the expectation was this was always going to be his final season.
Yeah.
And then you just get this and you're like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do
What are
now?
you supposed to do?
I'm looking again at the Mariners, just on their 40-man, not a top prospect, but if you want to do sort of like a buy low on a guy with control, Emerson Hancock hasn't really flashed that well at the major league level. He's a right-hander. He's got starting experience, and he's only 26 years old, which that wouldn't be the worst kind of a return for a rental third baseman. That's a guy who's going to be ready to pitch in the big leagues.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Bryce Miller, he's been dealing with injuries ever since, but I think the Mariners really covet him more so. So it's tough.
I know I want MLB-ready talent
Yeah.
if I'm trading Gino, because really when you look at this team, their lineup, I mean, if they trade Gino, they need a third baseman. If they trade Josh Naylor, they need a first baseman. But otherwise, they have their lineup. I don't need so many prospects at the hitting positions. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to. We
they
added
clearly
3 more
feel
double
comfortable
A
with their hitters because they're looking for pitchers.
Yeah, well, and pitching prospects always worry me a little bit.
Yeah,
They just
especially
do.
here.
All right, join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club tomorrow as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. All right, we come back. Camp starting really for real on Thursday for the Arizona Cardinals. What is their biggest strength and what is their biggest weakness heading into 2025? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you trade Suarez, you're waving the white flag. You can't argue, you can't make an argument to me that I'm going to trade Suarez but still try to win. So if you trade Suarez, you might as well just go all in and trade everybody else. And I know you're worried about, like, who's going to pitch these games? I got Fott, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Erod, and I'll bring up a couple of guys from the minors to figure it out. Like, I'll get through it. I don't have a lot of the season left. I'll have 50-something games left. I'll figure it out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at #law, #529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, we're going to do this as a show. We're going to bring Rick and Jamal in for this. All right? Mitch, you good with that? If not, you should fight them right now on the air. Okay, so you're good with
that? No, hold on. Why are you volunteering me to fight them? That's a wolf thing.
I'm just saying. Then the music stopped abruptly. We're good. We're going to bring Rick and Jamal in here.
I do want to point out, and shouts to our guy, Jason Veazey, who's head of creative.
Yes.
The Red Reckoning. Mm-hmm. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
It's intense.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of like one of those small western towns, and a tumbleweed rolls through, and it's just two dudes staring at one another from across the way, ready to pull out the pistols. I'm ready.
The Reckoning.
Yeah.
Oh, you're really building this this segment up.
I also got to be a part of the creative process, so I'm amped.
Oh, so you're okay. So
I'm biased.
This is like a burner account. You're building yourself up as if you don't have any knowledge.
Mitch Vareldis, the host, is being a burner for Mitch Vareldis, the producer.
Yeah, that's right.
You're welcome.
ESPN went through, ranked everybody's rosters. Okay. I don't care about the rankings. I'm not even going to tell you where they're ranked. Okay, fine. The Cardinals are 17th. But the bigger thing here is they went through the biggest strength, the biggest weakness, the X factor, and the non-starter to know for each team. So we figured on the show, we'll go through each of those. We're going to spread it out over 2 segments here today. But right now, we're going to do biggest strength and biggest weakness for the Cardinals this season. I'll give you ESPN's first, and then we're going to start with Rick and Jamal, okay?
Okay.
Does that all sound good to you?
I'm in. I'm invested.
You're really selling it.
Sorry.
Biggest
I'll do better.
Strength is interior defensive line, according to ESPN, which
Not surprised.
That alone, not surprising, but it's hilarious if you take a step back because it was their biggest weakness in a lot of people's minds going into the offseason. Their biggest weakness is off-ball linebacker, okay? So that's what ESPN has. Who's going first, Rick or Jamal? Jamal is going first. Jamal,
here I am.
What do you got for biggest? We're just going to do biggest strength first. What do you got for strength?
My biggest strength?
It could be anything. You don't have to go position group player, just whatever you want. You can, but you can get creative with it.
Okay.
Now that you already have your answer, go ahead.
I think I did get a little creative with it. My biggest strength for the Cardinals is their coaching staff.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
JG, Nick Rallis, Drew Petzing, I really like what they've been able to build. I think that's their biggest strength right now.
Okay.
I dig it.
Coaching staff. Rick?
I think for me, the biggest strength, and this is pretty obvious, I think is just the defensive line room as a whole. I mean, you bring in Josh Sweat, you bring in Calais Campbell, you get BJ Ojolari back. I'm excited to see what Walter Nolan does as a rookie. I definitely think that is where they will have the most success this season, and I think it will change games how good they are.
Yeah, it's hard. I'll be honest, I really want to just say Trey McBride. They might have the best tight end in the NFL.
You know what's funny? Because I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
Literally. So you and I agree on this biggest strength being Trey McBride.
Well, but you can say it because it's going to be wrong of me after this whole. It's been like 2 years of me wanting them to have a strong defense. I have to go with something on the defense, but it's just funny that nobody mentions Trey McBride. ESPN didn't even mention him in this piece. It's like this guy. I mean, we're all just expecting 110 plus catches for 1,000 yards now.
Right. He's going to be another 1,000-yard receiver, and it's because he didn't get any touchdowns basically last season that people just forget. But he's a fantasy darling, like all the fantasy nerds know, that myself included, that Trey McBride is one of the better tight ends across the league. And it's not just for fantasy purposes. It's also what he's able to do on run blocking schemes. It's what he's able to do in pass. The fact that he's out there close to 90% of the snaps should alone indicate that he's one of the biggest strengths to them.
He's able to check boxes for both sides. You have the people that play fantasy football.
Yeah.
And then you have the people that don't, which is only Wolf. But he checks the boxes that Wolf is looking for too. Yeah. So I'll go with McBride. Because the defense, I was going to say defensive identity, but that's not there yet. We got to see it. As amped up as I am for the defense, we do need to see it. Whereas Trey McBride, I've seen it.
And that's why I don't want to say defensive interior yet, because to your point, it was a major weakness last year. So you overcorrect and try and make it better, but we still haven't seen that the defensive tackle spot is improved. We know on paper, we like the guys. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So the strength for me is definitely Trey McBride.
All right, let's go biggest. So strength, we had coaching staff from Jamal, defensive line room from Rick, Trey McBride from you and me. All right. So let's go.
We better not have the same weakness. Otherwise, this is just...
we won't. Let's weakness, and you can take this question mark however you want to phrase it, but you know what I mean, like something that you're not sure you're confident in going into this season. Jamal?
The receiver room. Marvin Harrison Jr. obviously going into year 2. He had, showed signs last year, and then behind him is Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, guys, a bunch of kind of on the edge guys. I think the receiver room is their biggest weakness right now.
Okay, fair. Rick?
I'm going to have to say right guard, and I think Isaiah Adams could be really good, but I just think not having Will Hernandez this year, assuming that they won't and they don't bring him back, I think if they had a healthy Will Hernandez there, they'd have a pretty solid offensive line going into this season, but I don't know if I trust a second-year guy to really hold up there, or Hayden Connor if they go in that direction, or a late-round rookie. So for me, it's the right guard position in particular, and honestly, even the right side of the offensive line. If you want to throw in Jonah Williams, just because of his health, I know he's a really, really good right tackle, but just his health kind of concerns me there. So I'm going to go overall right side of the offensive line.
That's I think a lot of people would have that. I'm approaching the right guard position with, and I guess this is kind of a leap of faith, but I'm approaching it with the mindset, Mitch, that they would have addressed it if internally they felt like they needed to, because they addressed so many other things this offseason. I'm assuming they really like what they have in Isaiah Adams going into year 2. But
they took him with a top 100 pick last year.
But it's certainly fair, because if he's not ready, then you've got a weakness right in front of Kyler Murray. Your whole offense just stalls at that point.
And if he wasn't ready, to your point, you think they would have addressed it very early on.
Because they addressed other things. It's not like they just, didn't do anything all offseason and they're just trying to cut corners. They were aggressive in free agency.
And they signed a veteran guard. I can't remember what his name is off the top of my head. Of course, they drafted Hayden Connor, who was notably the only offensive player that they took, but they took him on day 3. So I don't think there's necessarily high expectations for anybody that they brought in on the offensive line outside of the 4 guys that started last year and Isaiah Adams.
I am going to go with wide receiver depth. So it is similar to what Jamal said. Just because with Marv, again, his production last year wasn't bad. His overall production. It's the eye test. You watch, and there were stretches of games where for 2 or 3 quarters you forgot he was out there. And then you'd have a quarter where he was unstoppable. But it would help. I'd feel a lot better about the passing game if I knew what they had as like a pure number 2. Or maybe that's Michael Wilson. It might be. He's still young too. Or like a pure number 3. The guys that you have behind him, so that Marv doesn't have to be a 1,400-yard receiver in year 2. Even if you feel like where they drafted him and what the hype was around him when they drafted him, that he should be that, like a 1,400-yard, 12-touchdown guy, that's fine. And there's some justification to that. But I don't want my team to hinge on it. You know what I mean? So I'll go wide receiver depth just because, to me, it's an unknown.
Well, I mean, think of it this way. The projected starters that they listed at wide receiver are Marvin Harrison Jr. 1, Michael Wilson 2, Greg Dortch 3. We all love Greg Dortch. We all love Michael Wilson. And we all hope that Marvin Harrison Jr. takes the top off and becomes the number 1 starter we expect him to be.
That requires a jump from Marv and Michael Wilson for that to truly
And if
work.
they utilize Dortch as a primary slot receiver, although we know they won't, they will probably do a lot of 12, maybe even 13 personnel. They won't even really need Greg Dortch all that much, but you are still reliant on Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. to contribute in that regard. So I just want to point out what Mike Clay said. He had mentioned off-ball linebacker because primarily the loss of Kaiser White and then replacing him with Cody Simon, who they drafted, with Akeem Davis-Gaither, who they signed, and then Mac Wilson Sr. But it's because of Mac Wilson Sr. that I don't really see that as the greatest weakness. I'm just as curious about how their edge pressure is going to be, even with the addition of Josh Sweat. So I'm not going to say it's the full-on weakness, but I'm copping out by saying it's my weakness because it's the one thing that I'm the most curious about.
Okay.
What is their edge pressure going to look like when they add Josh Sweat, but their leading sack totaler last year got to 5.5? And yes, he's still on this team, but just because they added one guy, it doesn't guarantee that a difference is going to be made on the edge pressure.
I'm sort of banking on them having some guy with 9 or 10. That'd probably be Sweat, and then just having a bunch of guys with 5 sacks this year.
I mean, that's fine. Spread it out. I don't need, to your point, I don't need 2 guys that are in the teens.
Yeah, because I don't know
get
that
a
they're
bunch
getting
of
that.
them.
I think it's just going to be, here's a sack from this side. Okay, now here's a sack from this guy over here, and here's Darius Robinson moving around and with the sack. So real quick before we go to break, did you have the same experience I did where it was a little bit tougher to find weaknesses this year than it's been the last few years? The last few years when we do a conversation like this, it was like, okay, what's their biggest weakness? Here's the 7 I have. I have to pick which one's the biggest.
That's just it. The whole roster was relatively weaker those first 2 years because they, 1, started over the first year, and then 2 were not prepared to compete last year.
Even going into 2022, so you're coming off that run to the playoffs, I still felt like there were clear holes on the team. And I'm not saying this is some perfect roster, but that's impenetrable. But I'm just saying it's the first time in a while where there's not really a huge glaring weakness where you're they're screwed here. There really isn't that, at least on paper. All right, we come back over to baseball. How much would trading Zach Gallen really hurt the Diamondbacks at this point? We'll dive into that from a few different angles, actually, next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns. Empire of the Suns. The podcast all about your Phoenix Suns. Hosted by Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Any legit Suns fan needs some Empire of the Suns in their playlist. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-990-3585. 3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much closer are the Arizona Diamondbacks to a trade deadline decision? We'll react to last night's game on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
You know, I almost put this to the YouTube live chat, Mitch, because I'll just go on record starting off here. I hate the conversation we're about to have.
Also, hi, YouTube. Gray Mantle, I see you. Hello. Alan Burke, I see you. Hello. Anybody else that wants to shout out? Hi. Hello.
Alan wrote in, Gallen gave up 6 runs in 6 innings for a game ERA of 9. And he said, I know that the offense left too many runners on the bases, but Gallen gave up 6 runs in 6 innings. And you know what?
He's
there's
not
no
wrong.
way to argue with it.
But we weren't trying to hide from the fact that Gallen was a major problem of last night's loss. But at the same time, you know, we use complimentary football a lot. Complimentary baseball needs to happen as well.
It's impossible to argue with what he just said, though. And so I'm going to ask you some tough questions here, Mitch.
Okay. Do I need the lie detector thingy?
Yeah. Can we get the polygraph in here for Mitch?
Can we get some tense music? I don't know. Just it's on the. You don't have to do it. It's fine.
I will say this. Okay. Let me give you as many disclaimers as possible. Big Zach Gallen fan, the person. I do think if they trade him, he's going to go off in the second half for the Mets or whoever. I still think he is a really good, with the potential to be great pitcher. He just doesn't, for whatever reason, have it consistently this year for the Diamondbacks. I don't know if a change of scenery helps or what. I don't know if he locks in or what. I mean, he had those 2 games, one start before the All-Star break against San Diego and San Francisco, where it's like, okay, here we go. Like, he's turning the corner. And then his last 2 starts they've not been good. I mean, his ERA it's over 9 in his last 2 starts. So I ask this question of you. You're talking about ways you could make a trade, get some pieces back, and not have to wave the white flag on this season necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, it would hurt you, but you're not signifying to everybody, and we quit. We'll see you next year.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gallen is the guy you could trade and get away with that for a few reasons. One, obviously his value is still very high around the league, and we're seeing that.
Yes.
But 2, and I know this maybe sounds harsh to say, but I feel like you could get a guy back in the trade that could give you a 5.58 ERA the rest of the year, which is what Zach Gallen has. Now, every time Zach Gallen goes out there, there's a potential he gives you 7 shutout innings. If you were in the playoffs, you would want Zach Gallen in your rotation.
But do you want him in your playoff rotation this year?
Well, I mean, he was the guy at the start of the season. I was like, I want them to get Gallen signed. I don't want them to lose him. But it just seems like he's gone at the end of the year anyway.
Well, more so now than before.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so. That's where I'm operating on all this. I'm operating that he's going to leave in the offseason anyway. Maybe he just wants a fresh start. I don't know. I like Zach Gallen. Full disclosure, obviously, I like Zach Gallen. He's friend of the show, like I said.
Zach Gallen, nice.
But I feel like you could trade of all the players. Like if you trade Gino, you've waved the white flag. You can not say you are. You can still be trying to win, but you're taking the heart and soul out of this team right now.
100%.
If you trade Gallen, you could get a starter back that can give you the numbers he's given you this year right now.
Honestly, you could literally find somebody who has a 7-11 record, a 5.58 ERA in 21 games and 121 innings, who has struck out 116 batters and is averaging about a runner on base per inning and is offering literally 0.0 wins above replacement. You can find that person. What other teams cannot find is that person that's going to make them feel better if they have to have them pitch in game 4 of a big playoff game. Zach Gallen can be that person more than insert other literally replacement level player here. Because it feels like there's a lot more faith in Zach Gallen based on what he has done the last 2 seasons than what he is this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to use the Mets as an example and just looking at what their rotation is right now.
And they're like the rehab facility right now, right? Like they took in Jose Quintana and Sean Manaea last year, and they turned into really good starting pitchers. They took in Clay Holmes, who was basically an ousted reliever from the Yankees and has become the best starter on the Mets, which isn't saying much. And then when Kodai Senga's healthy, Look at what he can be.
Yeah, but I mean that's it. How healthy are they consistently? I mean it makes a lot of sense why the Mets want Zach Gallen. Why that's a team that is consistently linked to Zach Gallen because their rotation right now, let's say, is some combination of Sean Manaea, who I think has pitched in like 2 games this year, Clay Holmes, David Peterson, Kodai Senga, like you mentioned, Frankie Montas. If they add Zach Gallen and they make the playoffs, is he their number 1 starter in the playoffs? Maybe number 2?
No.
He's definitely one of their top 3.
I think he gets the 3rd game. I don't know if he gets the 1st or the 2nd. Well, like if we're organizing the hypothetical Mets starters by who we would trust the most in those
Peterson's
games,
been really good.
Peterson has been awesome this year. I mean, he was an all-star,
Yeah.
all-star replacement, but he was still an all-star. Then you have Senga, if he's healthy. I think those are your top 2.
And I
if you're
guess
the
you'd have to
Mets.
see what Manaea does because he's been hurt for so long.
Been hurt for most of the year, but he was maybe their best starter down the stretch last year.
You could see why the Mets, though, and I'm just using them as one example. There are plenty of teams would be like, yeah, we got to shore up our pitching, especially the Mets because they've seen Zach Gallen's best twice.
They've
this
seen him
season.
twice, and it was his 2 best outings outside of the Yankees start.
So you could see why somebody like that would have more value to a team like that. And then if they give you pieces back, and one of them is a pitcher who can pitch this year, from the Diamondbacks' perspective, I'm just saying you could still go for it at that point without giving up anything and still bring some pieces in. I mean, it's a really tough spot to be in. The reality is if they trade any of these 4 guys away, they're probably not making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The sad reality right now is even if they keep all 4 of these guys, it's going to be really tough to make the playoffs, though. And so that's kind of the position you're in, and that's why you lose 1 game and everybody's like, oh, okay, they're done.
Just looking at the Mets 40-man, they have also been hampered by the pitching injury bug this year is how I should properly say that. Paul Blackburn, who they brought in the offseason, he hasn't pitched all that much. Griffin Canning tore his Achilles just on a freak accident on the mound. He's going to be done for the next year plus. Tyler McGill, he's on the 60-day injured list. That's the majority of like the guys that they've been relying on to start. I brought up to you yesterday Brandon Sproat, who's probably the one that piques my interest the most in terms of a Mets prospect that you could get back in a trade for Zach Gallen. I just don't know if the Mets would be willing to part with a top 10 prospect for 2 months of what has not been a really good Zach Gallen season.
Yeah, I have to think any team that's trading for Gallen is at least looking at the possibility that they'll have him signed beyond this year and is looking at
maybe they offer it once they sign him or they trade for him, I mean.
And I also have to think any team, whether it's the Mets, whoever, Phillies, I don't know, like just whatever team is not looking at his bad games this year. They're looking at his really good games this year because that's what he can give you on any given night.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that his really good games have come against the best teams for the Diamondbacks is frustrating because that means his bad games have come against the White Sox and the Rockies. But for a playoff-bound team that knows they're going to be in the playoffs,
to play those teams.
Yeah, you like the fact that he can just shut down the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. Like you like the fact that he pitches that well against the Mets. And I think you're also looking at his overall career. You're not just looking at this year because what he's done poorly this year isn't hurting you if you're the Mets or any other team the way it's hurt the Diamondbacks. So I don't know. I mean, I think if you trade Geno, if you trade Josh Naylor, you are waving the white flag to a certain extent. If you trade Merrill and you keep Zach Gallen, I don't know.
You're
if
just
going to
mix the opinion of the fan base.
Yeah, I mean Merrill's been better this year.
Merrill's been better, which would make more sense as to why a team would want to capture him this year. But it honestly makes more sense to trade Gallen because he's the asset that another team would want to convince to go to their organization.
Looking at the story that Rick sent us earlier, was it by?
It was a combination,
ESPN.
But I think it was Jesse Rogers who had the note in particular.
And had the note that the Diamondbacks are getting as many calls, if not more, about Zach Gallen as they are for Merrill Kelly. So, I mean, that would seem to indicate that you probably get more in return for Gallen than Kelly, which is interesting.
Doesn't feel like a lie.
All right, if you think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. This is going to be fun, Mitch, the way this is setting up. We'll have more details coming forward, but I will tell you, spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, and don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, how many Cardinals rookies are you comfortable giving significant playing time to in 2025? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your hassle-free sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy and we want to make vehicle purchase and service as quick and painless as possible. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, anytime you buy 3 tires, you get a 4th for just $1.
And for 4th of July savings all month long, lease a 2025 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. You know, why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
This is really like old
old-timey Western. I wouldn't have totally noticed it until you pointed it out.
We just need like a Sam Elliott voiceover to say like, "There's a reckoning coming."
Just do it just like that. That's good enough.
But he does it way better because his vocal cords are like long and deep and stretched out. Yeah, see, like it doesn't work when we're like gasping for breath when we're trying to go deep, you know? Burnsy's probably the closest as far as the deep register goes. Or wait, what am I saying? The guy that's
Wolf.
normally
Have you ever heard of Wolf?
Yeah, Wolf probably
Apologies.
would work for that.
Also, I got really sad before we came back in because I just saw the news. Ozzy Osbourne passed away.
Yeah, that's like horrible news. You came back with that right from break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I'm saying it now to maybe people who haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, you were saying that off the air.
Yeah. Ozzy has been I believe it has been battling Parkinson's disease. He did that final tour with a bunch of people that came on stage with him for his final performance. He couldn't really move all that much, but yeah, 76 years old.
Wow. That's not I mean, all-time rock legend, first ballot Hall of Famer, no doubt.
Easily first ballot Hall of Famer. You know, one of the staples of not just Black Sabbath, but his individual career as well. Beyond that, so rest in peace, Ozzy.
We were looking. I mean, there's enough. We could just do nothing but Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath rejoins.
Well, I mean, I subtly hinted that. I guess
I don't know
I'm pretty
if it was
sure
that
we
subtle,
have
to
it.
be
I'm
honest.
pretty sure we have an extensive catalog of some Ozzy tunes. So, yeah. Anyway, apologies.
The rookie draft class, 6 defensive players, 1 offensive player being Hayden Connor for the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
And in the first year of Monty Ossenfort's time as GM here, you knew the rookies were probably going to play. They're going to get an opportunity to play, and they did.
Yes.
And some of them I thought really – some of them would have played even on teams where there wasn't that much opportunity. Like Paris Johnson Jr., I think, would have played for most teams as a rookie. You get further down the list, and maybe a guy like Dante Stills doesn't get the opportunity that he did here, but credit to him, he ran with it. That's a 6th-round pick that ran with it. So you figured that was going to happen in the first year, and then the second year they had so many draft picks for Monty Ossenfort that you figured some of those guys were going to play too, and they did. I mean, you start to go through, and yeah, it's not just Marv and not just Darius Robinson, but it's Max Melton and Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Rabbit was in there, Xavier Thomas. I mean, there's a ton of guys. Now it's tougher to crack the roster if you're a rookie for the Arizona Cardinals, and yet at the same time, you've got some high potential guys here. So I'll ask you this, Mitch. As you're now in a spot, if you're the Cardinals, where there's some expectations and nobody's hiding from those expectations, Kelvin Beachum is just flat out saying, yes, we should make the playoffs. Like,
There's been quite a few people on the record emphasizing, like, we know it's the playoffs year.
Which I
And, like,
appreciate.
good on them because, you know, most of the season, we're going to get the 1 game at a time, 1 week at a time, et cetera, et cetera. But if they're coming out at the beginning of this year emphasizing, like, we understand the job is to get to the playoffs, like, I hope they are also thinking about the beyond just the 1 weeks at a time. Like, go out and perform 1 week at a time, but you still need to be aware of everything else happening around you and be prepared for what's to come the weeks after that 1 week at a time.
So if you play rookies, there's going to be growing pains. There's going to be rookie mistakes. There's just no way around it. How comfortable are you now this season with this class, but also these expectations for this team with giving rookies significant playing time?
Here's how I approach it. I'm going to quickly pull up the rookie class because I can only remember the ones that I expect to do a majority of the playing time this season.
Here, while you do that, I'm going to pull up this cut of Nick Rallis when we had him on last month talking about Walter Nolan.
Okay, go ahead.
Before you even hit the field, he's very serious about football.
Is he?
He puts the time in. Yeah, oh yeah. And he's soaking up as much information, whether that's, football, scheme, technique, how to train, how to take care of his health, psychologically, like he's about it. And then you get on the field and you see the athleticism. You see the immediate coaching transfer onto the field. Because, without getting into detail, like, there's things that every player's got an improvement plan, and it's, hey, you got to improve this, and you start to see it show up right away. So you can just tell, like, he knows how to take that coaching and immediately apply it to the field.
Here's who I think it's safe to say that, and I'm not going to totally speak for you, so just say yes or no as far as comfort
I think
level.
it'd be better if we spoke for each other, right in front of each other.
Okay.
On the air.
Luke, You are totally comfortable with Walter Nolan getting, let's set the number at 75% of snaps on a week in, week out basis.
Well, I wasn't going to give you specific numbers. I was just going to give you.
But this is a playing time question, right?
Okay.
Like, how comfortable are we with them getting playing time?
Yeah.
Do you want me to set it lower to like 50% of snaps?
I was just going to say more like I don't know, comfortable on a scale of 1 to 5 or something. I'm comfortable playing Walter Nolan and Will Johnson.
5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this stuff changes if training camp runs out there and all of a sudden Denzel Burke looks amazing, or you run out another guy and the guy looks like he's never played football before.
But we're judging this based off of just going in before we even see them with pads on, going against their own teammates, right? Walter Nolan, 5. Will Johnson, 5. Jordan Birch,
I feel like he's going to have a role on this team as a rookie.
I again look at the edge room as like, okay, you have Josh Sweat and then who?
Well, that's it. Yeah, I mean,
with respect to Zaven Collins and BJ Ojolari.
BJ Ojolari. I mean, it's a weird year in that sense because there were injuries to guys like BJ Ojolari last year, and like Zaven Collins did lead the team in sacks last year, and he's kind of a vet on this team now, and he does make plays. He's at the point now where he keeps getting overlooked because he's not like this flashy name anymore, but he's a guy that makes plays, and he's playing better in this system. Where it's weird this year is you've got all this expectation on defense, but you don't have anybody that's really done it for the Cardinals when you're talking about pass rushers yet, other than Zaven Collins. Like BJ Ojolari was an early second-round pick in Monty Austin-Fort's first draft class.
He's not played much.
No, but there were lofty expectations for him. That wasn't like a throwaway pick at the end of the draft. And those expectations are still there. There's just a bunch of people potentially blocking him if he doesn't. And I don't mean on the other team. I mean like blocking his playing time if he doesn't get there quickly.
So Jordan Birch, I think I would put it like a 2 or a 3, only because I'm not as familiar with his production, but I give a little credence to the fact that the room feels a little more open to me than some of these other rooms.
I don't think he's going to play like a ton, but I think we're going to notice him.
Does he get like 25% of the snaps? Maybe 20? Probably more likely that than not. Does he just spend all of his time on special teams? There's that chance as well.
I think I gave this number to Kellen last week, so I'll give it to you now. Over under, I say 2.5 last week? We're going to raise it. Over under 3 sacks for Jordan Birch this year. I mean, he doesn't have to play a ton of plays to go over, but also
we've seen it
only
happen
one
before,
Cardinal, only a couple Cardinals went over 3 sacks last year.
I'll take the under, but just by a half sack.
Okay, and then whenever we have Jordan Birch on the show, probably out of camp, I'm going to tell him that you don't believe in him.
Stop it. He doesn't know who I am. To quickly hit on the other 4, Cody Simon, I would say 3, just because middle linebacker. There's a lot of hype around Simon and what he'd be able to provide, and he was part of the best defense in football last year. Denzel Burke, also part of the best defense in football. Cornerback room, it seems like they have the guys that they want, but Burke would be pretty solid to have.
Also seems like when they draft a corner, they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Hayden Connor, I don't know, but he's like the second stringer at right guard right now. And then Keaton Crawford, no disrespect, I don't see it.
Wolf's all in on Hayden Connor, by the way. Just keep an eye on that.
He's about in on anybody that can run block.
In fact, I think Wolf's exact words were when camp starts, he's just going to stand next to Hayden Connor and look at him.
Oh, my gosh.
So we'll see
Poor
how that
Tip
goes.
Ryman, just getting shoved to the curb after just 1 year.
He is not at Tip Ryman levels, I can tell you. Nobody's ever reached that level for Wolf. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, Eduardo Rodriguez starting tonight. Is this his most important start as a Diamondback? And do you have any expectations for Erod at this point? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card Scan is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here in Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Will Johnson agrees to a rookie contract solidifying the Cardinals' 2025 draft class. Christian Walker returns to Chase Field and opens up about his Diamondbacks departure. And the Suns go behind the scenes for Brian Gregory's first draft as GM. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Well, he really did hit the post. That was pretty solid. Kevin Zimmerman didn't even realize he was hitting the post when he put
Kevin
together
Zimmerman,
the top headlines.
Professional post hitter.
Professional post hitter. Good in radio, bad in hockey and soccer.
Well, it's hard to be good at hockey and soccer.
Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf today, and Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching for the Diamondbacks tonight. So there you go. That's. I just
How
summed
should
up
we
your
prepare?
Tuesday.
Should we go into our bunkers, or should we just, everything's going to be fine?
Because you're filling in for Wolf, or because
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. I don't know. It was one long sentence.
I've already accepted the fate that is filling in for Wolf.
Okay.
I accepted that fate yesterday, and I think everything went fine. No? Yes?
Everything was great. The 3 of us are going to talk after the show, not you, just me and Rick and Jamal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, just get out so we can talk. Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching tonight, and he is one of those players that you were hoping maybe he turned a corner, came off the injured list in June, was really good in June, a 1.98 ERA over 5 starts, but his 2 starts in July, he has a 12.96 ERA. They're both losses. He feels almost like the forgotten member of the rotation right now, Mitch, and yet, really, he's the one. He's not the only one. Corbin Burns is signed next year, as is Brandon Pfaadt, but Erod's here for a while. And Erod is starting tonight against Framber Valdez, so not advantage D-backs on paper at least. But he is pitching in a game tonight that still is very significant. I mean, it just depends how far up against the ropes you believe the Diamondbacks are right now, or do you believe the fight's already over? But if you think they're still in this, they got to win tonight.
To keep with the boxing metaphor, it's like the guy is on the mat, knocked out, both the shoulders are down, and I think the ref is at like 7. Right?
Yeah.
So it's very close to the just call it.
So you can still get up.
They can still get up. I mean, again, they're a game below 500, and they're not like. Let's put it this way: if they were double-digit games out of that wild card spot, then I would be like, all right, why haven't they sold already? But they're not. They're half of that amount out of a wild card spot. Yeah, there's 3 more teams ahead of them before they can get to that wild card spot, but I trust the Diamondbacks offense to be able to get them to those places. It's the pitching that has me drastically concerned. And maybe that's the biggest reason why they should sell, is that I can't trust their pitching on a night in, night out basis, even though yesterday the pitching was an issue, but also the situational hitting was an issue. So you got the worst of both yesterday in that loss.
Yeah, but the situational hitting, like that's one of those things that's frustrating in the moment. You're like, come on, what are we doing here? Okay. But
they're coming off of 22 runs against the Cardinals.
Yeah, but
they couldn't get more than 3 against the Astros with all those opportunities that they had.
I was going to say that's just a bad night. I mean, you know that they can hit.
But they can't afford bad nights, to your point. They cannot afford any more bad nights. They have 8 games left before they have to make a definitive decision one way or the other on this team. There is 0 wiggle room. 0. Well, less than 0 even.
You need Gallen and Erod to get going. Now I don't know. I think you set Gallen.
I think it's too late to get Gallen going.
Yeah, because he's got one more start before the trade deadline. It's against the Pirates. Probably against the Pirates. It sets up for Sunday against the Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? But Erod, you do need to get him going. I don't know what the confidence level is from the fan base right now that he will get going, at least right now. But he's, like I said, he's well beyond this year. I mean, your only known pieces of the rotation beyond this year are Brandon Pfaadt, Erod, and Corbin Burns. And Burns isn't starting next year because of the injury. Now, Ryan Nelson, I'm sure they'll get a deal done and he'll be part of it too. But you don't know that Merrill Kelly's back. I think they can bring him back, but you don't know that he's back. You certainly don't. Zach Allen's a huge question mark if he's going to be back, for a variety of reasons, but Erod's going to be a part of this for a while. So they got to figure it out with Erod, or he's got to figure it out with them, I guess.
Unless they start saying nasty things about him in the media and start benching him, and then they ultimately decide they want to waive and stretch him and let him sign with the Los Angeles Dodgers. But, was that a bad parallel?
I mean, they could do that.
There's 2 years left on his
Erod.
deal.
He's already said he won't play for the Dodgers.
Look, I don't want this to be another situation where they have to cut him like they cut Madison Bumgarner. But Madison Bumgarner was also not pitching well enough to even remain in the rotation anymore. And that team was at a point where they couldn't afford any more leeway with him stinking the way that he did. And I looked back at it. They cut him in April. Like, they didn't even give him a long enough leash to the deadline. They cut him in April.
They were done with Bumgarner.
Done.
Yeah. And that was really that was 2023 season, right?
23. Granted, it was 3 years into that deal, so it's like, all right, we've seen enough.
They've seen enough, yeah.
Then we had the report about his disagreements with Dan Herron, and that was the whole thing, so yeah.
But that really was a statement early in that season of like, we're not
messing around
this year. We're trying to go for it. And
would they do that again with Erod? It feels a little different because this is like their handpicked guy.
Yeah.
Is the other thing,
and he's not. I mean, it's hard to talk up a guy who's got a 5.94 ERA. I get that. He's made 26 starts as a Diamondback, and his ERA is in the fives. It's not great, but it's not. Bumgarner couldn't get anybody out.
Bumgarner had a massive sample size. Erod has not even a full season's worth of a sample size. You said 26 starts.
Yeah, and it's been spread out with injuries.
In some cases, he could have gotten to 30 in a single season, but for this particular exercise, didn't pitch at all until August last year. Like, remember how long and drawn out his recovery process was a year ago? And then this year, he has really high strikeout totals, but he's really struggling with location. You know who he really reminds me of a lot more than Madison Bumgarner? And people equate it to Madison Bumgarner because it's an outside contract, and it's, again, feeling like an albatross. But he reminds me of Robbie Ray in the sense that...
I'll take that if he wants to become what Robbie Ray has become since then.
But that's just it. Robbie Ray on the Diamondbacks. Not Robbie Ray what he was on the Blue Jays. Not Robbie Ray what he is right now with the Giants. Not Robbie Ray even at his best moments with the Mariners. He's Robbie Ray on the Diamondbacks, which is why he can't have a consistent night of just these overly high taxing pitch counts, these high strikeout totals, but they also come with high walk amounts, and he can't find consistency with his location. That's what it feels like to me. And sooner or later, they just need to decide one way or the other with him because he's not like a rising prospect anymore. He is a pitcher that is making the second most dollars in this rotation, and he's not anywhere close to that dollar amount right now.
It's crazy to me that pitching is the issue. It's not crazy to me like today, like I just realized it's been the issue all season.
Sure.
But when you consider what they have invested in pitching and how much they prioritized pitching and how starting pitching, I mean, this rotation was supposed to be one of the best in baseball this season. And that wasn't a local thing. That was people nationally saying, hey, this is a top 5 rotation. This is a top 3 rotation. Mitch, they have given up more runs than everybody in baseball this season. This is not just the rotations, the bullpen too. But as a team, they've allowed more runs than everybody except the Angels, the Orioles, the Nationals, the A's, and the Rockies.
How different is this year's team than last year's team? Because it quite frankly feels like the same team. A very high-powered offense and a really struggled pitching rotation.
Yeah.
/ bullpen. / the fact that they were the highest scoring offense last year, won 89 games, and missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
This year, they're probably going to get to 80 wins. I don't know. If they keep playing 500, they'll definitely get to 81 wins.
Last year they had injuries. This year it feels like injuries have played a bigger role, and it also feels like they have more gut-wrenching bullpen losses this year. Not that the bullpen was amazing last year because Sewald was never really
They held on to Sewald too long, and then when they moved off of him, it seemed to get better in that one particular spot. But it was still a massive struggle last year.
All right, if you think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory. And the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, we're going to go with Wolfing Down Your Lunch a little bit early because we got a couple guests coming up in the noon hour. So when we come back, Wolfing Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. We're rolling through the summer with back to school already happening for so many families. Do you believe it? The Arizona heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move, man. You don't want to move yourself. You want the moving team professionals, and that is Moving Team 6. Moving can be difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You want to trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you hired Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the basin, whether it's local Basinonians, it's long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix as well. You need Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Alden Nation.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noonish on a Tuesday. Mitch Feraldis is in for Wolf. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
So, Zach Gallen allowed 6 earned runs in 6+ innings last night as the Arizona Diamondbacks fell 6-3 in their series opener against the Houston Astros. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, has Zach Gallen thrown his last pitch as an Arizona Diamondback at Chase Field?
At Chase Field.
So what, they have a game in Pittsburgh coming up that he would, if his next start is in Pittsburgh.
I want to be cheeky, and I want to look at the Diamondbacks' schedule.
You're not going to, I mean, then if he doesn't start in Pittsburgh, he'll start in Detroit.
No, that's not what I'm going to be cheeky about. So I would say, as a member of the Diamondbacks.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're one of those people. Okay.
Okay, so for what it's worth, they don't play a New York team at home for the rest of this year. The only teams that would make sense that he could potentially be traded to that do come to Chase Field the rest of this season, there isn't one, quite frankly. So
yeah, I mean, Philly was like rumored for a while, but they've got they don't really need anything.
Aaron Nola has been an injury mess this year, but they're the Phillies. They've been able to manage all year. Zach Wheeler, again, looking like a Cy Young guy. Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez, Jesus Luzardo, semi-revived.
The D-backs, by the way, just because of this, they closed the season with the Phillies, the Dodgers, and the Padres. I will say...
So I'll say no. Or yes,
I'll say
he has pitched his last at Chase Field.
As an Arizona Diamondback.
Yeah, I think so.
Both.
I mean, the question obviously hinging on him getting traded at the deadline. So, yeah, I think so. I think they would almost have to win out prior to the deadline to keep him.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes. I wouldn't be surprised if he's thrown his last pitch as a Diamondback overall. 76% say yes, 24% say no.
If you're in that 24% and you're listening right now, or maybe you're watching on the YouTube chat, or text us at 620-620. I would love to hear your reasoning.
Or call Mitch at 4...
No. Or find me on Twitter. Whatever. Anyway, you know how to reach us.
Or send him mail at his address, which is 13... Okay.
You're trying to dox me, and it's not going to work.
Give me more time.
Eugenio Suarez hit another home run last night and currently leads the National League with 36 home runs this season. Do the Diamondbacks have to trade him at this point?
I mean, do the Diamondbacks have to trade anybody? But for specifically Eugenio Suarez, I think at this point the answer is yes.
I don't think half. I don't think you have to, because we're all operating, or at least have been operating, under the assumption that they're getting these amazing offers for him. All we know is a bunch of teams want him. But if teams are still trying to do the whole, here's some minor leaguers for him. You know, you were talking about a potential Yankees offer before. It wasn't thrown out by the Yankees, but it was thrown out.
And it wasn't a good offer.
No, it wasn't. It was just like, here's some guys we don't use in our minor league system. And so, but if we give you a bunch of them, you'll give us Gino, right? Again, said this with the Suns. I don't want scratch tickets. If your
quantity does not equal quality.
If I'm trading Gino, if I'm trading a guy who has 36 home runs in mid to late July, to a contender, I want at least one major league player and some like high-end prospects. I get it, he's a rental, but that team can re-sign him too. It's not like he has to be a rental.
Arizona Cardinals rookies are reporting to training camp today, and one of those rookies who is reporting is cornerback Will Johnson, who signed his 4-year rookie contract today. How relieved are you guys that Will Johnson has been signed and there will be no drama there?
I'm not going to say like very relieved, because I think based on the way the reporting went out, it was going to get done. But given what we anticipate his role to be on this team, it is a nice breather to not have to stress about this for much longer. Like, drama-free offseason is my favorite offseason. And so far, we are drama-free.
They really seem to have, whether it was intentional or not, sort of prioritized having a drama-free offseason. I'm with you. I don't know if there was ever really like concern that it wasn't going to get done, but when was it going to get done? I mean, if this dragged a week or two into camp, then you're setting Will Johnson back, or he's setting himself back, however you want to view it at that point. And as a rookie, that's not great, but it didn't happen. He's signed. He's good to go. So relieved might not be the right word, but it's a big deal that he got signed today.
Legendary Cardinals wideout Larry Fitzgerald was named to Sports Illustrated's all-quarter century first team.
Finally, a publication that gets it.
Yes. So my question to you guys is, and this is not receivers of all time, this is just since the start of the 21st century.
Okay.
Where would you guys rank Larry Fitzgerald among wide receivers since the turn of the century?
All right, this is tough because I don't have a list of every great receiver since the turn of the century in front of me.
Let's put it this way. Who comes to mind immediately when you think of this century's best receivers?
Okay, well, let's brainstorm this out. I'm not
Obviously
saying these guys
Fitz,
are better, but yeah, Fitz,
Randy
Calvin
Moss,
Johnson, Randy Moss.
Megatron. Terrell Owens? Or do you give him more of the 90s than you do the 2000s?
I would put Fitz in front of him if we're just talking about the 2000s.
Do you put in Andre Johnson?
You could. I would have Fitz ahead of him. I mean, how
Marvin Harrison Sr., Reggie Wayne.
Where do you
Julio
put
Jones?
guys?
Julio's a good
where
one.
do you put current guys like Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase?
In comparison to the entire decade, they just don't have the longevity in comparison to the guys that have already played. And Fitz played all of his career within this century.
I think the only name you say out of all of them where I'm like, okay, yeah, I got to give that guy. He put him higher on the list than Fitz. The only guy would be Randy Moss.
I think
some
Randy
of his
Moss
best moments were in the 90s.
I think Randy Moss is 1.
I would probably have Fitz 2.
Andre Johnson 3, probably. This
Calvin
is just
Johnson.
off the dome.
I would have Calvin Johnson.
Oh, Megatron, yeah.
Calvin Johnson's career stats, not as good as you.
It's a short career, though.
Yeah, but you
and he
watch
played
him
for
play.
a Lions team.
That's true, but if you look at, I think he only had 1 or 2 100-catch years. I think I would definitely go Fitz 2, and I would go Randy Moss 1. And then after that, I think it's kind of a toss-up.
Yeah, it is. I would say. But yeah, Fitz is right there. He's either 1 or 2. So he absolutely should be on this team. And I don't remember who the publication was a few months ago.
ESPN.
It was ESPN.
And a bunch of dorks.
And they listed off 6 receivers. It wasn't even Fitz isn't number 1. They had 2 starters, 2 backups, and 2 honorable mentions, and he wasn't any of them somehow.
I'm trying to see who else they had in that receiver room as I'm Fitz, Moss, Johnson, Terrell Owens, Julio Jones. Third team, they had Tyreek Hill, Antonio Brown, Marvin Harrison Sr., and then in others receiving vote, man, I feel bad for not including him, but Mike Evans, A.J. Green, D-Hop, Andre Johnson, Steve Smith, the Panthers one, and then Quan.
Yeah, Quan.
And Quan Bolden got
would
1
be up
vote.
there as well.
All right, last one for you guys before we go to break. A former Arizona Cardinal has just announced his retirement from the NFL, and it is Tyrann Mathieu. How will you guys remember Tyrann Mathieu as a Cardinal, as a football player, just overall?
He was, to me, symbolic of the attitude of those Bruce Arians teams, and I mean that in the best possible way. I mean,
The Honey Badger.
a guy who probably needed a second or third or fourth, whatever you want to, whatever number, chance coming out of college, and Bruce Arians was the perfect coach for him at the perfect time, and just a beast for the Cardinals. That secondary, there were a couple years there where that secondary was just fun.
I look at it as, what could have been, because when I remember Ty, I remember the good times, but then also that injury that absolutely wrecked basically the rest of his tenure in Arizona.
And that season.
And after that, it was basically over.
Was that against Philly? Am I remembering that right?
It was one of those playoff games, right? One of those late in season games.
They still had a chance. And then he got hurt, and it was a nasty injury, and then they were just done.
It was just devastating.
Yeah, it was in Philly. He picked off a ball and came down, and there goes the ACL.
Yeah.
I'm happy that
it was late in the season, right? It wasn't a playoff.
Yeah, I think it was week 15.
Yeah.
It was David Johnson's breakout game.
Yeah.
As much disdain as I have for Kansas City, the football team, I'm happy that he was able to at least get a ring before he called it a career as well.
Wilson has drawn comparisons to former LSU playmaker Tyrann Mathieu.
Good try, Gus.
That's one way to pronounce Tyrann Mathieu.
Respect to Gus Johnson, though, because he's had some awesome calls.
Yeah.
And then the one where he lost his voice in the Michigan-Ohio State game.
Touchdown! Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvelous!
I mean, he is really good at his job. We just have the one cut of him messing up.
Jack Sawyer.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, do the Diamondbacks have to win their next 2 games or more to avoid being sellers at the deadline? We're going to ask MLB.com D-backs reporter Steve Gilbert. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And this just in, former Arizona Cardinals safety Tyrann Mathieu is retiring from the NFL. The Arizona Diamondbacks looked to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can Erod give the Diamondbacks a win they so desperately need? We'll discuss the Diamondbacks tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, Erod against Framber Valdez tonight at Chase Field. Every game feels like a must-win right now for the Diamondbacks. Steve Gilbert, MLB.com, D-backs reporter, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line.
Gil!
Steve, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are we looking?
Well, you tell us, because you watched last night's game up close, right? Like, we only watched it from the television seats. You had to watch it up close.
Well, I'll tell you, I wrote about this last night after the game. It sure feels like these games are like the last 10 days in September with a team trying to make the postseason, given what the Diamondbacks are trying to do here before the trade deadline. So I don't know about how the crowd felt, but it certainly, you could feel like there was a lot of intensity on the field, at least from the Diamondback standpoint.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It feels like this is like the end of the season and they're fighting for a playoff spot, but there's still 61 games left. I guess along those lines, Steve, like we all know the 4 players that are most rumored to be moved: Gallen, Kelly, Naylor, and Gino, obviously. If they were to move one of those guys but still be able to realistically justify that they're trying to win this year, is there one of those guys you feel like they could move but not totally wave the white flag?
Well, I mean, if you only move one of those guys, I don't think you're completely waving a white flag. Now, if you're trading Gino the way he's hitting right now, since he's turned into Aaron Judge sometime last July, that certainly makes it more difficult. But I think we saw with the Tigers last year, they did some. They kind of did some selling at last year's deadline,
right?
And lo and behold, ended up sneaking into the postseason.
So I want to ask you then, because the Tigers is a team that I've brought up a couple of times, in particular yesterday, where they sold and they went on that magical, miraculous run. And there are some fans out there that are curious if this team can pull off another miraculous run like they did in 2023. But I'm looking at the state of this roster, even if they did trade people away, and I'm skeptical. So I'm asking you to sell to me the Diamondbacks if they trade any of these key pieces away. What's the sell the rest of this year?
Well, if you're asking me to come up with that point of view, I would say, you're going to get some bullpen pieces back. Shelby Miller, who did a very nice job for them. Jalen Beeks, who also has done a nice job for them. And Ryan Thompson, who's not having as good a year as he had in the last 2 years for them, but still is a quality reliever. So that's like 3 pieces for your bullpen. If you get back a bullpen piece in trading one of those 4 guys, that also helps your bullpen out. And I think just with this offense, again, if Gino isn't one of the guys that's traded, you look at this offense. Last year they led the league in runs scored, led all of baseball in runs scored, and this year I think they're third or fourth in average runs per game. So it's hard to slug your way to a title sometimes, but this offense gives them a shot in just about every game.
Talking to Steve Gilbert. Steve, is there any chance that any of these guys that are, being talked about in trades would come back next year, whether they trade them or even if they just keep them this year? Is there any chance that they're bringing back Merrill Kelly or Josh Naylor or whoever from this group?
I think probably the most likely would be Merrill Kelly. He probably would take a shorter term deal. He likes playing here. He lives here. The other guys like playing here, but are probably going to get offers that are multi-year and maybe outside of what the Diamondbacks feel comfortable doing. But that remains to be seen. Suarez is in his mid-30s now. Teams tend to shy away sometimes from giving long-term contracts there. So if there was one that I would say they would have the best chance at re-signing, I would say probably Merrill Kelly.
The other storyline coming out of last night that doesn't have to do with the Diamondbacks specifically, but kind of does. Christian Walker making his return, first time back at Chase Field this season. Just because you were in the scrum, what was the vibe that you got talking with Christian about being back in Arizona? And then in particular, the comments that he made about not necessarily getting an offer from the Diamondbacks this past offseason.
Yeah, he didn't sound bitter about that at all. Somebody was asking him how close he came to coming back, and his response was simply, well, I mean, I don't think you can say I was close because I never got an offer. So it wasn't like, hey, they didn't offer me and I'm upset about it. In fact, he said flat out that he wasn't upset, that he understood and still has so many great memories here. And he referred to the Diamondbacks at least once, if not twice, during that interview as we. When talking about him. So, he still is following what this team has done and still roots hard for the guys that are over there. So there's no bitter feelings. I didn't get that impression from him by his comments or the way he kind of phrased anything.
We're talking to Steve Gilbert. Steve, Eduardo Rodriguez pitching tonight for the Diamondbacks. We were talking about this as a show earlier. He almost kind of feels like like a separate starting pitcher from everybody else because Fott's been better and Ryan Nelson's been better and Merrill's been good and Gallen, there's always so much focus on him, but Erod almost feels like the forgotten guy. But when you look forward past this year, he's their only veteran starting pitcher that's healthy and set to go for 2026. How important is he, not just tonight, the rest of the season, but how important is it to get him right, for the future, for next year and beyond?
Well, it's huge for them because he's owed $20 million over the next 2 years after this year. So he's somebody they definitely want to get going on a consistent basis to at least have him be a guy that can chew up innings and keep them in ball games. I think it's been a puzzle for them as to quite why that hasn't worked out for him this year. When he went on the IL and came back, he seemed like he was healthier and had some better results. It's just been kind of inconsistent, but they definitely need to get him going because that's a large chunk of the payroll. I know they had a club record payroll this year, but still $20 million in one player for a team in a market size like this. Definitely need to have that player be a big contributor.
Somebody else who figures to be in the next season plans, or who knows, maybe even in the plans within a month or so, Jordan Lawler. I just want to know from your perspective, based off what you've seen from everything that Jordan Lawler has shown at every level of affiliated baseball with the Diamondbacks, what is your confidence level that he can supersede, if necessary, Eugenio Suarez at third base and provide some pop in that order?
Well, I think he's got tremendous potential. We saw him briefly in 23. Maybe that was a little soon for him, and being thrust in the middle of a pennant race, not ideal situations for a young player. And I think we also saw him in another non-ideal situation when he came up earlier this year. There was no real consistent path to playing time when he came up this time this year. And that's really tough on a young player. It's hard to get comfortable. It's hard to get in a rhythm. It's hard to establish yourself when you're not playing on an everyday basis. It's hard enough for veterans that are part of a platoon or whatnot, much less a younger player. So I don't think we've really got a sense yet as to what he can do at the big league level. Should Suarez get traded and should Jordan Lawler, a big thing for him has been staying healthy. Should he be healthy and able to stay healthy, I think you get a nice long look at him here in the second half. And then you'd have a better idea as to, how big of a part of the future he is for you.
Steve, it's always great catching up with you, man. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Gil.
My pleasure, guys. Have a great day.
All right, you too. That's Steve Gilbert joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. If you think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Can't stress this enough. You can be in a league where you can play against Wolf in fantasy football. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, over to football. 2 former first-round picks looking to make the jump in year 2. Who's going to have a bigger breakout year, Marvin Harrison Jr. or Darius Robinson? We'll debate that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell. This is In for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card Scan is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
All right, we are back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf. Thanks to Steve Gilbert, who just joined us, and Craig Greal, who's going to join us in about 15 minutes to talk Cardinals.
From Gil to Gree.
Yeah.
I love this.
I was going to thank Gree, but I'm not going to thank him ahead of time, because what if...
No, I can't thank him now because he's not listening.
Yeah, what if
I'll
he
thank him when he's
fails?
listening.
Okay.
And he has to talk
How do you
to
know?
us.
What if he is listening? What if he's like, this is my big moment?
Gree, if you're listening, you have my phone number.
Okay. I almost gave it out over the air earlier, except I don't remember anybody's numbers anymore because I just have
You
their
almost
names
gave
on
out
my
my
phone.
address. Like, what is wrong with you?
Well, it's
I might have to threaten to give
would've
away
been great.
your address and your phone number.
It's only funny if I'm doing it, at least to me. So here's the question, okay, Mitch?
Question.
Darius Robinson, Marvin Harrison Jr. We're just going to look, at least to start the conversation, we're just going to look at first-round picks from the Cardinals last year because they had two.
Okay.
I was looking at a story, and I'll pull it up here in a second, but they were talking about ways where the Cardinals, it was on NFL.com, ways they can improve, really, in this upcoming season. And they talked about, hey, look, they got two first-rounders from last year that could potentially make huge jumps. And they're right, but they're from very different places. Marvin Harrison Jr. played pretty much the entire season, did have 885 yards and 8 touchdowns, but the expectations are so high that we're all expecting a jump from Marv in year 2.
Yes.
Darius Robinson didn't get to play much last year, so it would actually be easier for him to make a huge jump in 2025 because he just didn't
there
get
was
to play
nothing
much.
to. There's a lot easier of a jump for Darius Robinson to make because there's so little there already.
6 games played, but he wasn't. It's not even like he was playing a ton in those games. 10 tackles, 4 solos, 6 assists, 1 sack. That was basically his
1 sack in
last
6 games. That's a good rate though. If we're trying to get the sack totals up.
No, I think, but I do. What's the over under on Darius Robinson sacks for this year? Do you think? You set this one since my.
You
my
want me
other
to
ones-
set it?
Yeah, you set it. And I'll
Pretending that he plays all 17 games.
Well, I just said it right now. Where would you be comfortable?
Jesse behind the glass flashed up all 5 of his fingers on one hand. That's kind of where
That's where I was thinking.
That's where I'm leaning.
I would go over on 5 sacks for Darius Robinson.
Okay.
Now that obviously assumes he's playing 16 games at least, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way he can do that in 9
16, and they skip the 17th because they're comfortably in the playoffs and they can rest the guys.
Okay, that's you're getting a little ambitious.
Over optimistic.
I'm just assuming every NFL player misses about a game.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I don't know. It's a lot easier for Darius Robinson to make the jump because the bar from last year, not really his fault. He had a rough year.
The bar's
last
on the
year.
ground, I
So,
think, in fairness.
yeah.
Whereas the bar for Marvin Harrison Jr. is about as high in the sky as it could possibly be.
So who do you expect at the end of the year? Who are we looking back and saying, okay, they made the bigger jump?
Darius.
Yeah, me too.
They didn't do anything with the offense, so the expectation then for the offense is that continuity is going to be the biggest improvement for that entire unit. Whereas defense, they've got a lot of guys there where they're only going to be the benefactor for a guy like Darius Robinson. It's only going to be the benefactor for a guy like Walter Nolan III, right?
Yeah.
So I would expect that Darius Robinson makes the bigger jump, 1, because he's got a much longer runway to actually play this year, and 2, because he's starting from so little to begin with that we almost forget that he's an end of the first round pick, right? This is the guy they got as a result of trading out of the Will Anderson spot 2 years ago. Now they have Darius Robinson. He is their, this is totally unfair to Darius, but he is what they got by trading away Will Anderson. if that makes
Essentially, I mean,
sense.
you got Paris Johnson Jr. too.
You did.
You still get you got him.
So
as
you got
well.
Paris and you got Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
Can Darius Robinson be, just for this season at minimum, can he be half of what Will Anderson has been for the Texans this 2-year span that he's been there?
I'm surprised kind of that we both said Darius Robinson just because the offense is pinning so much on Marvin Harrison Jr. making a big jump. You know, that's why I keep asking all the guests, and I'll probably ask
But
this of
also,
Craig
should
Greeley
they?
too. Well, that's why I keep asking everybody, how can you be good enough on offense to make the playoffs if Trey McBride is your clear-cut best weapon on offense? Because we've seen other teams have that. And we've seen the Chiefs win Super Bowl after Super Bowl with Travis Kelce as their best non-Patrick Mahomes weapon on offense. Can you do that? I mean, it obviously asks a lot of your defense. You can't just not have receiver production, though. And so they are, I just by nature of how they've constructed the team, assuming for a big Marvin Harrison Jr. jump. Like, if the question was, who do they need the bigger jump from? It's Marv, right? Because they've got so many defensive linemen now.
Yeah, they don't need Darius Robinson to make a jump, but we just anticipate because of the surplus of guys on that side of the ball that he would logically make a jump because of the opportunities that he's going to get as perhaps maybe one of the more overlooked guys on that side of the ball. I mean, if they're shoring up the trenches the way that they are, who's the first name that comes to mind for you when just assessing the Cardinals' front seven? It's not Darius Robinson, to cut short the exercise. It's probably one of Walter Nolan, Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell.
It's got to be Josh.
But that's four guys before I even consider Darius Robinson.
Would have been Darius Robinson if you had let me answer, but it's only because we're currently talking about him.
Sure.
So it's at the front of my mind.
That's fair.
We had Nick Rollis on last month, and we asked him about Darius Robinson and what the jump from year 1 to year 2 could look like for him. And this is what he said.
I mean, I'm focused on the day-to-day, on what are those little things that he can continue to improve to take his game to the next level. Run game, pass rush. But, you expect everybody to take those jumps, not just D-Rob, but, veteran guys, young guys in the year 2, rookies, it's just everybody. It's how can we get them better? And then we put it all out there on Sunday, but we're really not focused on predicting what is he going to be on Sundays. It's what can we do today to make us better as a defense on Sundays.
Now, we also had Darius Robinson on, I think it was the next day, and we asked him how much having that first year on his resume now, even though he didn't get to play a ton, but just going through, life off the field as an NFL player, knowing the scheme, how much that helps him now get a running start into year 2.
Oh, it helps me a lot. Like, already just looking at the installs and, remember, what I would have thought last year versus now, it feels like I'm already thinking steps ahead and just really making the most out of our playbook and just my time, just trying to grow and be the best I can be.
Mitch, he's one of those guys, you talk to him, you see what he did in college, you see what he did at camp last year before he got hurt, and you're like, this dude's, it's going to work for him.
He had the double whammy last year. He was dealing with the severe injury, and he dealt with the awful loss of his mother. That's a very rough way to start your year. He doesn't necessarily not have to deal with any of that this year, but he has a greater focus on being prepared for the season this go around because he's not dealing with a severe injury, and he's not dealing with the very, very recent loss of his mother. His mother's thought will always be there, obviously, but he doesn't have anything holding him back this go around, this camp. Nothing is in his way right now to be as good as we all hope that he can be. Plus, just hearing him talk, just that one soundbite in general, how could you not root for him? He seems like a very easily
you talk
rootable
to him and you're
guy.
like, yeah, this dude, he's an easy guy to root for, but also you start to hear about his process and everything. And everybody heard the famous cut after he got drafted. We went 2 minutes in detail through what his week looks like in terms of football every week. But he seems like a guy where, I don't know, if you could buy Darius Robinson's stock, it's probably pretty low right now just because he didn't play last year. I'm in. I think the only thing that holds him back is injuries, which, that could hold anybody back, and it did hold him back last year.
It was what? It was training camp where he got the injury the first time when we weren't supposed to know that he got an injury that one time ago. But, yeah, just fingers crossed that he can get through camp just fine because we do expect him to be a big part of the defense this year.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, how much pressure is there on the Cardinals to make the playoffs this season? We're going to talk to their broadcaster, Craig Rialou. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, you have nearly 250 trucks in stock. What kind of deals are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? July has some amazing truck deals, and right now we've got $12,500 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $7,000 in savings or 5.9% APR for 84 months on a new 2025 Sierra HD. Inventory is strong right now. It's definitely the time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. In other Cardinals-related news, former Cards safety Tyrann Mathieu retiring from the NFL after 12 seasons, 5 of which were in Arizona. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
Well, why not talk Cardinals training camp? Because it's here this week. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf. I'm just saying that really for the benefit of our next guest who is joining us. I want him to know he's not going to be asked about how many times Kyler's going to be under center.
No, we're not asking about hypotheticals. We're asking about actual dudes on a football field, it sounds like.
Craig Grialou, Arizona Cardinals broadcaster, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Gree?
Now, I did agree to come on the Wolf and Luke show. Sure. This guy, Ron Wolfley, does he ever work anymore?
Not during the week.
We're thinking, because Mike Sando was on yesterday, he was curious the same thing. We think he's in that hyperbaric chamber just getting ready for the blood sport, Gree.
Okay. First practice is tomorrow.
Yeah,
By the way, let Wolf know that the first padded practice is not until Monday.
Oh, he's going to be devastated.
He is supposed to be back on Thursday, but now with that news out, who knows? We might not see him until Monday.
Yeah, they might need me again. We'll see.
Gree, let's just go broad here to start things off. What is, just you personally, camp starting, what's the first thing you're kind of looking for with the 2025 Cardinals?
The front seven. It's what we've talked about all offseason and maybe towards the end of last season. What is this defense going to look like? How does that defensive line going to look to improve? Where are you going to get a pass rush? And I think we saw all offseason the priority, the focus of the front office was to address both the D-line and the edge position. And now how do those pieces fit together? Because we know Nick Rollis likes to do things a little bit different, maybe a little exotic, but what are the best 11 players for that particular play, that series, that quarter, that particular week's worth of game planning? That, to me, is where I'm going to kind of be leaning a little bit more towards than anything else.
The front seven in particular, if we micro it down to the individuals that will be on that front seven, who in particular, doesn't have to be a new addition or a rookie, just anybody. Who are you most intrigued to see making an impact early on here in camp?
Darius Robinson. Is he healthy? Can he be healthy for an entire season? And I know it was a tough first year for him, both injury-wise, both off the field, but just how he looked and sounded this offseason, can he be that guy that I overheard on the sideline last training camp? He was going to be a problem. And we saw that those entire those entire training camp practices, and then the calf injury happens before the regular season begins, and then we don't see Darius until later on, and I don't think he was ever quite 100%. But what does a 100% looking Darius Robinson, what can that mean for this defense?
Talking to Craig Grialou. Craig, Will Johnson gets signed this morning, and there was so much made of how fortunate the Cardinals were that he was still there at pick 47. When you look at him just as a rookie, how big of a role do you believe, if everything goes right, like the best case scenario, how big of a role do you believe he could carve out for this team this year?
I don't see any reason why he couldn't be a week one starting corner. Now, whether that's your number one or it's a combination between him and Max Melton or Starling Thomas, who are you going to rely on as far as your outside corners are concerned? And whether Will starts or not, he is going to play significant snaps each and every week. And that's what I would expect, especially someone who has first-round talent that you selected in the second round for whatever reason. And I know injuries are going to be a concern until they're not, but we did see Will on the field during the offseason, OTAs and minicamp. Yes, he was limited, but he was out there participating. So where does he fit in with that rotation? And I'm not including Garrett Williams in this conversation. He's going to be on the field. He's your slot corner. But those other two on the outside, is it a combination of Will, Max, and Star, or maybe someone else surprises? Elijah Jones, who was a day 2 pick a year ago. Didn't see him a lot last season. Never saw him in game action. Hardly saw him on the practice field, but someone that has good size as far as a corner is concerned, and a reason why he was a third-round pick but missed his first season. Where does he fit into the mix?
All right, I want to flip sides of the ball. I want to switch to the offensive side. I want to stay in the trench area, though, because The right guard position in particular is one that a lot of us are curious about because they have the consistency at the other 4 spots. But just your personal confidence level that Isaiah Adams, if called upon, can fill in nicely where Will Hernandez was last year.
We saw Adams start the final 5 games last season. Does he just pick up where he left off? And the good news, if he is that guy, and we'll see how he does once the pads are on, once preseason games are being played, that joint practice with the Denver Broncos. But, yes, going into year 2, but if he looks to his left, he's got Yelda Froholt, a veteran. If he looks to his right, he's got Jonah Williams, a veteran, or Kelvin Beachum, another veteran. So 2 players that could help Isaiah Adams further his development, even though maybe he's not where you want him to be week 1. He'll get there eventually, not only by his own doing, but the guys that he's surrounded by.
Talking to Craig Grialou, everybody talks about Marvin Harrison Jr. making that second-year jump, but then when you try to put numbers to it, you're talking about pretty lofty numbers sometimes when people start to try and actually put that into real numeric value. When you think year 2 jump for Marv, what does it look like to you?
A better catch percentage. It was, I believe, just over 50%. So that chemistry between quarterback and wide receiver, I don't know if Marvin's targets are going to get any higher, but the number of catches should dramatically increase, and so will the total yards. Now, those touchdowns, can he have double digits? Again, the production in the red zone, but I don't think you're going to see the number of targets fluctuate with Marvin or even Trey McBride, but can you be more efficient as far as when that ball is thrown your way? 1, do you catch it? And then 2, what do you do with it? Can you get some yards after the catch? Are you thrown open? Are you breaking tackles and now all of a sudden that 8-yard gain is 15, 20 yards and now all of a sudden it's that 1 catch, but now you're finishing with more yards than just 8 yards?
So Luke had brought up this topic a couple of times today because we expect that Marvin Harrison Jr. can make that next step, or how critical he is for the offense if he makes that next step. And then we remember that Trey McBride is maybe the best receiving option on this offense the way that it is right now. So the question from Luke that he had to me that I'm now passing on to you, can this offense get where they want to go if Trey McBride is their best receiving option on offense?
I don't see why not. I mean, we've seen other teams do it. The Kansas City Chiefs do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you have a dramatic difference between what Trey does versus what Marvin does like we saw last season? No. In that case, you're not going to have a successful season, meaning you're in the playoffs. But there's no reason why you can't have your tight end as your number 1 pass catcher and then Marvin is number 2. Just tell me what the numbers are. Tell me what the total touchdowns between the 2 are. But a tight end, especially within this offense, which is tight end heavy, you're going to have the tight end be a focal point, and it's good that you have a wide receiver to bounce off of on the other side. But Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't have to be your number 1 receiver as far as receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns for this team to play a playoff team. At least I don't see it that way, especially with where Trey has gone as a tight end, top 2, top 3 at least, or number 1, because right now he is your best pass catcher until we see otherwise.
Gree, I'll ask the Wolf question since he's not here. How many times are we going to see Kyler under center this season?
It will be more than I think we've seen certainly when he first entered the league. And I think you're going to see a little bit more, I wouldn't say a traditional offense, but this is year 3 within this offensive scheme, and maybe a little bit more under center and rolling out, under center and a bootleg rollout, and getting Kyler outside the pockets, not to run, but to maybe just scan the field and give defenses a different look.
Craig Grialou, always great to talk to you. Looking forward to seeing you at camp next, actually this week, a couple days, like a day. All right,
we promise Wolf will be there.
I expect you to be here on day 1 on Wednesday.
Look, there's a much better chance I'll be there than Wolf. Who knows where he is?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there Thursday, so we'll see you then. So will Wolf, actually. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Gree.
My pleasure, gentlemen.
It's Craig Grialou joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Join us for the Arizona Sports Half Day Club tomorrow as the D-backs take on Christian Walker and
so
the
that's
Houston
where we'll
Astros.
be.
That's where we'll be.
Oh,
that's where you will be. Remember that.
Well, I will be there. Yeah, don't
Text
worry.
half to 620-620, and we're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. As I just said, Christian Walker will be there. Made his return to Chase Field last night. Did we learn anything new about his departure from the D-backs, and where are we on his replacement for the D-backs? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. An incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do. Every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can Erod give the Diamondbacks a win they so desperately need? We'll discuss the Diamondbacks tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Maybe my favorite Black Sabbath song, War Pigs.
This is a song that, like, you hear a bunch of bands cover it, but it's like, it's got to be one of those things as a band, even if you're an established band, you're like, okay, hold on, we're about to cover Ozzy. Like, you got to be careful here.
I'll give you an actually fantastic cover of War Pigs,
all right,
and you wouldn't expect it. Hold on. Had to make sure I had it.
We're going to wait till this started.
T-Pain. I'm not kidding.
All right.
It's really good.
It's awesome.
Give us a little juice on this, if you could.
Just like witches at black masses.
You've turned into Wolf.
Somebody had to.
You just want to listen to music.
I'm sitting in the Dark Prince's chair, right? Right. Brothers and sisters. I can't do as good of a soliloquy as Wolf, but this is probably the perfect song to sit in the throne.
All right, you stand by the T-Pain one. We'll play it tomorrow. We've got all Ozzy lined up for the rest of today.
Okay.
All right, I'm looking at a list. Well, now I got to hit this post, too.
I love ya!
All right, now I'm looking at a list of the top trade candidates on ESPN. They've updated this. This was the list where a couple weeks ago it was the Diamondbacks with 4 of the top 9. Now they have number 1. It's Gino, and they have his chance of being traded at 90%. So
you're telling me there's a chance?
Pretty good chance, yeah. So they have him. In fact, here's Jeff Passan on Sunday Night Baseball talking about Gino being in that top spot.
We sure can, Kevin. And he's moving up to our trade deadline rankings number 1 spot tomorrow because the guy has been unbelievable and will help whichever team does deal for him. And the belief at this point is that Eugenio Suarez is going to move. The Diamondbacks have Jordan Lawler ready at AAA to take over. And whether it is the New York Yankees, the Chicago Cubs, the Detroit Tigers, the Milwaukee Brewers, the New York Mets, whoever it may be, they are going to get one of the best power hitters in baseball already with 35 home runs this season. Absolutely incredible.
All right, well, 36 now, because when he recorded that on Sunday, he hadn't played an additional game.
So without considering who you could possibly get back in a return, what is it? The Yankees, the Cubs, the Mariners, the Brewers, and then what? Did he say the Mets?
I've heard
in there
the Blue
too?
Jays. Did you say the Blue Jays are in there?
Who of those teams would you least want him to be traded to?
Oh, well, we're going to do more on the Gino topic here in a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, off the top of my head, the Yankees, because he's somebody I'll still root for. It's going to be tougher if he's playing for the Yankees.
I wouldn't want him still in the National League. So if you send him to the American League, then I can at least take solace in the fact, like, I'm sad, but I don't have to see him as much anymore.
Okay, that's fair. The other names, the other 4 or 3 of the other 4 names for the Diamondbacks have dropped down the list a little bit for what that's worth. Doesn't mean that they're not, still loaded with trade value. But they have Gallen at 12, Merrill Kelly at 13, Josh Naylor at 14. So hold on to Josh Naylor for a second, okay? All right, just put a pin in that. Because he was the replacement for Christian Walker.
Yes.
And I think everybody would agree he's been a pretty good replacement for Christian Walker. Now, Christian Walker made his return last night. He talked about, he was asked, I don't want to play all the cuts because we don't have enough time, so he was asked if there was ever a chance of him returning to the Diamondbacks as last season was winding down.
I mean, I guess it depends who you ask,
Asking you.
Yeah. Without getting into the free agency stuff too much, not a lot of talk there at the end as far as like, was it an option? Was it a possibility? I guess officially no offer made. So, it is what it is.
When you went to free agency after the season?
Yeah. Just like the whole course. Yeah, like early in the off season, it was pretty quiet. There wasn't really action from anybody. But as we started honing in on some real offers, of course we circled back with the Diamondbacks. I feel like that was the right thing to do, the professional thing to do. But officially, no moves were made.
So do you feel like you made the right decision?
So I'm going to say this, Mitch. I'm not in the Diamondbacks front office. Breaking news.
What?
Yeah, no, I know you looked so shocked, but the way that played out, at least through my interpretation, was they probably knew they were priced out or going to get priced out on Christian Walker. That either the Yankees or whoever, the Astros, ultimately somebody's going to come along and offer him more than they were willing to pay. My interpretation last year was they would love to have Christian Walker back. They just weren't going to pay as much as some of these other teams were. So that was always my assumption why there was never really much of a negotiation there. And he didn't sound upset. And we had Steve Gilbert on earlier who was in that media scrum, and he's like, he was not upset at all.
But there's a difference between not meeting the price that he wants and not offering him at all. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying the Diamondbacks were required to offer anything to Christian Walker. If he wasn't in their plans for this season, fine. Like, okay, be upfront about it. But
so you're saying do it, even offer something, even though he's not going to take it.
Okay, so they offer the qualifying offer, obviously, because it's customary, and that's what got them the compensation pick that allowed them to draft, I forget what his name is, but the Louisville pitcher at the end of the first round. Yeah. It's because of the Christian Walker signing that they were able to Patrick Forbes, that's what his name was, at the end of the first round. But to then not at least offer anything else, or I wonder if from the Diamondbacks' perspective, we will offer you the league average for another year, but we don't have the faith in offering you multiple years, which is what you're looking for. Maybe it's more that than anything else.
So let's spin this forward here for a second. And I'm just trying to make sense of this. Like, we had Bob Nightingale on. I think it was Bob Nightingale we were talking to. I know we talked to him yesterday. I think he's the one that said this. Talking about Josh Naylor, how they're probably not going to get a ton for him in return for a trade. And I've read
Still
that
baffles
in
me,
a few places too. Josh Naylor was your replacement. All the talk last year, okay, Christian Walker's leaving. Can they go get Paul Goldschmidt? Can they go sign one of these first basemen that are free agents? And at a certain point, we're like, Mike Hazen's probably going to pull off a trade. He's not, because the class of free agent first baseman last year wasn't great. So it was like, maybe he can pull off a trade. Well, he did. And he got a first baseman who was an all-star last year, who's in his 20s. And he gets here this year, and he's been everything I was hoping for at first base. And it's not like they have like some guy knocking down the door, some first baseman prospect that's like, we got to get him to the majors.
What, Pavin Smith's not that? Sorry, that was just a low blow.
I don't see it. I mean, I'm not saying Pavin Smith's not a major leaguer, but I don't think they're looking at him as like, he's got to be our everyday first baseman, because they would have done that already.
But that's just it. It's like, you felt like the argument at the time was when they traded away Paul Goldschmidt in 2018. It's, we've got this young stud who we drafted very high in the first round a couple of years ago that could easily fill in for now that Goldie's gone. And then what happened was Christian Walker came on and basically stole that job away from Pavin Smith.
So why not bring back Naylor? Why trade him if you really aren't going to get much? Now, they might be getting calls for Naylor where it's just like, no, we will absolutely give you something. Like, we know how good this guy
low does the value have to be to just say, no, we're not going to trade him, we're going to hold on to him?
Yeah, but also, why not re-sign him after the season?
Yeah.
Or do you really feel like
I
you're
would
gonna be
rather they
priced
keep him. I don't want them to trade him.
Because almost more than anybody, I would rather they keep him of these four, because what's the option if you let him go? You have to pull off another
trade. You have to
trade?
do this again in the offseason, basically. Or you have to have enough faith in Pavin Smith that you can just make him your everyday first baseman. But there is enough cries on the negative side of that argument that would say that is not a good idea. I feel like they lucked into this deal of getting Josh Naylor. And credit to the Guardians, too, because things have worked out really well for Slade Ciccone there in Cleveland.
Yeah,
as well.
they have. But see, I don't think it was luck with Naylor. I think that was a savvy Mike Hazen move to go out and get Naylor. I think in a weird way where they got lucky was not that Gino has been good. It's that Gino's been great. Like, he's been MVP caliber for 12 months. I don't think they were expecting that when they traded for him. But either way, who would have thought last year if Christian Walker leaves that when his first game back at Chase Field, the Diamondbacks have replaced him very well. And add on to that, the conversation would be, okay, we found his replacement, but he's going to leave too. We have to find his replacement. That's not a position you can mess around with.
It just feels very nauseating to have to go through a cycle of first baseman every year. I'd rather just have the guy. And Josh Naylor feels like the guy to me.
The offense has been amazing this season. We've talked about it at length. But if you really do lose Geno and Josh Naylor next year and replace them with Jordan Lawler and Pavin Smith, at a certain point, it's going to take a hit. It just is. All right, when we come back, who is going to be the Arizona Cardinals' X Factor in 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Love the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to let you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom at a time where you need some freedom, when you're trying to make a huge life decision? It's the best way to do it if you can, so here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles, none of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, get a sense of what you have to work with, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures such as the clear lens exchange and the Evo ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger.
Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. In other Cardinals-related news, former Cards safety Tyrann Mathieu is retiring from the NFL after 12 seasons, 5 of which were in Arizona. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home, from cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need. In stock and ready to go, browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, we did the first half of this earlier in the show. We'll do the second half right now. It's somewhat inspired by this list that's the ESPN put out, NFL.com? ESPN put it out. I've got way too many of these open now. ESPN put them out, ranking every team in the NFL. It's basically a power ranking, but then going through the biggest strength, the biggest weakness, the X factor, and the non-starter to know. So we did our biggest strength and weakness already for the Cardinals as a show. Rick and Jamal are kind of come back in here for X Factor, and
as soon as Jamal's done eating his fruit,
we're not going to do.
Sorry, Jamal.
Non-starter. It was just an unnecessary. Like you didn't even have to tell the audience.
I don't know
that.
what came over me there. I'm just going to say it now publicly. Like when I just shamed you, I apologize. Fruit is good for you.
Why would you attack Jamal right as he's about to turn the mic on?
But because he was eating fruit, I didn't want him to be unprepared.
Wow.
Is all.
I don't buy that.
He looks prepared now. That's for sure.
We're going to go with X Factor. ESPN did non-starter to know. We're just going to go with off the radar guy. No, not locally, but just like nationally. Who's a guy that nobody's talking about nationally, but 8 weeks into the season, if the Cardinals are playing well, they might be talking about this guy, okay? Doesn't matter if you say yes or no.
Okay. Yeah.
X Factor.
We're doing the segment
You really
anyway.
thought about it. It's like, go back to trashing Jamal. X Factor for 2025. ESPN has Josh Sweats. We will go to Jamal first. Jamal?
Just this is X Factor, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Were you too busy eating the fruit?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I was too locked in.
Make it sound like he's like eating like some exotic like cantaloupe or something.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
As you know, as much as I like to go off like the I guess off the radar picks for the next one. I'm gonna go Marvin Harrison Jr. I think this offense is heavily going to be reliant on Marvin Harrison Jr. taking that jump. So I'm going to take MHJ for the X Factor.
Okay, Rick.
It's got to be Kyler Murray for me.
That is also my pick.
He has to be good the entire season, not just for 8 or 9 games. He needs to be good for the second half of the season, or else I don't think he's here next year.
It does also feel like a cop-out answer for the X Factor to be the guy that is like 75% responsible for the successes or failures of your football team.
And yet I got to say, when you both said Kyler, I don't hate either one of you for it. It's not my answer.
Do you hate us for other reasons? Is that why?
But this isn't one of them. No. But I just normally when you would say like, oh, who's the X Factor? How about the starting quarterback? I'd look at you like, okay, do you not know what an X factor is?
Yeah.
And if Wolf was here, trust me, he'd be like, that's not how this works.
Mitch, but you can't just pick the quarter.
But it's not the wrong answer this year. It's not my answer, but
this year
give me
it is
your
not the wrong
justification
answer
for it.
I mean, similar to the vein that Jesse says, but more so because it feels like he's the one expendable, for lack of a better word, piece on this entire roster. If they have as much faith in the rest of the offense as they do to not add anybody in the offseason, they invested all the capital that they did in the defense to make that unit better. He seems like the one guy where it is, all right, it's your show. We've given you all that we can. We invested the last couple of years. We've built this thing up to where we think it is perfectly set. We have been ad nauseum on the record saying you are the guy. If you can't do it this year, they might be done. That's our opinion. We don't know what they're thinking. But he's the X factor for me. He has to be.
I wasn't going to go specifically with a player because we don't have to. But
okay.
I do have one specific player that's kind of the face of what I'm talking about. The X factor for me is their ability to ramp up the number of turnovers they force. Specifically, as a player, I'm actually going to go with Will Johnson. I think that's a guy that showed extreme ball hawking skills in college. It's tough to pick one player because if they're going to force more turnovers, we know how this works, right? I mean, you're probably going to be able to rush 4, ideally, and get pressure on the opposing quarterback and have them throw into coverage. And there's a lot of guys in coverage, so maybe you get interceptions that way, or you get strip sacks, or you get just fumbles from running. There's a bunch of different ways to force the turnovers. And this defense, outside of Buddha, is pretty spread out with how guys can really impact the team. But if you want one specific guy, I'll go with Will Johnson because he wasn't here last year, and this is what he's good at. So I'll use him as the X factor.
I think these all apply to the Oxford languages.
No, we're not using the dictionary.
Well, no, I kind of want to know it.
Okay, go ahead.
So I looked it up to make sure I was doing this right.
Okay.
The X factor is a variable in a given situation that could have the most significant impact on the outcome. I feel like all of our answers could fall in that category.
Yeah, they were all, except mine was most right because my guy wasn't here last year, so that's more of a variable.
Luke Lipinski, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Or really, it just makes the three of you more wrong. That's all I care about.
Are you the X factor of this show? Is that what you're also
No, it would be
implying?
you. You're the variable.
Well,
all
good
right,
point.
Jamal, what do you got for off the radar guy?
Off the radar guy, I'm going to go with Trey Benson. James Conner, he's been relatively healthy the last few years.
You upset about that pick?
Yes, I'm upset about that pick.
I'm seeing this is why I was glad I went first because I wanted to. So if anybody copied me, nobody,
I'm not copying you.
I couldn't tell. James Conner's been relatively healthy, but he's getting older, so that there is that injury risk that comes along with age. And I think this would be the year for Trey Benson to really step up in case that were to happen.
Well, here, I'll go second real quick since my answer is now completely useless because I also have Trey Benson.
Stop saying it's
answer.
useless.
Trey Benson is my answer.
All
For the reasons Jamal just gave, and also 17-game season now. I think ideally they wouldn't want James Conner to be like the clear-cut bell cow running back that's taking 90% of the carries. Well, he only carried the ball over 20 times in a game once last year. So I think they want Trey Benson to be a complementary piece. You see that with so many of the successful teams in the NFL right now at that position, unless you have like Saquon. So I think the Cardinals, in a perfect world, even James Conner stays healthy all season, Trey Benson's a big part of it. All right, Rick, who you got?
That's a great pick, Luke, by the way.
Thank you, Jamal. You too, actually.
All right, I'm going to go with Michael Wilson because I think there's a reason they haven't signed someone. Like, you could get an Amari Cooper or Keenan Allen for pretty cheap right now, and I think they just trust Michael Wilson. So he might not be off the radar here, but I think nationally he is. And so, I'm going Michael Wilson.
All right, I like that pick. Mitch, you have the last one. If you pick Trey Benson, you're off the show.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to go off the radar because something Mike Sando pointed out yesterday is the importance of special teams. So I'm maybe going as off the radar non-starter as it possibly can.
The category is off the radar.
Joey Blunt, our guy who is the special teams ace.
Wow.
The guy who can down all of those returns. The guy who can perfectly set up Blake Gillikin in the defense. Like, I'm relying on Joey Blunt for quite a lot on the special team side of things because he's been really, really good on that side of the ball.
Do we, collectively as a show, do we feel like Joey Blunt is too on the radar nationally? That's all I hear people talking about. Okay.
Not at all.
All right, off the radar. Do we need, Rick, do you want to look up the Oxford Dictionary for off the radar just to make sure we did it right?
That was kind of a common pick. I mean, that was my second choice behind Trey
everybody.
Was
had
it
Joey.
really?
Everybody was thinking Blunt. We're lucky we didn't have 4 Joey Blunt picks for off the radar. All right.
You guys are being
This is
so
the
blunt.
Cambridge. This is the Cambridge.
Why are we
definite-
switching dictionaries?
Well, because this is the only one I found. If someone or something is off your radar, you're not aware of it or have not thought about them or it.
Nobody thinks about special teams. Nobody does.
I dream about Joey Blunt.
There you go. And on that note, the show should be over, but we still have another 45 minutes.
Can I just point out one thing?
No.
Just one thing really quickly. So this is ranking rosters going into the season.
Yeah.
Cardinals are 17th.
Yes.
I looked deeper into it to see how they're ranked against the rest of the teams that will be competing against. 10th in NFC teams, 3rd in their own division in terms of roster.
The third in their own division thing is something we probably need to talk about more because you can't.
You can't be a playoff team if you're 3rd in your own division and 10th in your own conference.
Your division needs to be, you're right. You can't finish 10th, but at least conference we could kind of look at it and say, yeah, maybe they're too high on this team or whatever. But in the division, you are going to have to finish ahead of the Rams and or Niners to make the playoffs this year. That's not easy. All right, when we come back, just how big of a missed opportunity was last night's loss for the Diamondbacks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvicia is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much closer are the Arizona Diamondbacks to a trade deadline decision? We'll react to last night's game on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
You know, it has been mentioned in the YouTube chat. ESPN's worst 30 mistakes an NBA franchise has made.
Shout out Robert for pointing that out.
We are going to talk about that next segment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
just unavoidable.
To tease it a little bit, like, we know what it's going to be, the franchise mistake that the Suns have made. It's within the last 5 years, so within this decade, the 2020s, and it's just one per team. So it's not multiple mistakes that the Suns have made within
30
the
mistakes.
30. Yes.
They took the biggest mistake each team has made, and then they ranked them 1 through 30. Okay.
Correct. So it's not the Suns are in there like 50 times because of all the mistakes that they've made.
We will that's just depressing. We'll get to that in a second. The game last night, Mitch, a missed opportunity for the Diamondbacks, I guess is a way to put it. I mean, that's one of those games that just felt like you lost a baseball game. Kind of weird that, you have a rookie that has one career hit come in and be the guy that beats you, and he was. He had 2 home runs in the game. He's the reason Houston won the game last night. But that stuff happens, right? But the problem is the Diamondbacks, well, maybe that doesn't happen, but losing a random game happens. The problem is the Diamondbacks just have no margin for error. So they can't have a night where Bryce Matthews all of a sudden just can't stop hitting home runs and he has 5 RBIs. They can't afford that.
No.
So it is a brutal loss for them in the standings. It's also kind of a missed opportunity because some of the teams that they need to lose around them lost last night.
Giants lost. They've lost 6 in a row. They're really, really scuffling right now, the Giants are. The Reds lost. They've lost a couple in a row. So those are 2 teams in particular that the Diamondbacks failed to gain ground on. And then at the same time, the Cardinals, who you had just gained 3 games on this past weekend, they won. They're playing the Rockies. Good luck trying to keep pace with the Cardinals this current stretch that they're playing against the Rockies. And then the other big one, the juicy prize that you have to catch at the end, the San Diego Padres, they also won. They've won 2 in a row.
That's the problem.
All the teams that you need to catch, they're playing teams that are, 1, beneath you in the standings right now, and 2, the ones that you could easily pounce on, capitalize on right now, I'm talking about the Giants in particular, you're not. You're very much not capitalizing on that at yesterday's loss.
Yeah, maybe this isn't the way to look at it. It's the way I am looking at it, though. Cincinnati, San Francisco, and St. Louis, I'm almost looking past them because if you're going to make the playoffs, you will have jumped all 3 of them. And if not, you're not going to.
Yes.
It's San Diego. It was San Diego, the Mets, and the Brewers, but the Brewers have won, I've lost count. 11 straight games, I believe.
They've won 11 in a row.
They're not even in the wild card race anymore because they have the best record.
They have the best record, and they are a game ahead of the Cubs now in the Central.
So now the Cubs are the number 1 wild card. So when you have the Cubs with a pretty healthy lead on the other wild card teams. Then
they're a game behind the best team in the league. It's not like they're out of it as a result of slipping.
The Mets and the Padres are the 2 and 3 wild cards. Then you've got St. Louis, San Francisco, and Cincinnati. So it does matter what those teams do, but I'm just, in terms of trying to determine if the Diamondbacks really have a shot or how they need to handle the next, now, what is it, 9 days before the trade deadline?
8.
8 days.
Games.
Yeah.
9 days, 8 games.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So 9 days here, 9 days away, 8 games. You're going to have to jump those 3 teams. The question is, can you catch San Diego or the Mets? Are the Mets just going to trail off? The Mets are going to be buyers. So they're probably not going to trail off. So it's, can you catch San Diego?
You might sell to the Mets.
Well, that would be that then.
Too. Also, the Mets are only a half game behind Philly, who they got a really weird win last night. I don't know if you saw it. They won in extras. The bases loaded, catcher's interference.
Yeah.
Poor Red Sox fans. Not that I feel sympathy for Boston sports fans.
We're at the point where I don't feel sympathy for any other city's sports fans.
So it's like the teams that you need to catch at this point are Philly, the Mets, Philly/Mets, whoever ends up winning the East, and the Padres, whoever that second team in the West is going to be. Because it feels like at least one team from the West is going to go. Like, you've got 6 representatives right now, 2 from each division. Like, that's how tight the race has been in the National League right now.
Probably what it'll be. So
you're the 4th team in your own division.
Yeah. And to be clear, I'm not writing off San Francisco like, the Diamondbacks will definitely catch them. I'm just saying if San Francisco makes the playoffs, you're not in. So there's no point of having that conversation. Here is Zach Gallen after the game last night. He was asked about trade rumors.
Yeah, I think if you talk to anybody in this room, as competitors, you're focused on the present. You're focused on, once you walk through that door, what you're trying to do to get better. And then even more so when you step out on the field between the white lines. That's the thing. You get professional athletes. They're probably some of the most competitive people you ever meet. So I think when it comes to, going to work and going out there and trying to compete, that's really all you're thinking about. So for me, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm trying to just take a step forward every day and just try and get better and just get better competing and executing and all those things that come with it.
As far as his impact on this team this season, the only opportunity he has to impact whether or not they are buyers or sellers or stand pat at the trade deadline is one more start. He only has one more start before the deadline. So now they may keep him. I don't think they will, but they may keep him. And then, he obviously has a huge impact on what they do the rest of the season. But if you're looking at giving the front office a reason to buy or sell, he can only impact one more game. He's got a start scheduled right now, Sunday against the Pirates. And that's it.
And is a start against the Pirates where he pitches better? Is that going to make us feel better about Zach Gallen, the player impacting the Diamondbacks in 2025? I don't think it does. And you've already pointed out
if you win the next 4 games leading up to it, maybe.
Sure.
Maybe.
He's had 4 good starts this year, right? The 2 against the Mets, the 1 against the Yankees, and then I'll say the 1 against the Giants from a week or so ago.
Padres and Braves, too. I would say he's had 6.
The Padres
really
one,
good.
actually, yeah. Okay.
And one of the 2 against the Braves was
We're
really
cherry-picking starts. He's had 21, right?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's a lot.
It just doesn't.
It's a bad ratio. And at this point, there's not another game that's going to help that ratio any more than it already is right now.
Here's Torey Lovello after the game talking about the distractions this time of year.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of big league clubhouses for the past 16 years, and it's talked about. It's a real thing. It can be a distraction, but I think baseball players are conditioned to black noise, and when they can block it out and go out there and do their job, you're going to be successful. So I don't know what that answer is, Barry. I don't know what I could tell the guys. I don't know how to get around it. I don't run from things that are right in front of us. It's a real thing. I acknowledge it, talk about it, and just tell them to go out there at 6:40 and be the best version of yourself. That seems to be the best remedy for me. I don't think guys are always in there having little powwows and talking about who's going to go, who may be coming, whatever it is. Are we buyers? Are we sellers? I think Pre-game, they're in there working their butt off to go out and prepare. That's what I see when I walk through the clubhouse. But yeah, it's a real thing. I don't think there's a perfect answer for it. I'm sorry, I just kind of walked around 1,000 different thoughts, but I don't know what that means. But it's real. It's a real thing.
I mean, you can hear it weighing on Torrey. I think it's been weighing on
to the point
everybody.
that he doesn't really know how to answer it because he's answering it, but then he's not answering it, but then he's answering it again.
The only solution, not to oversimplify it, but I mean, this is the only right answer is to win. It's the only way out of this is to win games.
I think there's a second answer. It's make your commitment now. It's
you mean
either
like sign guys?
No, I mean like you either start winning games, that'll help avoid all this distraction noise, or you start making the trades. Like once you actually start making the trades, then the noise is going to be centered on only a couple more guys, you know? And I hate saying it in the negative connotation, but those are the two options. Yours, which is to win, and then the one that I offer, which is, well, start trading the guys.
I like my option a lot better than yours.
I like your option too, for what it's worth.
I'm trying to picture what it's going to look like in 2 weeks if they do have to trade these guys. If again, and we can get.
I mean,
back
we
into
know
this.
who's guaranteed to be around. It's not like this team is going to be completely decimated.
Yeah, but let's say they traded all four. Let's say they traded Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen and Josh Naylor and Gino, or even if you want to say
still
they
get to
kept
watch
Merrill
Ketel
Kelly.
Marte. You still get to watch Corbin Carroll.
It's not like the team won't be watchable. They still have a good core.
Yeah.
It's how is the team going to react to that? Like how are the players going? How's Torrey going to react? Like how specifically how are the players going to react to that? Of just like, okay, this is what everybody feels about us. All right, when we come back, we'll go over basketball. What does a behind-the-scenes look at the Suns draft room on draft night tell us about how they're running things now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Oh, yeah, Macedonians, we all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. But inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, bruh. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin. So there's one close by you, Basinonians. Go check them out. And you know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn bedding mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. In other Cardinals-related news, former Card safety Tyrann Mathieu is retiring from the NFL after 12 seasons, 5 of which were in Arizona. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we've done no basketball yet today. So let's do some basketball.
You're welcome.
Why don't we start with that list that you found that people are talking about in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shouts again to Robert in the YouTube chat. Also, if you're not watching us on YouTube, it's not too late, is what I will say. And then you can watch Burns and Gambo on there.
As if it would just be too late. Sorry, if you're not watching now,
I don't know.
We're just cutting YouTube.
Well, you know, part of it is like you missed your opportunity, you missed your window, blah, blah, this,
That really
blah,
is
blah,
a
that.
you missed your opportunity voice right there.
Yeah.
You hear somebody talking to you in that voice.
You
All right.
missed it.
So the worst decision every NBA team has made over the past 5 years, ranked 30-1.
This is a list by Zach Cram of ESPN, formerly of The Ringer, for those of you that follow his lore. All 30 NBA teams' biggest roster mistakes since 2020. So again, to emphasize, this is not the 30 biggest of the entire 2020s. This is the biggest for each team in the 2020s.
There's quite a few mistakes on here. Like originally I thought the list was all time, or then it was, this century. No, it's just this decade, and we're only 5 years in.
So let me put it this way. He's got it tiered into 5 different groups.
Okay.
Tier 1, franchise-altering trades. I think we know where this is going for our local talk stake.
Okay.
Tier number 2, high cost, low reward.
Okay.
Tier 3, mid-tier mistakes.
Sounds like a good time.
Tier 4, draft disasters.
Always a party.
And then Tier 5, small-scale problems.
Must
so,
be
like,
nice.
for example, at the bottom of this 30-pick list in small-scale problems.
I love the context here because it gets much bigger than this.
I know. 30, Cleveland Cavaliers, their biggest mistake, declining Isaiah Hartenstein's qualifying offer in 2021.
Yeah, that's a real rough one.
Just awful.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions.
Okay.
Okay. Where are the Suns on this list?
You want me to tell you the answer, or you want me to guess?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay.
I know you know the answer.
Oh, right.
Okay.
They are number 2.
Okay. Tell us what that is first. Like, how did they classify the mistake?
Number 2 which is a franchise-altering, terrible trade.
Mm-hmm.
It is ahead of number 5, the Sacramento Kings, for having Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox, and then losing both of them in a 3-year span.
Very, very Sacramento Kings.
Number 4, the Brooklyn Nets, in trading for James Harden.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Number 3, the Milwaukee Bucks, trading for Damian Lillard, which, in reality, Portland is the biggest winner of that trade.
Don't give us number 1 just yet.
Okay. And number 2, the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Trading for Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
Okay, so that's 2 trades, but okay.
Here's just I won't read some of the paragraph, but I think we can all agree that that would make sense.
Yeah, we don't need to go into any more detail. We
Right.
know it. But then when we were talking about this during the break, my thought was like, what are they
the
going to
heck
have
could have
number 1?
possibly been worse than this?
And then like 5 seconds later, because you just stared at me like, come on.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, there's one that just needs its own list.
Because for what it's worth, I reacted the same way. I'm like, what in the world could possibly have been worse than
Dallas
the Mavericks
traded
trading Luka.
I'm sorry, gave Luka to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Now the difference,
Adam Silver forced him out of Nico Harrison's pocket.
the difference is Dallas was rewarded for their mistake. Here, take Cooper
Oh, yeah.
Flag. And the Suns are just being punished over and over and over and over again for it.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
So that's exciting.
Personified.
Now, slight right turn from that, sticking with the Suns. They put out the Inside the Suns draft war room, and we're not going to play the whole thing, obviously, but play a couple cuts from it because really haven't gotten much of a glimpse into how Brian Gregory works yet. I mean, he's done a couple press conferences. The first one was very just towing the company line with answers. I'd say the second one's we've seen a little bit more of his
Anything he said on the
personality.
record is either selling the Suns or this is what we want to do, identity alignment vision
It
over
did
and over.
feel like I was being asked to buy like a timeshare.
Yeah.
That's what it was like. Would you like to talk about
And
basketball and the Suns?
The Phoenix Suns are a 6-month timeshare, at least for us.
And you could also get some property in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
That's sort of what it felt like.
Or
It was-
the Cancun. That's where the beachfront property is at the end of the season in June.
Well, either way,
when
there's
everybody's
a lot of alignment talk.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, we've heard him now in subsequent.
Curtains close.
Rick, does anything make you happier than getting to play that one specific soundbite?
No.
Okay, good. I'm glad we can bring you joy. By the way, you're going to get to play it a lot this
Jesse
year.
Morrison, huge Michigan State fan for what it's worth.
That's
No.
I know
Don't put
he's-
that label on me.
I know
There's
he's
a lot
not,
of
don't
labels
worry.
that people try to put on me, and that's one I want to distance myself
That
from.
one will not stick for Rick. So here, this is Brian Gregory on the Inside the Suns draft war room talking about that number 10 pick.
When 8 and 9 went through and we saw it, that's when the action really started, because obviously we weren't the only organization in the NBA that had such a high evaluation and thought so highly of him. A lot of calls came in. Yep. We're not going to do that one. We had some great offers, but we really believed in him as a player and as a person, and that he could come in and make a positive impact on our organization. So we stuck with him during that entire process.
Come on. I love how the highlight too they get to play in the background is Houston selecting Come On Malwatch because of the NBA's.
Well, they precariously sliced out the part where Adam Silver says Houston Rockets, but they got offers at 10. Would it have made sense to trade further back than they did? Or they traded out to trade back in to then trade up again?
You'd have to know specifically what the offers were, but I don't think that's a surprise to you. I mean,
But would it have made logical sense for them to trade back? Like, good on them for taking the calls, good on them for hearing the offers, but given the overhaul they had to do with this roster, it would make zero sense to me for them to then trade further back.
Yeah, I wouldn't have traded because you don't have any high picks coming up. No matter what you do, you
unless
could go
what they were
0-82
offered is a next year first. Like if it
like
means,
an unprotected next year first.
yeah, right. So like the only capital that I would accept if they were to trade out of that 10 spot, which they didn't, for what it's worth, would be capital for future drafts. But
like legit capital, not like, hey, we'll give you the 27th pick in 2 years. I don't care.
The other problem is
I need
this,
picks, like real picks.
Right. This franchise has also shown no hesitancy to hold on to those picks. They just, here you go. We want veteran person.
Yeah, I don't
help our team.
I don't need to dissolve the number 10 overall pick. I don't need to trade it down for a second rounder and
the 27th pick in 2 years, and then eventually over the course of time you have to trade that 27th overall pick for something. Just
right.
In this case, give me Kamon Malwatch there at 10. Probably shouldn't have been there at 10. No guarantees he ends up being amazing, but I think we're all in the moment happy with the pick. I have not heard one person, one Suns fan, be like, no, I hate that pick. I have not. Now, so in 3 years, if it doesn't work out, I haven't heard from you telling me you didn't like it. When they traded Mikal Bridges for Kevin Durant, even though I agree most GMs would have done that, I absolutely heard from a lot of Suns fans that were like, I don't want to trade Mikal Bridges. I don't like this trade. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So when it was going south and Suns fans were like, no, we said we didn't like this. This is not hindsight. I hear you, because you were saying that when the trade was. This one, I have not heard anybody upset that they just stayed at 10 and took Malwatch.
And I don't think people should be. But also, to even further that caveat, I think people would create the hindsight scenario of, no, we're okay with Durant, but we were not okay with Beal. Right? Because it feels like Durant was less of the problem than it was having all three of them and them not being able to stay on the floor together and them not contributing to winning.
I was good with the Durant move. I was not with the Beal move, but there were a lot of people who were not good with the Durant move.
It did kind of suck the fun and the joy out of the room, though.
Yes.
Is what it resulted in. And now you have to hope to get that fun and
now
joy
you have
back.
no fun or joy. It's just all gone. I think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football. You can prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts' leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last. There are not very many of these. So make sure you text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings as well. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show. Every one of these Diamondbacks games right now, it feels like the foreseeable future of the franchise hangs in the balance. What do all of these games mean for Zach Gallen and Geno Suarez specifically? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldison for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card Scan is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures, those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds, we really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. All the latest from Cards Camp as this year's team gets to work in Glendale. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
I have a trivia question for you here, Mitch.
Okay.
We want to wait until Ozzy.
Yeah, we can wait
sings
until
for
he
a
sings
second,
in.
but just know you have a trivia question coming.
Okay. Bump it.
Football related. All of these songs have good riffs for rejoin music.
Oh, yeah. It'll take a while to.
That's fine. Well, you get the point.
Getting a little guitar there, you know, it's good.
Here's your trivia question, okay?
Okay.
How many NFL wide receivers last year had double-digit receiving touchdowns? This kind of came up when we were talking to Craig Grialou about Marvin Harrison Jr. earlier and what a jump looks like. Marv obviously had 8 receiving touchdowns.
So Jamar Chase for sure.
Well, you don't have to family feud it.
No,
give me
I'm
a
just
number.
trying
Jamar Chase led the way, 17.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
17 actually helps because then that gives me an idea of who else would even reach double digits.
All right, well, you keep thinking about this while we do the rest of the show.
Okay. All right.
But you have to
apologies that I'm taking so
You have
long.
to give an answer, though. Okay? You have to give an answer. No, not now. You just have to give an answer.
Well, no,
before the end
that'll
of the
be
show.
my answer. 8.
7.
Really?
Yeah. Not bad. So, I mean, when you look at it that way, because when we talked to Craig Grialou earlier, he was talking about where Marv could improve statistically, like what he's looking for, and I think he said it pretty well. Targets may not go way up. Receptions need to go up.
Well, he really struggled to catch some of the balls that were thrown to him on some relatively simple routes last year. Like, we were looking at it, and one of the conversations throughout the year was that he was just catching half of the passes thrown to him per game, basically.
Yeah.
And you know what'll help your reception total is by catching the ball more.
What are you, a scientist?
But I mean, like, it's not like his target share was low, to your point. His target share was relatively fair throughout the year.
Well, yeah, and I'm just, the yardage obviously can go up. The touchdowns can go up, but he did have 8. 8 last year was 11th in the NFL among receivers. So I'm just trying to get a clear picture of what we should all be expecting from him this year. Like, if he goes out there and has 1,100 receiving yards and 11 touchdowns, that's a significant. Those are good numbers for me. I'm not. Yeah. He doesn't need to be Jamar Chase in year 2 for that to have been a good pick. He needs to make a jump, and I agree with Craig Grialou that the biggest area to do that is just catch a higher percentage of your targets.
Yeah.
And then a couple more touchdowns will just show up.
He's supposed to be the hands guy, right? He's supposed to be the mismatch for a lot of these smaller cornerbacks because he's tall and has good hands. Like, that's what he's supposed to be.
All right, back to baseball. And Gino hitting another home run last night. This is Ken Rosenthal from Foul Territory today, throwing another team out there that could be in on Gino.
I don't see why they can't be a team for Eugenio Suarez. They are the team, one of the few teams, that actually has pitching to trade. Now, I don't know that you trade young pitching for a rental, but maybe you expand the deal. The key question here, too, is the owner and how badly he wants to push. Mark Attanasio, we've seen, has not spent money, but been very successful. And if you're Mark Attanasio, you're probably thinking, we're doing okay. But after sweeping the Dodgers, and he lives in L.A., Attanasio does, I wonder if he is getting a little bit more excited and if he sees an opportunity here, not for them to do something nuts, but just to add payroll, to reinforce what they have.
Talking about the Brewers.
He sadly didn't mention the team in the cut, which is a bummer. But yes, the Milwaukee Brewers is who he's referring to. No, I'm just going to say it right now. It does not mean that they're going to get Jacob Mizorowski, who is a freak of nature.
Who is an all-star after 5 appearances.
But as far as young pitchers, I'm just looking at the top 100 list. As far as closest to getting to the big leagues, Logan Henderson and Craig Yoho are the closest. They're in AAA currently.
I'll take Henderson.
Henderson's
I don't think
sixth.
they're trading Henderson for a rental, but maybe.
Yoho is 19th overall on the Brewers' top 30, which...
Okay, well, I will take Henderson.
That seems doable.
We can end the conversation right there.
They're close to the big leagues. Okay, but what about also guys on their 40-man? So that would be... we mentioned Henderson already. How do you feel about Chad Patrick? He's not a sexy name, but he's certainly someone who could fill that void.
No, I'll specifically take Logan Henderson.
The other one I'm curious about, DL Hall, but that's who they got in the Corbin Burns trade. So stop it.
Rick, pretty definitive with a no on that.
Yeah,
one.
DL Hall was a former Orioles prospect, so I know a good amount
I
about
know.
him.
Don't worry.
He has just kind of not panned out. I talked about him like 7 years ago as being a guy that could really help the Orioles in the future, and if we're still talking about him now as a guy that could be a part of a team's future, like it's time to move on.
But again, what is Mike Hazen looking for? Based on the reports?
Well, not based on what Rick just said. Not DL Hall.
I know, but you're just looking for a controllable pitcher that can start, or a controllable arm.
Well, a good
right?
one that can start. I don't want a guy that can. I can hit home plate.
Okay, maybe you get DL Hall and you get somebody else. Maybe you capitalize on Hall being low right now, and you get yourself another depth piece as a result of Suarez.
Rick just said he broke in like 1962, and he's still considered a prospect.
With the Frank Thomas on the Mets, please.
Yes, that.
He broke in 2022. His ERAs in limited times were 5.93, 3.26, 5.02. This year he has a 2.31, but he's only made 3 starts.
All right. Well, look, the bigger picture here, before we go deep into Brewers
is that we should
pitching
just
prospects,
focus on Logan Henderson instead.
No, the bigger picture is that Milwaukee, are they a potential team that would drive the price up for, or pay a good price?
Does an
for
11-game win
Gino?
streak make them the new favorite kind of thing?
They have the best record in baseball, and they are 23rd in terms of hitting home runs in baseball. They need power. They have 96 home runs this season.
They've really pieced things together with just a group of dudes as far as in the infield is concerned. The start of the year with Andrew Monasterio, they also had Vinny Capra, who's even no longer on the team, Caleb Durbin, Joey Ortiz. Those are guys that they're kind of relying on right now to fill those infield spots, and it's not necessarily consistent.
I think there's a lot to what we just heard in that cut right there from Ken Rosenthal of you have a team that just swept the Dodgers twice, that has won 11 in a row, like you said, that now has the best record in baseball, and has a glaring need for power. I mean, none of these other teams that are
The Yankees definitely don't need it for power.
They don't.
The Cubs
need
don't
it.
need it for power.
The Blue Jays don't need not the way the Brewers do. The Brewers are one of 9 teams that hasn't hit 100 home runs yet this season, and the other ones, a lot of them are San Diego, I guess, doesn't really hit for power either. But the other ones are like White Sox, Pirates, Royals, like teams like that, like you would expect.
And to his point about ownership, don't we know about that here? When the team's playing good, you want your owners to invest in further.
You know what I'm tired of is being the team that trades away the good players to contenders in all of our sports. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Mitch, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the summer sales event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals signed rookie cornerback Will Johnson to a 4-year contract today. The Cardinals now have their entire rookie class signed. For more on Johnson's signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. In other Cardinals-related news, former Cards safety Tyrann Mathieu is retiring from the NFL after 12 seasons, 5 of which were in Arizona. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to even their series with the Houston Astros after a bit of a rough one last night. First pitch from Chase Field is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home, from cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need. In stock and ready to go, browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Tim Ring, filling in for Dave Burns. I decided not to wear a black shirt. Ringer was ripping me for all my black shirts.
Well, you know, what's funny about it is, if you're watching on YouTube, I was going through all the clips recently of Burns and Gambo, one day after the next, and every day you're in a black T-shirt.
I got a lot of black T-shirts. I think I'm Johnny Cash.
I mean, my gosh. Like you're going to a funeral.
So if they put one out today, it will actually be with a blue shirt. I wore a different shirt just for you. The rest of the week, I will not wear a black shirt just for you. I'll wear a different color shirt. It'll be either blue or gray, but that's what it will be. By the way, Ozzy Osbourne passed away today. Big part of my growing up as a kid was Ozzy Osbourne. First concert I went to was a black and blue concert. You know what that is, right?
Black Sabbath?
Black Sabbath and?
Judas Priest?
No, Black and Blue.
Blue Oyster Cult?
Blue Oyster Cult. Black and Blue. It was called the Black and Blue concert.
Pull that out.
Yeah, Black Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult. So a lot of my recollections is that, that type of music growing up as a kid, and listening to that type of music, Black Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult. Obviously, we played Don't Fear the Reaper all the time because Blue Oyster Cult was one of my favorite bands. I saw Blue Oyster Cult with Foghat. I never saw Ozzy on his own, but then he branched out on his own after he left Black Sabbath. In like the late 70s, he left Black Sabbath and he went to on his own and obviously had a very successful career. Crazy Train, very popular song. All the kids know it. Going off the rails on a crazy train.
And I was going to say that the millennials all were introduced to him on the reality TV show The Osbournes, which was immensely popular in the mid 2000s. And he didn't look too good back then.
Yeah, he's never really looked good. Like he looked like he was 60 when he was in the band in the 70s.
I mean, it's funny.
He looked like he was old.
He couldn't talk, but yet when he started singing, he sounded like the Ozzy of old. But when he tried to talk in the kitchen and try to make a burrito, it wasn't pretty.
No,
but R.I.P. Ozzy.
All right, so rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. Maybe we'll play a little Crazy Train later, Lauren. Or you got a favorite Ozzy song? I Am Iron Man. What do you like?
I'm an Iron Man guy. I thought you were asking Lauren. I'm like, she doesn't know.
You probably know a couple of the songs. Mr. Crowley, da-na-na.
Well, now that you've sung it, I know it so well. No, I do know a few.
I am
Iron Man. Yeah. Anybody else been to a Black and Blue concert? I'd love to know that. Has anybody else been to a Black and Blue concert in your lifetime? Got to be about my age to have done it. You got to be probably 55 or above to be able to say you went to a Black and Blue concert.
All right, tweet Gambo if you've been to the Black and Blue.
I'd like to know if you've been to a Black and Blue concert. I was. I have a lot of memories of that. All right, so Ozzy passes away. That's not our top story of the day, but we did want to mention it. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, the D-backs, after sweeping the St. Louis Cardinals, they take it on the chin last night. They lose to the Astros 6-3. I hate to say it, but because I like him a lot, but another dud from Zach Gallen. 6 runs on 7 hits. The number 8 hitter, a guy named Bryce Matthews, who had only played in like 4 baseball games, like Major League-wise, ends up with 2 home runs in the game. One's a 3-run shot. So Zach Gallen gets rocked. He goes to 6 innings.
Christina Ladd posted at my...
What are you doing?
Something started
Oh,
playing.
you played a commercial.
Yeah.
You played a commercial about a candy bar or something like that.
ESPN got me
like,
again.
You got me. All right. It happens to Burnsy sometimes, too. So the D-backs, they lose the game last night, 6-3. Offense, just not very good. They walked 7 times. They couldn't get any of those guys around to score. But the biggest story really is another bad game from Zach Gallen. It pains me to see because I think Zach Gallen is a terrific pitcher. He's just having a really bad year. And we keep saying there's time to fix it. There's time to fix it. There's time to fix it. We're running out of time to fix it. And I start to wonder if teams out there are going to just bypass, like, hey, this guy's not right this year. Like, I just wonder, like, you get to the trade deadline, hey, we're willing to trade Zach Gallen. I don't, like, he's hurt himself not only with his contract for next year. He's lost a lot of money. But he's also hurt himself as far as his trade value. His trade value is not anywhere near what it should be.
Which hurts the D-backs, not
Which
really
hurts
him.
the D-backs. Yeah, he takes the ball every 5th day, and he's one of the worst starters in baseball. One of the worst. I think maybe the second worst when it comes to...
From an ERA standpoint, yeah. He's among the worst, and at times has flirted with being the worst.
What's his ERA now?
5.58.
It's incredible.
I mean,
incredible.
It's the long ball, Gambo. Gallen has had problems with the long ball all year long.
All year long.
It's unfortunate. You know, the D-backs actually took the lead last night. Marte led off the game with a double. They took a 1-0 lead. And then when Matthews hit the 3-run homer, obviously the D-backs were in a hole. But credit to the D-backs, they scratched their way back into the game. Suarez hit another home run. They got it to 4-3 on a Gurriel sac fly. Still plenty of time to go. And then, you know, the D-backs don't get some timely hitting. And Matthews stings Gallen again. It becomes a 6-3 game. Obviously, 6-3 is a lot different than a 4-3 game, especially when you get into the later innings. So the D-backs were not good with runners in scoring position again. Left a ton of guys on base.
All those walks.
But Gallen again, and we'll get into this more a little bit later in the show, how much he is to, I don't know, I guess the word is blame for this season. It certainly has had a large part. But I'm sorry, if we talk about, you're right, we talk about there's not a lot of time left, right? The guys that have to fix this thing in short order now before the trade deadline, he's one of the guys at the top of the list. The Astros are not a great road team. They're a little banged up. They're a good baseball team. No, there's no shame in losing to the Astros, but the D-backs don't have any margin for error. So when Zach Gallen takes the ball against a team like the Astros at Chase Field, they're at the point now, you got to win that game. Got to win that game. And they didn't do it last night.
Going up against a rookie pitcher, and you've got Zach Gallen.
Got to win that game.
Zach Gallen's given up more home runs this year than he has at any point in his entire career, and he's still got a lot of games left. 23 home runs given up. Last year, he gave up 13. Last year, he gave up 13 home runs. This year, he's given up 23 already. Look, I got to be honest with you. On a lot of other teams in baseball, if you've got a guy that continues to pitch to an ERA of 5.5, you take him out of the rotation. You do. Like, if this was Jordan Montgomery, you take him out of the rotation. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that is
the only reason Zach Gallen is staying in the rotation is because of pedigree and because you're trying to mark up his trade value. And because you maybe don't have a lot of other guys, because Corbin Burns is hurt, Montgomery's hurt, and Tommy Henry. Like, you have no choice. But if you had options to replace Zach Gallen in the starting rotation, you might do it. I'm serious. How many teams in baseball are going to keep throwing a guy out there every 5th day that has an ERA of 5.5 to 6?
2 of his last 4 starts, to be fair, were very, very good. The problem is the 2 that were not good were his last 2 starts when the D-backs are trying to cling to life pre-trade deadline. Like, you know, it's not just, well, there's 60-plus games left until the end of the season. No, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, I mean, we're down, to 8 games left before the trade deadline? That's the timeline. It's what are you going to do in these 8 games? And that's why there's no shame in losing to the Astros. Like I said, it's a good baseball team. There's no shame in Zach Gallen losing to the Astros. But because of the predicament that they have put themselves in, these are the kind of games you got to go out and win on your home field with a guy like Gallen on the mound. You just have to get the dub.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and you feel you should feel comfortable. You got an Astros team that have 5 guys out of their starting lineup. 5 guys are out of their starting lineup. They've got a ton of injuries. They're throwing a rookie out there, a rookie who's okay, and you're home, and you've got Zach Gallen on the mound. You feel like, I've got to win that baseball game, and you don't win that baseball game. So, you look at the standings now, and for all the good they did with that 3-game sweep, they lost yesterday, and the Cardinals won. So the Cardinals picked up a full game on them in the wild card. I think the Padres also won yesterday. So now you're 5.5 behind the Padres, 5.5 behind, 6 in the loss column, and the Padres have the last wild card spot. 6 behind the Padres in the loss column. You got the Cardinals ahead of you, the Giants ahead of you, the Reds ahead of you. And all of those teams are 2 games ahead of you.
And they lost. There's another that 2 of those teams lost last night.
They did. You couldn't pick up any ground.
And it would have looked. The standings would have looked a lot different this morning than they do now.
I said it yesterday. I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm a seller. I'm a seller. I just don't think. I think there's too many injuries, too much to overcome, too many teams ahead of them. I don't think they catch the Cubs, the Mets, or the Padres. I think those 3 teams are going to get in. I don't think the Cardinals, Giants, Reds, or Diamondbacks are going to get in. I think it'll be the Cubs, the Mets, the Padres are all going to get in. So to me, I mean, if I look at if I look at the Mets, I'm 7 games behind the Mets in the wild card. There's only 61 games left. I don't think I can make that difference up. So to me, I'm selling. The question really now is, man, would anybody want Zach Gallen? Are you better off just making a qualifying offer to him and hoping somebody signs him in the offseason to a decent contract?
Real quick before the break, let's hear from Gallen thinking about competing in these games, not those trade rumors.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you talk to anybody in this room, as competitors, you're focused on the present. You're focused on, once you walk through that door, what you're trying to do to get better. And then even more so when you step out on the field between the white lines. I mean, that's the thing. You get professional athletes are probably some of the most competitive people you ever meet. So I think when it comes to going to work and going out there and trying to compete, that's really all you're thinking about. So for me, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm trying to just take a step forward every day and just try and get better and just get better competing and executing and all those things that come with it.
All right, that's Zach Gallen. We're going to be joined by Adrian Del Castillo from the Diamondbacks. He's going to join us next right here on 98.7 FM Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, and nobody does a better job of helping you with your plumbing needs than Christian Brothers. They've been around since 1976. So if you need help with plumbing, you've got some clogged drains, you got a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly, you're not getting enough hot water quickly, it takes forever to get the hot water in your house. Maybe you need a reverse osmosis system because you want perfectly crystal clear drinking water, or you've got hard water in your house and you want a new soft water system. Well, Christian Brothers can do it all. They've got excellent plumbing services. All you have to do is Google their 5-star reviews. You'll see exactly how great of a company Christian Brothers is. They can get out to you quickly, too. So if you've got some problem with clogged drains, the faucet keeps dripping and you can't get it to stop, just call Christian Brothers. Have the experts come out. They'll give you a great, fair price and do tremendous work for you. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian Rolls or dig into their new Big Belly Burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
All right, D-backs suffered the loss last night, but they get the Astros again tonight with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. And joining us after coming back with a terrific debut is Adrian Del Castillo. He joins us on the program. Adrian, Tim Ring, Gambo, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Good. We talked to you in spring training. We had you out with us when it was me and Burnsy. Hey, what a way to come back to the big leagues. I mean, 3 hits in your first game back, leading the team to a big win on Friday. How did that feel?
That felt great, honestly, with the season, the way it's been going with injuries and stuff like that. It's good to be back healthy and be back here, no doubt.
Yeah, listen, we know you could hit. We absolutely know that you could rake. And when Pavin went out with that injury, they call you up. We expect that you're going to get to be the DH against righties a lot. What did they tell you about what your role will be?
Honestly, that nobody's told me anything. I'm here to, whenever my name's called, whenever I'm on the lineup, to do anything I can to put this team in a good position to win.
Adrian, a year ago when you were brought up, and there was, as Gambo mentioned, there was no question about the ability to hit. The question was the glove, and I think you'd probably be the first person to admit that. Where have you come in terms of improvements over the last calendar year in terms of becoming a better defensive catcher and one that you think can stick at the major league level?
Yeah, so this offseason took a lot of time, and I ended up coming a couple weeks early and then a couple weeks during the off season here to work on defensive stuff with our catching coordinator, Robbie. And then Bannister would also come in and help out as well. And we did a lot of receiving work with the machine and traject and stuff like that. And then a lot of just footwork, trying to get my feet a little bit faster so I can release the ball a little bit quicker and ultimately get a better pop time to second base.
Yeah, we've heard that you've improved in so many areas. Your blocking skills, your framing, the pop time, your throwing. We've heard that you've had a lot of improvement. How much effort are you putting into that?
A lot, yeah. I mean, that's my priority right now. And obviously hitting, I got to maintain it and obviously get better as well. But catching is what's going to keep me up here, I think, and defensively, and just trying to work as hard as I can there to improve, and whatever I can do for sure.
You know, speaking of hit, but if you can hit the ball, you got a good chance to stick around too. Adrian, you know, a couple of years ago in the minor leagues, you opened up your stance. That paid big dividends. Just curiosity now that you've been up now in the majors for a couple of different stints. What is the biggest difference in challenges in terms of hitting major league pitching as opposed to minor league pitching? Can you kind of encapsulate that and put it into words?
Yeah, I mean, up here, obviously everybody's the best of the best, and there's not much mistakes you get as a hitter to capitalize on. In the minor leagues, you know, every now and then you get maybe 2 or 3 mistakes that you're able to hit, like in the minor leagues. But when you come up here, you got guys that when you get 2 strikes, they're going to finish you off with their best stuff, and it's obviously really good. So for me, just when I'm up here, try not to miss that one pitch that they give me to hit, and hopefully I hit it, you know, hard, you know, anywhere, honestly. Up the middle is where my approach is, so hopefully up the middle.
Yeah, you've got a great swing. I mean, you've got a terrific swing. You've got power in your swing. It's there's no question you can hit at this level, and you're going to be a Major League Baseball player for a long time because of that. Talk about fitting in with the clubhouse. This team is battling tooth and nail every single day to try to fight to stay alive in this playoff race. What's it like coming into an environment like that?
I mean, it's awesome. It's fun. You know, we come here to win, and I think these guys, not that I don't think anybody's like, you know, has a crazy amount of pressure on them, and we're just still having, you know, fun and enjoying it, you know, putting music, all that stuff. I think nobody's obviously ultimately we want to win, and we're serious about that, but you know, we take one day at a time, and you know, yesterday wasn't it, but today, you know, is a different day, and we're going to be have the same attitude we did if we win a game.
You know, we talk so much about the protection that Suarez gives guys in the lineup. You know, I mean, if you're batting in front of Suarez, you know, you're going to get some good pitches because, you know, the teams don't want to get to Suarez, but he's on pace to hit 57 home runs. You're batting right after him. What's the difference there when you get to bat behind a guy like that?
I mean, just know to be ready to hit. If there's a runner or if there's nobody on first base, they're going to be very careful, and then I'm sure they're looking at me more than him if there's a base open. But I mean, what he's doing is insane. I think anything they throw him right now, he could hit over the fence. It's an easy game for him. But to hit behind him, I just gotta, you know, be mentally ready and you know, do anything I can.
You know, Adrian, I know you just got called up, but this team has been through the wars already this year. Ups and downs, one step up, one step back. And now, as Gambo mentioned, kind of every night you guys are out there fighting for your life to try to stack some wins together before the trade deadline. When you look at a game like tonight, I know Herrera's right now in the lineup at catcher, but is there a sense in the clubhouse, a sense amongst the guys that every game right now is a must-win, and the attitude that you guys showed against the Cardinals, sweeping that very good baseball team, almost needs to be there every night without fail? What's the mindset in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we had the same, you know, mindset yesterday. It's just, you know, baseball's not. It's hard to win games up here, and you know, sometimes the ball doesn't go our way, and you know, those guys are a good team. Houston's a really good team too, and I think we like I said, day by day. I don't think we need to overcomplicate it, overstress it. I think just go out there, play a good ball game, have fun, not too much pressure. You know, I think once you let the pressure get to you, I think that's when we start, pressing a little bit. Our pitchers start pressing, our hitters start pressing. It's usually not a good indicator to win ball games.
You got to catch a lot of the guys last year. Give me your thoughts on Zach Gallen after you didn't catch him, but you did catch him last year, I believe, correct?
I did in bullpens. I've caught him plenty of times in bullpens, never in games. So
yeah, I know.
But yeah, I mean, Gallen's a dog. Obviously he's going through a little rough stretch, but I think ultimately he's got, he's a great pitcher and he's shown it before. And I think he's shown it a couple of times this year. I think he's just, he's got to, just keep going on with things. I know it's tough, and maybe I don't know if the pressure's getting to him a little bit. I know it's tough when you're kind of doing bad, but I think he's just got to keep going. I think he'll be fine. He's a great pitcher. He's got great stuff, and he's gonna do a lot of great things for us in the near future in the second half of the season.
I know one of the guys you caught a few times last year was Ryan Nelson. I remember the game against the Red Sox when you guys pounded them, and Ryan pitched a good game. His jump from last year to this year has just been tremendous. And he's surprised to you with how good he's been?
Not at all. I remember you guys asked me in spring training, who do I think that's going to be the surprise of this pitching staff,
right.
And obviously he wasn't a starter in the beginning of the year. I did say Ryan Nelson, so I've always had him in the back of my mind.
There it is.
And glad he's doing what he's doing. That's him. He's a dog. He's out there and he competes.
All right. So, but listen, if that baseball thing doesn't work out, I mean, you'd be great as a talk show host, you know?
There you go.
Especially those type of predictions.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
come and take my spot.
Adrian, I can promise you it does not pay as well.
Yeah.
But it pays good. It pays good.
Yeah,
That's not as well as you.
For you. Yeah. Okay.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, listen, I appreciate it, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Good luck tonight against the Astros. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
You got it. That's Adrian Del Castillo. Came back, had his first game on Friday with
got 3 hits.
With Brandon Foddy. Had 3 singles. This kid can absolutely rake. Great to see him in the lineup. I know a lot of fans are very excited about his bright future. What did we learn about the Phoenix Suns in the Rookie Summer League? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Cards Camp is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. You know Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks? Yep. Team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks for a long, long time. Dr. Jay Schwartz. The only eye doctor my family trusts. We only go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Matter of fact, I have a doctor in my family. My daughter's a doctor, and she's at Banner University Medical Center in Tucson. She comes all the way here to see Dr. Jay Schwartz for her eye care needs. Nobody better than Dr. Jay Schwartz, and she does a great job of going to him because that's who she's had since she was a kid. She's gone to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. She only trusts her eyes with Dr. Jay Schwartz. She will not trust anybody else. She probably passes dozens and dozens of eye doctors on her way from Tucson here because she will only go to Dr. Jay Schwartz. Once you get that level of service and care for your eyes, you're not going to want to go anywhere else either. Dr. Schwartz can help you with dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses, and of course, a vision correction procedure, like what I had, LASIK surgery. Call them at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough one for the Diamondbacks last night against the Astros, but they've got a second go at it tonight. Game 2 from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the break. He'll oppose the Astros ace, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good Cardinals news. Will Johnson, the cornerback of the second round of this past draft, signed his contract today. It is a 4-year deal. He was one of the last rookies to have not signed said deal, but now he's inked and ready to go. And then former Cardinal safety Tyrann Mathieu, he's calling it a career today. The Super Bowl champion announced he is retiring on his latest Instagram post. You can read what his goodbye said right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Luke. Is there any chance the Diamondbacks could keep Eugenio Suarez? We'll ask their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald, tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, time to talk a little Suns basketball as we look to wait for them to make a move, as we expect that they are still looking to add a roster spot, a guard, or maybe not. A guard or a combo guard. It's either going to be a point guard or a combo guard. I know they're looking at that. Some names are out there. We've shot down a lot of those names. Some other names are still out. The Gary Payton Jr. is a guy whose name has come up. I can't shoot him down. I haven't been told no on him, so that's a guy that I won't shoot down yet. But one of the things I think everybody was really excited about was the Summer League. Now, most of the Summer League took place while I was away, when I was on my vacation. But I kept looking because obviously that was the first opportunity to see Kaman Malawach. That was an opportunity to see Rashir Fleming. And that was an opportunity to see Kobe Brea. And I was reading an article from John Voight, a Bright Side of the Sun, and they do a great job over there. And, he said Brea might have been the biggest surprise of the Summer League, for the Suns. Because, when they drafted him, they knew that he was a great shooter. And they said, look, let's take the best shooter in the draft, and that's Kobe Brea. You can get him on a two-way contract. But you look at him, he shot 43% from three-point range in the Summer League. So he's got that great shot. He's definitely a guy that, you can keep your eye on. It says in the article, it said what makes Brea even more interesting is what his presence means for the long-term roster. With players like Allen and Royce O'Neal possibly available for trade, the Suns might find themselves in need of a replacement wing sooner rather than later. So Brea could be a guy, if they decided to move off of O'Neal or decided to move off of Grayson Allen, their plans for Brea could change. Because right now he's just looked at, let's develop him. He's a two-way guy. He's not going to get a permanent spot on the roster. He'd be a two-way guy, and then you try to see what he could do. But if you moved somebody out, there may be an opportunity for him to play a little bit more.
Well, if the evaluation was by Brian Gregory in that front office that this guy was the best shooter in the draft, he did nothing to dispel that evaluation in Summer League. Now, I missed the last couple of games with a thumb injury, but when he was out there the first 3 games, To be fair, Ryan Dunn was the most complete player, best player on the court for the Suns. And Oso was a few notches below him. But Kobe Bryant was the most impressive rookie, period. And when you look at guys that might be NBA ready, he looked far more NBA ready than Malowacz did. Now, Malowacz is a different...
Malowacz is going to take a lot of time to develop.
And that's a different conversation, and we can have that. But if we're talking about Kobe Bryant right now, his ability to hit spot-up threes and score off the bounce.
Right.
At times when he's shooting threes, he reminded me of Cam Johnson. And then as he got a few more reps under his belt, a few more minutes, he started to look like a young Devin Booker with his ability to hit the step-back jumper. So there's something there. And I know the Suns, off the jump, we just heard the War Room release of the video that the Suns put out. It was great stuff. Gregory right away is like, this could be a two-way player for us. Maybe by the time this thing's all said and done, he's no longer a two-way player. I mean, he looks, again, all summer league disclaimers apply. We get that. You don't want to jump off the bridge in excitement. But from what I saw in terms of a skill set, going up against guys that some may be in the league, some may not be in the league, he just looked really good. He looked like a calm, confident, competent shooter. Now, the question with Kobe Bryant is always going to be the other side of the ball. You got to guard people. And where is he at in that stage of his development in terms of being NBA ready? Because he's NBA ready when it's coming to shoot the basketball. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. I don't care if it's summer league or not. That is a stroke.
Yeah, I was reading the story just on the Mavs, and they were just talking about the steal that they got in the draft, because they got the Nembhard kid, and he was projected to be early to mid-second round. He went undrafted. The Mavericks pounced on him, and he was like phenomenal in the summer league, just absolutely phenomenal. Like I think Jay Kidd was like, we got an absolute steal in this kid because he played so well. But I look at the Suns and I look at Malowacz, and everything I would expect. He's raw. He's 18. Centers always take longer to develop than everybody else. Even 3 years into DeAndre Ayton, we kept hearing it. Centers take longer to develop. They just do. It takes a while, so it's not a finished product yet. But the kid's got talent. He can move the ball very well. I remember during the draft, and it's a true story, the draft is on, and we knew that if Malowacz we reported, even in the Gamble 5, that if Malowacz is there, that's the pick. Everything else is null and void. That's the guy that they want. Nobody thinks he's going to be there. I got a call from Jeff Hornacek, who worked him out in Utah, and he says, they got to take this kid. When the Suns run, they got to take this kid. And then I talked to Jeff afterwards, and he was raving about how good this kid was, just raving about his footwork, his shot, him on the elbow, all the things he could do. Just blown away by the talent. But again, now you've got to develop it because he's 18 years old. But I was really excited about Malowacz after I talked to Hornacek because, again, he worked him out and was just raving about how talented this kid was. And he says he's not a big stiff. He is not a big stiff. It was the first thing he said to me, Gambo, this kid's not a stiff. Like, he can really play. But it's going to take time. I think that's why you don't trade Richards. Like, Williams is your starting center. But you got to have somebody to back him up because you just don't know if he could stay healthy for the full season because he's just never played a full season. So that's where Richards comes in. And because I don't want to force feed Malowacz 25 minutes a game.
Well, it could hurt his development.
It could hurt his development.
It could have adverse effects if you play him too much.
Yeah, because he loses confidence. So I want to bring him along slowly as the third center, and then hope by midway through the year, maybe then if he starts really showing signs. Like, I don't want to force feed him 25 minutes a game in the first 2 months of the season. Bring him along slowly. Let him learn through practice with these guys, learn the game. Coach him up, develop him. And if in January, February, you want to start playing him more minutes, that's okay. But don't force feed him. So I think there's a lot of excitement about Malowacz. He didn't show that well as far as the summer league, but you do know that, he's 7'2" with an incredible wingspan. You develop him.
Yeah, but Gambo, you know what? He showed signs. And again, you look at, I talk about ceilings and floors. The great news is his ceiling's sky high. There is all-star potential in there. The problem is, that's not a problem. The concern is he's got so far to go that the floor is still kind of low. Let's be honest. You could sit here today and say he could be an all-star. You could also sit here today and say he's going to be a bust because there's so much room to grow. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, but there's a lot of variance in where this career could go because he's so young. Could he end up being an Akeem Olajuwon? I don't know, maybe. Could he be the beat? The kid that busted out, who I think was the second pick. The second pick in the draft.
Kid.
Yeah, I mean, are those potentials there? Of course they are. But Brian Gregory knows this. He's been around the block. There's no sure thing in the draft. The Suns have had guys in the top 5 bust out all the time, and Malawach was picked at number 10. But what I did like, though, is the athleticism, the ability to run to the rim, his knowledge of the game, his IQ, his basketball IQ is really good. He's got to get a lot stronger. I mean, the ball was knocked out of his hands. He had trouble trying to get his shot off at times against bigger, stronger players, but he's playing against grown men. And he's a kid that, there are a lot of 18-year-olds still in high school, and he's out there playing in the summer league.
Yeah. I think the other kid, the Fleming kid, I'm excited about him, excited about, about what he can bring to the table because of his size and his athleticism. But the one thing that goes unnoticed, and I don't think Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn played really, really well in the summer league. And that's a really important development as well. Because we're talking about Malawach and Bray and Fleming. Last year, they drafted Ryan Dunn in the first round. He's a guy that they like. We saw some glimpses of how good he could be defensively. Obviously, the shot's not there. He's not a great shooter. He's got to continue to work on that. I've always heard from players, the one thing you can improve is your shot. You can always improve your shot. You just got to work at it. You got to keep working and working and working. Just because he's a bad shooter now doesn't mean he's going to be a bad shooter throughout his career. He's just got to work at it. But I think there was a lot of positive developments out of Ryan Dunn as well, because I think that's a kid that they're going to need. You want youth and you want athleticism. And you want some guys that can defend. So that's important that Ryan Dunn got out there in the summer league, played well, showed what he can do, because he's got to take a jump this year.
Well, he does. I mean, he needs to be in the rotation, obviously. I think Dylan Brooks is going to be a good guy for him to learn from. Not that they're similar players, but if Ryan Dunn has aspirations of being a defensive stopper and a dog in this league, Dylan Brooks is a pretty good guy to learn from in that regard. But the shot has to be there. You can't be Josh Okogie. Great defensive player, great spark plug, can't make a shot. You're a liability on that side of the floor. Ryan Dunn can't be that or he will not play.
Shot 37.5% from three-point range in the summer league. Last year was like 34%. So a little bit of an improvement right there. Gets you back into that range of being, just a threat. You don't want to be unguarded. If you can't shoot the three, they're not going to guard you. They're going to double somebody else. They're going to leave you wide open. They're going to cheat. So if you can knock down some shots, then, they're going to pay attention to you. They got to guard you a little bit. So he's got to continue. I'm not saying the kid's got to shoot 43% from three-point range, but he's got to shoot better than 35%.
No, you have to be a threat.
38, we can live with that.
You have to be a threat to knock the shot down.
Yeah. The Phoenix Mercury are off to a great start this season. Great start. They've got a big game tomorrow as Griner returns. Brittany Griner returns with the Atlanta Dream, and then they go on a road trip for 5 games. They've been one of the biggest surprises in the WNBA. Their head coach, Nate Tibbett, he's going to join us next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Kyler Murray is a guy that is really good at the game of chess. What if you let him call his own plays? What would it look like? I think it's an interesting thought. Again, acknowledging it will never, ever happen.
No, especially because Kyler Murray's never been given that opportunity throughout his playing career, from all the way playing as a youngster to now.
Right.
And the other big difference is the chess pieces aren't trying to kill you.
Right. The rooks aren't coming on blindside blitzes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership for customer service. That's true. Their summer sales event is on right now, and you can take advantage of a great deal and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives on the 2024 Escape, the 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend, and the new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STS trucks. You can get those for $43,500. All of the offers come with the no-charge premium maintenance plan. You get it all with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
Disc has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can Erod give the Diamondbacks a win they so desperately need? We'll discuss the Diamondbacks tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Time to give the Phoenix Mercury some love with the way that they have been playing. They won 3 out of 4 going into the All-Star break. Big game tomorrow. At home against Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream. Then they take off for 5 games on the road trip. Their head coach, who could be the coach of the year in the WNBA, he joins us, Nate Tibbetts. Nate, Tim Ring, Gambo, how are you, my friend?
Tim and Gambo, how we doing? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Real excited about what you've been able to do with this program. I go back just a couple of years ago when this team was, the organization was really struggling. They went 9-31. They bring you in. You have an incredible turnaround last year. You win 19 games, and now you're 15-7. What has been the biggest difference to you from the start of your coaching tenure here to where you guys are now?
Yeah, I mean, I think just there's a lot of things. Obviously, the commitment that Matt Ishbia has made, and this unbelievable facility that we get to call home, and it's ours, right? And people throughout our league have been able to recognize that. I think the players that Nick Urin and the front office have brought in kind of fit Nick and my system, or like our how we want to play and wanted to play. And last year it was an opportunity to get competitive in DTs potentially last year. And I thought we did that, and we made a really good step. And you go into free agency and never really know what's going to happen. And some things fell our way, and we were lucky enough to get Alyssa Thomas and Satu Sabli and add her to Kalia, and it's just been a lot of fun. This is a great group, and I'm really proud of what we're building.
Yeah, Alyssa Thomas has been fantastic. 9.5 assists per game. She had the triple-double. But what I look at, I look at the three-pointers, and I want to talk about your philosophy because – I think you hit like 18 against New York. You had 35 combined in consecutive games. The way you guys are shooting the three-pointer now compared to previous years, it's a big difference. How much of that is you? How much of that is the talent that you have on the team?
I think both. One of the things coming from the NBA is just educating our players here with the Mercury on their shot profile and points per shot and what's a good shot versus a great shot. And you're seeing more of the teams in the W, play with more pace and more space. And, obviously we've kind of got the best option of that with AT. She can play the 4, she can play the 5, she plays the 1. And, we've just really tried to put shooters around her. And even with all the injuries, it's worked out. I'm really excited, hopefully in the second half, to see who we are. I think we've seen bits and pieces of it, but we really haven't had our full group together yet, and that's what's exciting. I think we've got our best basketball in front of us.
Yeah, visiting with Nate Tibbetts, head coach of the Phoenix Mercury, a 15-win team that a lot of people feel that should be in the potential championship conversation. And you mentioned the injuries, Nate. Copper's played 6 games. Now, I know no matter who, next man up or next woman up, I guess in your case, you expect to win every game. But how impressive has it been that this team looks like a championship caliber team, has 15 wins, and a player like Copper's only played in 6 games?
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told us that before the season, we would have taken the 15 wins up until this point, but we would have been nervous in the process. Coming out of training camp, losing Kalia to an injury and Mac to an injury, those were our only 2 returners, and obviously Satu and AT are getting a ton of credit, which they should, very well deserved. But we've had some, undrafted rookies that have played overseas for a number of years that have stepped up. And, you said it, next player up mentality is really our group has completely bought into that. And because of the injuries, we've almost been forced to play our bench. And we've realized that we do have some really good players that maybe wouldn't have played as much if we would have been healthy.
Yeah, I look at the girl from Cameroon that was in France, right? Monique Akoa-Makani, and what she's been able to give you, the amount of minutes as an undrafted player, like she's had a big impact on what you guys have been able to do this season.
Yeah, I mean, Mo is super talented, and obviously when some of these players we were lucky enough to go overseas and watch, but some of them it was just on video and believing in the stats and the numbers and the analytics side of things. And Mo has really stepped up for a young guard in our league. She's 24, which is a pretty young player coming into our league, and she's made an impact both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, I look at DeWanna Bonner, who 10 years with the Mercury. Our first year was in 2009. 37 years old. You bring her back. She's gotten a very important bench role for you. Huge impact in the win against Golden State. How about that? The veteran leadership that she has, how much can that help your team down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of great players. She's been in every situation. She's won championships here in Phoenix. She's played the 2. She's played the 3. She's played the 4. No moment is too big for her. We go into Golden State with 8 players, and it's her second time playing in a month, right? And she goes for 22 and 11, and that's why you go and get players like her. And we've put ourselves in position to be one of the better teams in our league, to add such a valuable piece that is willing to play whatever role is asked is a great credit to DB and also our front office for making that move.
You know, Nate, you talked about finding players to fit your system. I think that just the way these players have kind of come together early on and gelled in the wake of the Hall of Fame career of Diana Taurasi has been fantastic. I mean, you mentioned Thomas. She's such a great player, but she's even better when she's surrounded by shooters, which, as you mentioned, you guys have done exactly that, and that allows her to shine in so many different ways for her skill set. Are you kind of, I don't want to say surprised, but how, the way this has come together so quickly it's got to be really cool.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really exciting and cool, and yeah, maybe even surprising a little bit. I mean, the great thing about AT is her teams have won, and she kept telling me, like, Coach, we're going to be good, and I wanted to believe her, but she just sets a precedent of how we're going to play, toughness. You know, her game isn't flashy when people look at it in a certain way now, you know, shooting from 35 feet, but all she does is win, and all she cares about is competing each and every night. And, you know, she has really set the tone for that. And then, you know, there's a complete respect level between our big three. You know, they love playing together. I think they complement each other extremely well. And, yeah, that's why we're also excited, because they haven't played many minutes together yet. And once they get going, we feel like we're going to be headed in the right direction.
I guess when you're one of the best players in the WNBA, you could trash talk the way Alyssa Thomas does. You get a kick out of like hearing her on the sidelines?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I think that's who she is. I want her to be competitive. She's not afraid of anything or anybody. And, you know, you need those players on your team if you're going to be a great team, and she completely sets the tone with that.
Yeah, she was named the WNBA's biggest trash talker, Tim. That's you were a trash talker when you played back in the day.
Hang a banner. Oh, yeah, I can talk some trash.
Yeah. Nate, lead me with this. You've got, after this game, with Brittany Griner's return, you've got a 5-game road trip, starts against a really good New York team. How important is this road trip going to be for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've talked about as a group, especially with the injuries. You know, the teams that we're kind of chasing are, you know, New York and Minnesota, and, you know, obviously Vegas hasn't gotten off to the start that they've wanted, but they're a really good team. Those teams have been together, and so we've talked about, obviously, you want to perform well, but you need to have to go through some adversity and tough moments, and, you know, this is one of the trips that, you know, I've had circled just to see how we respond. You know, it's a tough trip, 5 games and 12 nights, and against some really good teams. So we're going to see where we're at coming out of this for sure.
All right, Nate, appreciate it. You got 15 wins. Only the Minnesota Lynx have more wins than the Mercury. Great job this year. Continued success with the Mercury. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Coach.
That's Nate Tibbetts, the head coach of the Phoenix Mercury. 15-7. Only the Lynx have more wins than the Phoenix Mercury this year. This team was like 9-31 2 years ago. What a turnaround by them. They deserve a little press. They're playing some really great basketball. Eugenio Suarez, he's playing some really good baseball. The Diamondbacks going to sell high on him. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns. Download it and hit play for Suns Tea and More from Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. One of the things I'm very, very passionate about, saving for my financial future, making sure I can retire on my terms. And that's why I tell you about asset preservation. Stuart Willis, a fiduciary. Now, not only does he help you with your financial plan, your retirement plan, but he's also one of those guys that understands the importance of having a tax plan. A lot of financial advisors avoid it altogether. They'll cross that bridge when you get there. Not Stuart Willis. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, they understand the majority of us are putting money away tax deferred. Eventually, that bill comes due. That's why you've got to have a plan for it. See, at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, it's not about just how much money you make and how much money you can save. It's about how much of that money you can keep. That's truly the difference. That makes a big difference. That's why I recommend you contact them and get a free portfolio review. 5 locations in the Valley. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and...
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough one for the Diamondbacks last night against the Astros, but they've got a second go at it tonight. Game 2 from Chase Field. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the All-Star break. He opposes the Astros ace, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good Cardinals news. Cornerback Will Johnson signed his rookie contract today. It's for a 4-year term. He was one of the few rookies remaining to have signed said deal, but now he is inked and good to go. And then former Cardinals safety Tyrann Mathieu is calling it a career today. The Super Bowl champ announced on his Instagram that he is retiring, and you can read his goodbye post right now on ArizonaSports.com. And be sure to join us tomorrow. It's the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club of the year. tomorrow, this Wednesday, Diamondbacks taking on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. You want to be a part of it? Here's what you do. Just text HALF, H-A-L-F, to 620-620, and we'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's right. Text HALF to 620-620. That's HALF to 620-620.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. All the latest from Cards Camp as this year's team gets to work in Glendale. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
That's not Ozzy Osbourne, Lauren. That is not Black Sabbath. All right. Ozzy passed away today. Us old timers, we want to hear some Ozzy at some point. All right, remember that? Iron Man. There we go. Little Black Sabbath. There you go. Let's see if anybody mentioned that they were at a Black Sabbath concert. Have you ever heard this song? You've never heard it? Oh, it's so good.
This song scared the heck out of me when I was 8 years old.
Mitch, this is a great song for a band to play, right?
Oh, we played this ad nauseum at football games.
So good, right?
Oh, yeah. Banger, as the kids say.
Yeah. I'm actually watching on Netflix a Led Zeppelin documentary right now.
Wow.
Led Zeppelin.
I'm watching Billy Joel on HBO.
Billy Joel?
He's got a documentary.
I finally got around to that Yacht Rock documentary on HBO.
Oh, was that good?
Excellent.
I gotta watch that.
It was excellent.
I'm in the middle of the Led Zeppelin one right now.
So they called the lead singer of Steely Dan to try and get him on. Nobody from Steely Dan participated in this doc, but they played the call that the director had with, I think it's Dan Fogerty, is it?
Dan Fogerty, yeah.
Dan Fogelberg.
Fogelberg, thank you. And they ask him if he wants to be a part of the Yacht Rock documentary, and he says, "What would you call our music again?" And they said, "Yacht Rock." And he says, "Why don't you go bleep yourself?" and hangs up.
Oh, wow.
It's great.
Wow. It's good stuff. All right, Iron Man, you got to listen to that. That's a good tune, Lauren. That's a good tune. All right, Eugenio Suarez hit another home run last night. I mean, this guy's just on a mission, right? It's incredible what this guy's doing. He's on an absolute tear. He's got 7 homers over a 6-game span. That joins Reggie Sanders and J.D. Martinez as the only Diamondback players to hit 7 homers over a 6-game span. He's the first to accomplish the feat in the big league since Aaron Judge in 2024. And you look at it, every time he bats, you're like, it's just incredible how much he's on pace for 58 home runs now. Is it 58? I'll have to look at it again. So I did check with the Diamondbacks on a couple of things today. I don't think any significant trades are going to happen until about 24 to 48 hours before the deadline. So they've got until the 31st to see where they're at. No significant trades that they expect from their end are going to happen until they get much closer to the deadline. The other thing I checked on is that rumor that was out there yesterday about the Yankees, and this was on Ricky Ricardo of WFAN. Proposal on the table, 5 Yankee prospects, not Lombard, not Jones, to the Diamondbacks for Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, and Jalen Beeks. I did check to see if that was legit. I was told no, that there have been no discussions like that. Teams are calling on Suarez, but there hasn't been any discussion on like this big blockbuster 3 players for 5-player type of thing that they haven't hit on. So I was told no on that one, that did not happen. So that is just a rumor. There's not any truth to that. But I think Suarez is going to be the top guy that everybody's after. He's named as the #1 trade prospect. Everybody, Seattle wants him. The Yankees want him. The Cubs want him. Everybody wants that power-hitting guy in the middle of your lineup that can change the complexion of a game with one swing of the bat. He's that guy. There's a part of me, look, if you said to me right now I could have the Diamondbacks go to the playoffs, I'll take it. I'll take it. But with 5.5 games out, 4 games ahead, there's a part of me that would just like to see what they could get for this guy.
Got a couple clips from a couple of national guys. I'm going to get to that in a second. But before I do, Gambo, in your conversations with the team earlier today, did the Cardinals sweep change anything in terms of the mindset or a plan or how they're moving forward?
No, they were still leaning to be sellers rather than buyers after the Cardinals sweep. had to do a lot more than that. I think they're probably going to have to, win this Astros series, win the Pirates series, they're going to have to really make a move here, because where they're at right now, you're a seller. You're 5.5 out. You're 6 out of a wild card in the loss column. You've got to catch the Padres or the Mets. Not only that, you got to pass the Cardinals, you got to pass the Reds, you got to pass some good baseball teams. I think it's pretty obvious right now that today on July 22nd, barring a dramatic finish to July, that this team is going to be a seller. Yeah. That they're going to sell. I bet people like, oh my God, we're going to be so upset if we trade Geno Suarez. Why? This is the best. Yeah, I'd rather trade Geno Suarez now than trade a Geno Suarez that's hitting 225 with 20 homers and 60 RBIs. You're selling high on this guy. You could not have asked for a better season for Geno Suarez to trade him. You could have asked for a better tear leading up to the trade deadline. This kid is he's crushing it.
And he's an unrestricted free agent after the season. Tim Kurkjian, a longtime baseball writer, ESPN broadcaster, he thinks nothing's changed. D-backs are going to be sellers, and teams will be interested in their guys.
To be sellers at this point, and they have some really good pieces. Eugenio Suarez, their third baseman, just won Player of the Week in the National League. He's got 35 home runs. He's got multi-homer games in each of his last 2 games, and all sorts of teams in this pitching-rich era are dying for a middle-of-the-order bat. They can hit the ball out of the ballpark, and that's what he can do. Plus, he's become an above-average defensive third baseman. So that's the bat that they have. They also have Zach Gallen. They have Merrill Kelly, 2 starting pitchers who could really help a lot of teams. So we really have to watch where the Diamondbacks are going the next week from here. But barring a change, they'll be sellers, and a bunch of teams are going to be calling that.
All right, a lot of that is not news to anybody here, but the fact that Tim Kurkjian thinks that no matter what happened last weekend, the D-backs right now are still heading down that path to be sellers. Now, the question is, who's going to be interested in Geno Suarez? For more on that, let's check in with Ken Rosenthal.
I don't see why they can't be a team for Eugenio Suarez. They are the team, one of the few teams, that actually has pitching to trade. Now, I don't know that you trade young pitching for a rental, but maybe you expand the deal. The key question here, too, is the owner and how badly he wants to push. Mark Attanasio, we've seen, has not spent money, but been very successful. And if you're Mark Attanasio, you're probably thinking, we're doing okay. But after sweeping the Dodgers, and he lives in L.A., Attanasio does, I wonder if he is getting a little bit more excited and if he sees an opportunity here, not for them to do something nuts, but just to add payroll, to reinforce what they have.
Yeah, he's talking about the Brewers, by the way, if you don't know the Brewers front office and ownership. Talking about the Brewers being a team that could be very much interested in Geno. Gamble, the Brewers are flat out on a tear. They've won 11 in a row.
They're crushing it.
They've overtaken the Cubs in the Central just by a game. But right now, that's what Ken Rosenthal is talking about. Like teams that are playing well right now, they start to get the itchy trigger figure on the trade deadline. And that's where the Diamondbacks can cash in by putting Geno Suarez on the market.
I mean, if you trade Suarez, Kelly, Gallen, Naylor, Grichuk, and you add all these prospects, you're going to really improve your ranking as a team with your minor league system. You're going to replenish your minor league system. They've had to bring a lot. They've had a lot of success. Mike Hazen's done a fantastic job. When he took over, the cupboard was bare because Tony La Russa had no idea what he was doing. So Mike Hazen took over. The Diamondbacks had a terrible farm system. Mike Hazen has done a great job of bringing up, getting a lot of players in here that have been able to get to the major leagues. We've seen so many young players make it to the major leagues. Brandon Pfaadt and Ryan Nelson and so many others. I'm watching Saul Frank pitch last night and so many terrific players. So now you try to look at it, okay, can you replenish the farm system for 2 reasons? One, so that you always have guys in the system that can replace somebody for an injury or in case of a trade. But then you also, because of trades, because when you want to make a trade, if you've got a good minor league system, guess what? You're at the top of the heap. When a team wants to trade, you're ready to win, team wants to trade a player. If you've got a good farm system, it's a lot easier for you to make a trade. So there's a part of me that just wants to see what they could get for Suarez, what they could get for Kelly, what they could get for Josh Naylor. Now, again, if you say to me, I'll give you the playoffs, I'll take it. I just don't see it right now. I think that this team is not going to make the playoffs as much as I want them to. I think because, again, I'm a huge Diamondback fan. I want them to make the playoffs, but I also want the organization to be healthy going forward. And I think if you can trade 4 or 5 guys and get yourself a whole bunch of good minor leaguers, I think you're in a really good spot for the future, whether it's trades or not. All right, we'll continue talking some Suns basketball coming up next. Devin Booker, the extension. There was a grade on it. You'll be surprised what it was. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, and they're ready to help you every step of the way when it comes to all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team will help you with that. They're local. They've got over 30 years of experience right here in Arizona, helping a lot of people get pre-approved for a mortgage right now. This is a great time to get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free from the Lund Mortgage team. A lot of houses on the market. We've seen interest rates come down a little bit. This is a good time to buy. There's a lot of seller incentives out there. So if you're saying, hey, my lease is coming up, I don't want to rent anymore, I want to buy a house, this is a great time to contact the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130 and let them go to work for you. All of your mortgage needs, whether it's a refinance or a new home loan, just maybe going from a 30-year to a 15-year mortgage, call the Lund Mortgage team, 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, some guy tweeted us. We got the name wrong. Donald Fagen is the lead singer of Steely Dan, not Fogelberg.
Yeah,
Wrong name.
I messed that up. Sorry.
You messed
Although
that up.
I did have a fun laugh in the YouTube chat because somebody said Donald Fagen, which is correct, and then the guy replied, "No, that's the guy from Scrubs." And no, that's Donald Faison.
Donald Faison.
Well,
We're
you
totally
said
messing.
Dan Fogerty, so I thought the guy you were talking about was Dan Fogelberg.
Yeah, and Led Zeppelin actually got formed out of the Yardbirds. I never knew that as I'm watching a Led Zeppelin documentary.
I didn't know that
They got formed out of the group the Yardbirds, and then they became Led Zeppelin. I'm halfway through that. I watched like half of it last night. I got to watch the other half another night. All right, good conversation with Nate Tibbetts of the Mercury. Really enjoyed that. A couple segments ago. They're off to a really great start. Brittany Griner returns tomorrow for them, so I wanted to give them a little love for the way they have been playing. I was looking at this story on about like grades, like all the grades from all of the decisions that were made in the NBA, and they gave a grade on Devin Booker's extension. Booker gets max extension from Suns, 2-year max extension. Grade fail. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, Devin Booker's a terrific player, but they gave it a fail. Extensions graded pass fail. They said grade fail. They had a couple of reasons. They said the extension had 2 years on a Booker's contract that already runs through 27-28, starting at a minimum 35% of the cap. So one of the points is he's still under contract for 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28. You didn't have to give him this extension. You've got him for 3 more years. Then it says Booker was neither chosen an all-star nor to an all-NBA team. He's made all-NBA just twice in his career and only received MVP votes once. He says it's more likely that Booker will be a complementary piece than the centerpiece the Suns have made him. It says Booker's loyalty certainly didn't translate to any kind of a discount. It says one key question in evaluating any extension is whether a player will have more trade value after striking the deal. In this case, because Booker will get the maximum raise between the 2 seasons of the deal, he won't be tradable for 6 months. So the question is more hypothetical. I suspect Booker would have more value to other teams on his current contract. So that was a story that was on ESPN about the contracts and the extensions and Devin Booker, and they gave it a fail grade on giving him that extension. I was really, I wasn't fascinated by it, but I was interested in what they were saying about it.
John Hollinger, after the season, wrote a long article for The Athletic. I've always appreciated John Hollinger's work, and he was very matter of fact. Suns have to trade Devin Booker. It's the only way out of this. And part of the reason why he said that was obvious of the haul you'd get to rebuild. But he also talked about this, having to pay Devin Booker this kind of money on an extension, especially if Booker held firm and wanted the max amount. This is a lot of words today for basically saying not succinctly, just this. They don't think Devin Booker's good enough to warrant that kind of money later in the contract. And that's why they bring up he's not an all-star. He hasn't made an all-NBA team in a few years. He's only done that twice in his career. He's only been an all-star 4 times, and 2 of those times he was a replacement player. So the national perspective on this is the Suns are playing Devin Booker like an elite player, a top 10 player, top 5 player in the league, and he has shown the last few years that he's not that. And he hasn't shown that since the 2022 season. So
I think this is a big year for him with no Chris Paul, with no Kevin Durant, with no. I think not Beal doesn't matter because Beal just didn't care. But no Durant to defer to, no Chris Paul to defer to. This is a big year for him to show some leadership, to see what he could do. Now, do I think that he's a superstar? No, I don't think Devin Booker's a superstar. Do I think he's a great player? Yeah, I think he's a great player. It's not a team in the league that wouldn't want Devin Booker. Is he worth that type of money? I mean, that's what the market bears. Like, do you want to keep him or not? Like, he's been loyal to Phoenix. The other thing I'll say is, how hard it is to draft a player like that?
Do
you know how hard it is? Like, how many lottery picks that the Suns have where they've gotten bums? Just bums. So this was a story, NBA free agency, reaction and grades for the biggest signings by Kevin Pelton, our guy Kevin Pelton. And, Chris Paul to the Clippers, that got an A. Marcus Smart to the Lakers, that got a B.
Well, this is all relative.
Dame's
right?
return to the Blazers, an A-. Bradley Beal to the Clippers, a B+. I'm looking at it and then there it is. Booker gets max extension from Suns, grade fail.
I mean, not even.
And they gave it a failing grade.
I mean, that's an F. They gave it an F. There's also some other intangibles involved in Matt Ishbia wanting to wrap up the face of the franchise. Clearly, Devin Booker means more to this franchise and this fan base on the court and off the court than any player has, maybe ever, in the history of the franchise. Is the all-time leading scorer? The bottom line is, it comes down to this. The Suns believe Devin Booker can be the alpha on a championship-winning team, and that's why you pay him that kind of money. Kevin Pelton writes that he can't be, and he won't be. He'll be a supporting player by the time this contract winds down.
So he thinks he's more of a Scottie Pippen and you need a Michael Jordan.
Right, but you know what? Matt Ishbia is
Kevin
paying...
McHale to Larry Bird.
Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory believe that Devin Booker can be a Michael Jordan, and they're going to pay him as such, and they're going to try to build a championship team around Devin Booker. It doesn't mean you can't have other all-stars on the team, and maybe somebody develops or arrives that ends up being better than Devin Booker. But you decide to pay him this kind of money, you believe he can be the guy. He can be the alpha. And it's up to Booker now to go out there and prove him right.
I think Booker had a really tough year last year. He didn't have a good year. He's been a great player. He's been a great player.
Of course.
And again, you cannot, it's hard to draft a player like that. They don't grow on trees. Josh Jackson, Dragan Bender, Alex Len, Marquise Chris. I mean, how many failed draft picks? DeAndre Ayton. It's not easy to go get a Devin Booker in the draft. It's not easy. So when you get a guy like that, you know, if you're going to trade him, you better make sure you're doing the right thing. I understand that people say you should trade Booker and start over and get 5 first-round draft picks and everything. You might have 5 first-round draft picks and not get anybody that's ever as good as him. You might not. I don't know. But the chances are it's hard to get a player like that. It's just hard. Now, they don't have any control of their own draft picks still, so they're not trying to tank. So they want to win basketball games. Booker's been very loyal to Phoenix. He loves it here. He wants to be here. So they're investing in Devin Booker. They still want to be competitive. They want to try to win games. So they're going to invest in him. To me, the biggest thing is I'm glad that he's not in the shadow of Durant or Paul anymore. I'd like to see. Now, Chris Paul worked out really, really well for him because of how unselfish Chris was. I don't think that Durant did Booker any favors. I don't think he did. So there's a knock on Durant. Durant's one of the best players I've ever seen in my life. I don't think he did Book any favors. So I think with him gone, it's imperative for Book to say, this is my team. When you got 3 stars, you guys are always deferring, trying to figure it out. Some guy gets out. Now, Booker's got to be the guy. Night in, night out, he's got to be the guy.
It's on him. And as for, Chris Paul and Devin Booker teamed up, and they were 2 wins away from the NBA championship. Booker and Durant teamed up for 2 full seasons, and they didn't win a playoff game. So, the proof's in the pudding there. Clearly, Chris Paul worked better with Devin Booker than Kevin Durant did. But I think I know what you're saying, really big picture. It's time for Devin Booker. This is his team now. It's on him. He's the leader. Right. There's
nobody close.
There's no Chris Paul, who's a natural leader and obviously the loudest voice in the room. There's no Kevin Durant, who's one of the top 15 players of all time. So it's a new look direction, not only a new look locker room, but it's a new look direction. Like, okay, Book, we're going to pay you as such to not only lead this team off the court, but on the court, be the best player. And we're going to try to, they can say they're not rebuilding. They're rebuilding. They're rebuilding. You took a guy at number 10 that might not be able to play for a couple of years.
Yeah, you're in a little bit of a rebuild. There's no doubt about it. NFL.com. 3 things to know about the Arizona Cardinals. What are they? We'll tell you next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Oh, it's heating up, Acenonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Summer Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough one for the Diamondbacks last night against the Astros, but they've got a second go at it tonight. It's Game 2 from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the All-Star break. He opposes the ace of the Astros, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good Cardinals news. Will Johnson, the rookie cornerback, signed his contract today. It's a 4-year rookie deal, and he was one of the last remaining rookies to have signed said deal. But now he is inked and ready to go for training camp. And then former Cardinals safety Tyrann Mathieu, he's calling it a career. The Super Bowl champ announced today on his Instagram that he is retiring. And you can read what his goodbye post had to say right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit2save.com.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, so what do we think about that? The Red Reckoning. Do we like it? Little JV special? Sounds pretty good to me.
I love it. Who came up with that?
The Red Reckoning. Was that you, Mitch?
Mitchy Mitch?
Not all me. There was a collaborative effort. Myself, K-Zim, Tyler Drake, Aaron Maloney, Tyler Bassett, Anthony Dunlap, Jason Veazey. We all landed on this.
It's good. The Red Reckoning.
A lot of cooks in that kitchen. A lot of cooks in that creative kitchen.
Well, we got a tasty souffle here for you.
All right, the Red Reckoning. I'm all for it. NFL.com is doing their look. The training camp's getting ready. We'll be out of training camp on Thursday. We'll be out of training camp. I got to give my playlist to Jonathan Gadden. He always plays my music for me, so I got to give him a couple songs, and maybe I'll give him Iron Man from Black Sabbath, but I'll give him a song that he can play or two. But there was a story today on NFL.com, training camp, dates, information, players report, all of that stuff, roster changes, and then I got to go through it, and they said what you need to know. And there were like 3 things that you need to know. I'll start with number 3, and that's James Conner. They talked about James Conner, how much of a great fit he's been, coming off a career-high amount of carries with 236 and rushing yards, entering his age 30 season. And then they talk about Trey Benson, who got 63 carries last year. They called it a disappointing debut, but they're talking about his ability to push Conner for touches. That is absolutely something that I want to see. When they drafted Trey Benson out of Florida State, they had a lot of high hopes for him. They felt really good about him. Matter of fact, they didn't draft a running back in this draft because they still felt really good about Trey Benson. Is he as good as James Conner? No. Can he challenge him for some carries? Yeah. Now that the rookie's got his feet wet and he's got a training camp under him, this will be a second training camp. A lot of guys feel like, hey, once I get to my second training camp, I'm more of a veteran. I'm not deer in the headlights. I'm going to have my eye on that because I think Trey Benson can help this team with a 1-2 punch. I'm not saying they're going to be Montgomery and Gibbs in Detroit, but I think Trey Benson can do a lot better than 63 carries on the season.
No, maybe like a 7-3 split. DeMercado, I think, is a good football player, too. James Conner seems to be getting better with age, but we all know running backs only have so many hits in them, right? So James Conner, if you want James Conner operating at max capacity, especially how hard he runs, you want Trey Benson to shoulder some of that load. You don't want James Conner to be a bell cow, not at his age. He's not the talent of Saquon Barkley either. So you find that mix where James Conner hopefully stays healthy, although you can never predict that no matter how much you rest a guy. But you keep those carries down. You keep a 1-2 punch with Trey Benson or even a 1-2-3 punch with DeMercado and his skill set. And you keep James Conner healthy because this team right now has designs of playing into late January. And you would like to have a fresh, strong, and mighty James, an effective James Conner come January.
Yeah, the other thing they talk about is the defense, adding Calais Campbell and Josh Sweat and Dalvin Tomlinson. And you look at the rookies like Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, who got signed today, and talk about how big of a year this is for Gannon, who was hired for his defensive prowess. And they talk about how they're stocked now. Like they're stocked on paper defensively. They should be a lot better. So how is everything going to mesh? How good will this defense be? That's another thing we're all going to keep our eyes on.
Will Johnson's the best I have felt about a rookie cornerback since, obviously, Patrick Peterson. This is a guy that could have easily gone in the first round, could have easily gone in the top 15 if he was healthy. I mean, you're talking about one of the best cornerbacks in college football over the last couple of years. Yeah, he's coming off some injury stuff, but he's going to be fine in that regard. And can he be? I think he can be one of the elite corners in this league. And I love Garrett Williams and Max Melton, too. So
yeah, I'm a big Max Melton guy. I think he's going to be good.
Yeah, you're talking about year 1, year 2, year 3 with those guys. I mean, they could be the cornerstones of your cornerback room for the next 8 years.
It's so young. It's such a young cornerback
But
room.
it's promising. It's not young and like, oh, God, can these guys...
No, it's young and talented, but it's young. There's not experience there.
I get that. But
especially with Murphy Bunting going out. Like, it's a young cornerback room.
Right, but Gambo, keep in mind, Patrick Surtain and Sauce Gardner, it didn't take them long.
No, Sauce Gardner was terrific.
Right, but to not only be good, to be the best in their position in the league.
Yeah.
So a guy like Garrett Williams, it's his time now, and I think the signs are there. Max Melton, we're going to see. Will Johnson, we obviously have to see. But I watched this kid play a lot in college. I mean, he's the entire package. He's a ball hawk, stops the run, can obviously
He's a
cover.
big kid. We had him in studio here. He's a big kid.
And he's a champion. And he was the MVP of that defense in the championship game.
Yeah, he should have been a first-round pick. He obviously slipped because of some of the injuries. The other thing they said you need to know is they talked about the 2 first-round picks from last year, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. Now, Harrison had the 62 receptions for 885 yards and 8 touchdowns, which looks okay, but they targeted him so much, and it was so many targets, well, he didn't come down with the football. They've got to do a better job of having him impact the game in greater ways. Now, he worked out a lot. He got stronger, hopefully a little faster. He's not going to be the separation guy like the Burners are, but he's got to use strength to his advantage. I expect a big year from him. He's got to establish himself as the number 1 guy.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. There's nobody else. Michael Wilson can't do that. I'm worried about Michael Wilson establishing himself as the number 2 guy.
They did not go out and add another receiver.
They believe in him.
They believe in the guys they have.
You know what? And I'm not anti-Michael Wilson. I just want to see it. I mean, show me. Go out there and do it. Show that you're going to be a number 2 quality wide receiver in this league. You're right about Harrison Jr. Has to catch the 50-50 balls. You know, you look at Harrison's final numbers from his rookie year, and you look at him and cosmetically, you're like, okay, it's not bad. It's pretty good rookies. But anybody who watched the Cardinals for 17 games knows that Marvin Harrison's rookie season was underwhelming and fell short of expectations. Right. He has to be better. He has to make plays.
More consistent.
A lot of his numbers kind of came in bunches. I think of the Rams game. And there were others where he really played well that day. And then there were other games where he was non-existent and a non-factor. And that cannot happen if you're going to be a number 1 receiver on a playoff football team.
Yeah. Not that Darius Robinson's been counted out, but he had that calf injury. He missed a bunch of games. He just did not have an opportunity to have, obviously the death in the family. I think it was mom. And it's just there was a lot of things that were really working against him. Now we're going to see if Darius Robinson can actually break out because he's got a big kid, strong kid. They were really high on him that first year. Got a little bit of opportunity to play, but not a whole lot. He played in just 6 games out of the 17, so he missed a lot of time. So they went out and they drafted Walter Nolan, and they drafted all these players, and they brought in Josh Sweat, and they brought in Tomlinson. So it's almost like Darius Robinson's the forgotten guy, so he's got to make his presence felt as well.
It's also, Gambo, Darius Robinson, for my money, 6 games, but I mean, come on, give me a break. For my money, Darius Robinson's a rookie this year. This is his rookie season. And in a way that excites me because you're not only adding a first-round draft pick in Walter Nolan to the defensive line, you're adding a first-round draft pick in Darius Robinson to the defensive line. And you drop it back to the front 7. B.J. Ojolari didn't play last year. That's a second-round pick you're adding to the middle part of that defense coming off the edge. So there's a lot to like. It's all potential right now, and that always concerns you because eventually potential has to turn into production. And we'll see it. They've got the horses now. This is not an underfunded, underdrafted defense. Yeah.
Horses and depth.
Horses and
deep.
Depth. But we got to see it. And we can't just see it for the first, 12 games. Got to see it for 17 games. And this is year 3. Are we supposed to think that this is going to be a 4-year rebuild? So if we're not thinking that, then it's got to be in year 3. And I'm talking about not only making the playoffs, but making noise when you get there.
Yeah. They had to jump from year 1 to year 2. So now they've got to take that second jump. And I think that's why they went out and they spent the money in free agency on the guys because they felt like they were more ready to win now than they were last year. Christian Walker returned last night to Chase Field. He had a couple of hits, an RBI, a video tribute. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp is here.
Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches.
Is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Amalgam Nation.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can Erod give the Diamondbacks a win they so desperately need? We'll discuss the Diamondbacks tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Christian Walker returned to Arizona last night. Terrific video tribute that they put up, and he actually, got a nice applause from the fans, tipped his cap, said thank you to everybody as he returned. This was his first game back. He had spent like 8 years with the Diamondbacks, put up a lot of good numbers, was a good player here. Came back last night, had 2 hits, an RBI, and they were able to win that baseball game. The Diamondbacks offense got shut down. 7 players have got walks, but none of them scored. But Christian Walker returned. D-backs fans gave him a good ovation. Good player, but I like the way the Diamondbacks have pivoted. Sometimes when you lose a good player, you're always worried about like the replacement. Who's going to be the next Mariano Rivera? Who's going to be the next Derek Jeter? Who's going to replace a guy like that? Christian Walker was a good player, and there was a lot of concern about who was going to replace him. Mike Hayes did a really good job with Josh Naylor, who may get traded at the deadline too. But that was a good little pivot from Christian Walker to Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor is actually having a better year than Christian Walker is.
We want to go back in time. How about the pivot from Paul Goldschmidt eventually to Christian Walker?
Yes.
You talk about big shoes to fill.
Sure.
You're talking about arguably is Paul Goldschmidt the greatest player in D-backs history? I mean, that's a whole different segment, but I mean, you're replacing one of the greatest players in franchise history in Paul Goldschmidt. Not only do you do that very, very well, you're an integral part on a team that wins the National League pennant and goes to the World Series.
Randy Johnson's the best player in Diamondbacks history.
Johnson, yeah.
Randy Johnson?
Yeah. I was thinking position players.
Position players?
Yeah.
I mean, Luis Gonzalez was really good.
Gonzo, right. Gonzo or Goldie?
I mean, Goldie was great, too. Randy Johnson, by the way, walked out with Morgan Wallen for the concert on Friday. Randy Johnson.
I saw that. Yep. And then David Spade walked out the next day. So
Right. My wife's like, David Spade? Nobody knows who David Spade is. Like Randy got to walk out Morgan Wallen.
Also, I love Walker was such a class act. He met the media. He answered every question. I mean, they were asking him about contracts, the free agency, and we played some of that yesterday. But one of the questions he was asked about, listen, what he misses most about living here in Arizona.
The convenience of spring training, the season, everything being here. Scottsdale's obviously a great place. There's real no cons to it. It's there's a lot to do. I love the food, so the food scene is great. But as far as miss the most, I think it's just hanging out with guys that you've spent so much time with. This group here is amazing. I love all my teammates. The staff has been great. The culture is A+. I love showing up to the ballpark every day here. But you just think about, the good times, the memories.
Yeah, Walker with the RBI double in the third inning last night put the Astros up 4-1. D-backs crawled back. They got it to 4-3, and then, of course, another big home run by Matthews made it a 6-3 game, and the D-backs were pretty much toast after that. But you're right, Gambo. From Goldie to Walker, from Walker to Naylor, question is Naylor going to be around next year? Because he's one of the guys you hear on that trade block.
Right.
I just don't know what the haul would be for Naylor, where it would be worth making that deal and not just trying to re-sign the guy next year.
Yeah, if you want to, it's just again, finances. Like Montgomery will come off the books. Some of these other guys will come off the books, but other guys' contracts go up. You're going to have to replace some pitching because if you lose Gallen, you lose Kelly, you're going to have to spend some money on some pitching. I like Naylor. I'd like to keep him. I think he's been pretty good. Diamondbacks were not going to pay Christian Walker 3 years and $60 million. He even asked about it yesterday. He even said that, he wanted to go back to Arizona. Calais Campbell did the same thing. He was like, hey, let's go back to the Cardinals and see if they're not going to make an offer. The Diamondbacks weren't going to touch 3 years and $60 million. So that's why Walker said it was an easy decision to go to the Houston Astros.
Cardinals made a mistake with Calais Campbell.
Right.
I think history has told us that in terms of what he went on to do and how many more years he played. In fact, he's still playing, and now he's back. But Christian Walker, tough to say that was a mistake. Listen, those are finances, and Josh Naylor's come in here and done a really, really good job.
Yeah, and Walker's struggling, and I think that's why they let him go. I mean, he even said, off to a slow start for sure. Lately, I feel like I've been feeling like myself more at the plate. I put a lot of expectations on myself, a lot of pressure to get the most out of it. So, yeah, it was a little bit challenging early, but I feel like I've been helping the team lately, and that's all I can ask. He had the 2 hits yesterday, but he hasn't been able to produce at the numbers that he did when he was with the Diamondbacks, and that's one of the reasons that Arizona decided to let him go, because you looked at it and you said, okay, 3 years, $60 million, that's kind of what he wants. That's the rate. He had, he had earned the ability to get that paycheck. He had put up some good numbers for a long time. He had never been a free agent before. He had the right to test free agency and get the most money he could, and everybody wished him well and wanted him to do well and make as much as he could. But the Diamondbacks the belief was that there was going to be a decline in Christian Walker's play, that there was going to be a decline over the next couple of years. And I think you got to look at that. Even like Suarez, he's having a great year. He's 34 right now. So whoever signs him next year, they're going to have him at 35. They're going to have him at 36. They're going to have him at 37. You've got to factor that in. So many times you pay a guy based on what he did instead of what you think he's going to do. Hey, Eugenio Suarez hit 50 home runs this year. That doesn't mean he's going to hit 50 next year, or 50 the year after that, or 50 the year after that. You've got to factor that in. Kevin Durant. What the Suns gave up for Kevin Durant at age 34 is a lot different than what they got back for him at 37. Those years are tough on athletes, that 35, 36, 37. So you've got to factor in a decline. You almost have to factor in some sort of decline, and that's why I think the Diamondbacks were wise not to spend the money on Christian Walker.
I think teams sometimes do factor in the decline, but they want the player so bad or feel he's the final piece, or there could be a critical piece of a championship puzzle, that you're almost saying, listen, we know it's going to decline in years 2 and year 3. We're just kind of paying this guaranteed contract for what he's going to give us in year 1. And I think we've seen that before, too. It's interesting. You brought up the Durant trade. Clearly, in retrospect, they gave up too much. I know at the time you said they gave up too much.
Yeah, I was one of the few people that was against the trade. I did not want them to make that trade because I thought you were giving up. I thought you were giving, you were taking a large window and you were making it a short window. You had Booker, you had Ayton, you had McHale, you had Cam, you had all the draft picks that you could have used for other players if you wanted to trade. Instead of drafting guys, you could have traded So I thought that their window was wide open for a few years. And when you got Durant, I think it made it a very short window of like 1 or 2 years.
Well, it's almost like and this is what the age of Durant made me think of this. It's almost like what the package the Suns gave up was for a Durant more in line with the Durant that went to Golden State, that point in his career. In retrospect, I've said this before, like sending Bridges and Johnson for Durant, the players, I'll do that every day. But in retrospect, the it should have been the players, not the picks, or the picks, not the players, or maybe the players in one first-round draft pick. But to give the whole kit and caboodle really turned out to be a deal that the Suns probably wish they had back.
The Suns initially would have gave up the picks and Cam Johnson and Jay Crowder. But they didn't want to give up McHale because they needed somebody that could guard the other team's best player. So they were like very reluctant to include McHale in the deal. Eventually, they did include McHale in the deal. McHale and Cam and Jay and the picks.
But you could have pulled back some picks. Or we'll give you McHale, but we're not giving you 4 picks.
Maybe did it end up being 5? Was it 5 first-round picks?
It was 4, wasn't it?
4? I'm going to have to double check. But whatever it was, like they did not want to give up McHale.
And the swaps, I mean.
And then there were several pick swaps. But their initial goal was, okay, like they weren't going to re-sign Cam Johnson. They kind of felt like James Jones kind of felt like, you know, he's had some injuries. I don't know if I could trust him. I don't know if I want to pay him the money he wants to pay. So they were okay letting Cam Johnson go. They were okay letting Jay Crowder go. They were okay letting the picks go. They didn't want to give up McHale because they felt like if we give up McHale, we don't have somebody that could be a great defensive player.
Take us live with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand at Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan ruin your life. Go to yfry.com. That's yrefi.com.
Yeah, I see Gonzo doing that commercial. By the way, could they have picked like somebody better to be his son in that commercial? Nothing against that goofball. Sorry. But like, honestly, like, come on. The guy can't even catch a baseball. Or they made him pretend like you couldn't catch a baseball.
My favorite is when Brandon Webb is doing the
ping pong?
Yeah, ping pong.
Pong.
Why am I blanking? Beer pong. That's what it's called.
Beer pong.
In the backyard.
Yeah.
Like, remember college?
Remember college? Not me. I never went to college. Did you play beer pong in college, Mitch? Yeah.
I plead the 5th.
Plead the 5th?
Why? You're a big boy. Admit
Okay,
it.
fine. Yes.
Your parents aren't listening?
Yeah.
Actually, they are.
Oh, they are.
Oh, they are listening?
He was at the library.
Education's paid for?
He was at the library.
No student loans anymore? Mitch was in the band. Come on. Mitch was in the band. All right, 4 o'clock reset coming up next. Will Johnson, he got his contract signed. A lot of other stuff to tell you. We'll do the 4 o'clock reset with Lauren next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Loved the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around for your car to get serviced, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
What's up? I'm Phil Briggs, here from my friends at Navy Federal Credit Union. Whether you're looking to buy a new or used car, or maybe just want to refinance your current loan, Navy Federal Credit Union has great rates on auto loans. You can apply via their mobile app or online, and in most cases, get a decision in seconds. So get a great car and great rates with Navy Federal Credit Union. Credit and collateral subject to approval, rates subject to change, and are based on credit worthiness. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, and you can learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough loss for the Diamondbacks last night, but they get a chance to go back at it tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Houston Astros from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the break. He opposes the ace of the Astros, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good Cardinals news. Rookie cornerback Will Johnson signed his contract today, a 4-year deal. He was one of the last rookies to have signed said first contract. And then former Cardinal safety Tyrann Mathieu, he's calling it a career. The Super Bowl champ announced on his Instagram that he is retiring. And you can read his goodbye post right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
We are halfway home, halfway to the end of the show. 2 hours in, 2 hours to go. I'm expecting that I'm going to head over to the D-backs game right after this and watch the D-backs play a little baseball because I love going out to the ballpark and watching the D-backs play. So I will be out there. But right now it's time to get you caught up on everything that's going on in the world of sports. For that, we turn it over to Lauren.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
We're going to lead off
Hello.
with the D-backs because Zach Gallen may not have had a stellar performance last night on the mound, but he did reach a milestone in the D-backs 6-3 loss against the Astros. Here's the play-by-play cut.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And there is 1,000 for Zach Gallen. What a career in a Diamondback uniform. 1,000 strikeouts for the Milkman.
Coming in the top of the fourth inning, Zach Gallen scored his 1,000th career strikeout.
Yeah, got the milestone, but did not pitch well. Gave up 6 runs, 2 home runs to the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Just, again, another bad outing. It pains me because I like Zach Gallen. I'm a fan of his. I think he's been a terrific Diamondback. It's just this is a very lost year for Zach Gallen. He cannot find any consistency.
Had a couple really good starts, and then a couple of starts that kind of define Zach Gallen's season. Just not good enough. Torey Lovello, after the game, actually said he thought Gallen pitched okay, just made 2 bad mistakes. Well, sometimes 2 bad mistakes cost you 5 runs and ultimately cost you the ball game.
And Zach Gallen doubled down on that same point post-game, saying, hey, I caused those 2 errors. It's my fault there. And in other MLB news, the Phillies walked off the Red Sox on catcher interference. It has not been done
Since
54 years ago.
1971.
Literally 54 years ago.
The Dodgers, 1971, the last time that happened. Walked off on a
catcher's interference. Here's the play-by-play cut of it.
That pitch just a bit outside.
That catcher's interference?
That's a good question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Philadelphia is challenging that there was catcher's interference on the play.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness, there was.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference.
Wow! The Phillies have won on a catcher's interference.
Well, tag your bags.
Baseball is amazing.
Wow. Last time it happened, it was Ron Say and Steve Garvey and Manny Mota and Bobby Valentine and Joe Ferguson.
Ron Say wasn't on the 71 Dodgers.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, he was.
71?
Yeah, Ron Say was on that team. He was a rookie that year.
Are you sure? Let's look that up.
He was a rookie in 71.
I will sit corrected.
I think that was his first year in Major League Baseball. Let's see. Ron Say.
I mean, he was on the 78,
I'm looking it up right now.
79, and 80 Dodgers.
1971 Dodgers, his rookie season.
All right, good call then, Gambo.
Yeah, didn't play in a lot of games, but he was on that team.
He didn't play a lot of games, okay.
Ron Say. I didn't say Davey Lopes because Davey Lopes wasn't on that team. I think he came a little bit after that.
Garvey
was on that team. Manny Mota was on that team.
And tonight, somebody who has seen a lot of innings of baseball, that would be Rich Hill.
Oh, my goodness.
Will make his Royals debut as their starter against the Chicago Cubs. He will tie Edwin Diaz as the player who's played for the most teams in MLB history, 14 teams. He's also 45 years old.
He was on the 71 Dodgers, Rich Hill.
Oh my God,
that's incredible.
I think he was on the Giants with Willie Mays. This was the funniest thing I ever saw. Somebody put this out. Rich Hill faced Jamie Moyer. Jamie Moyer faced Steve Carlton. Steve Carlton pitched in the same game as Warren Spahn. Spahn faced Satchel Paige. Paige was a teammate of Bill Gatewood, who was born in 1881. I got such a kick out of that.
That's a lot of degrees. To get back to the 18, not
Rich
a lot
Hill,
of degrees to get back
Jamie
to the
Moyer,
1800s,
Steve
right?
Carlton, Warren Spahn, Satchel Paige.
It's less degrees than I would have expected to get back there.
Well, to be fair,
5 degrees to get you back to 1881.
Jamie Moyer pitched, I think, till he was 45.
He was so old.
He might have been 46.
Yeah. You know what? You know why? Because I swear I always remember this. And maybe somebody will. Jamie Moyer age. Jamie Moyer is 62 years old now. And I'll be 59 this year. And I always liked it that there was a major league player that was older
Your
than
age,
me.
or, yeah.
Yeah, like when I was 40, there was still a guy pitching in the major league. So, there will become a time when everybody listening, there will not be anybody in the major leagues that is
Older
than you. You'll be older than everybody else. So as long as Jamie Moyer was pitching,
you felt good.
I felt young. I felt young. I was a guy. He's in the majors. He's older than me.
You felt there was still hope for you to play in the majors.
Exactly.
It is funny you bring that up because I saw a Cubs fan tweet out and say, maybe I should walk on over to Wrigley tonight because I think it's going to be the last time I'm ever going to see anybody older than me play in a sporting event.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Unless you're the White Sox and you had Minnie Minoso coming in and playing every decade. Remember Minnie Minoso?
Yeah. That's right.
And in NFL news today, Arizona Cardinals rookie quarterback Will Johnson has signed a 4-year contract today. He was one of only 3 players drafted this year yet to sign their contract. It's down to 2 now. Only Shamar Stewart of the Bengals and Quinshon Judkins of the Browns remain unsigned.
Who's sort of like, what takes so long?
Well, there was some guaranteed contract language that they were fighting. Second-round picks historically weren't getting that. Now they're trying to break precedent, and once a couple of guys sign, then they all kind of fell in line. The 2 that haven't signed yet, I mean, Shamar Stewart's hanging out at Texas A&M, working out with those guys. So who knows what's going on with him? And then Judkins, the other one is he got arrested. So, but it's good to get.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to get Will Johnson in the fold, though. You don't want to miss even a day because, as we were talking about earlier, Gambo, he's a rookie, but he's expected to play
a lot
and play a lot.
Yep.
And to that point about the Shamar Stewart situation, Mike Brown, the Bengals owner, spoke yesterday during a press conference ahead of training camp about it.
Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years.
And that's the language they're having an issue with in the contract.
Whose contract is this?
Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart's contract.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
I mean, just dropping the jail thing on him, like,
right.
Geez, that's pretty strong.
For a guy who hasn't even taken a snap of the football for your team yet. And another contract issue going on in the NFL is that Diana Rossini is reporting that Trey Hendrickson for the last 30 days has been at home in Cincinnati training for training camp. But him and his wife have left for Jacksonville, Florida today because they received 2 offers in a 24-hour span, none containing the guarantees past the first year that Hendrickson was looking for. He went on to say, quote, "I was more than willing to take less in some ways in order to make this work."
Yeah, he told Manti Te'o, the NFL Network, that the offers weren't they're not even close.
Appalling.
Appalling, I believe was the word. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow.
Appalling would be
for
not even close.
Such
yes.
a great player. Such a great player. 2 offers, won't raise. So he's not going to report to Cardinals camp amid this standoff.
Not showing up to training camp. He even left the state. He'd been there for the last 30 days and went, nope, I'm going off to Florida.
I'm going to Jacksonville.
Oof.
How about that? And it was Manti Te'o that had the conversation with him?
Yeah, and the quote that I read off is Diana Rossini there. And Tyrann Mathieu has announced his retirement from the NFL.
I just sent him a message.
The
Honey Badger message.
Yeah. He's one of my all-time favorites.
I know. Just
not
loved
just
him.
here, but just in general.
Loved
the
him.
NFL. Loved covering him. Loved watching him. Such a great player. You know, Gambo, we were talking yesterday about how the Cardinals haven't had a whole lot of all-pro caliber guys the last decade.
Yeah, he was one of them.
He's one of them.
One of the.
They've had
2.
3. Well, they had 2 defensive players, and then David Johnson. 1 year was talk about
Chandler Jones.
Talk about fleeting. David Johnson, Chandler Jones, and
Tyrann
Tyrann
Mathieu.
Mathieu. The only Arizona Cardinals.
Loved the Honey Badge. Loved him.
To be first-team All-Pro in the last decade.
Send him a text. Congratulate him on a great career. He had a great career.
12 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah.
And in a little bit of NBA news, they've settled the debate. Chris Paul will wear number 3 for the Clippers. Beal said he was happy to give the number up to Paul, according to Lawrence Frank, the Clippers' president of basketball.
He gave that up as fast as he gave up the ball when he was on a fast break. A turnover.
There's no way Bradley Beal's outranking Chris Paul in a number battle. I mean,
exactly.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Sorry.
Not at all. And we'll end up with a little bit of WNBA news because tomorrow we'll have a little bit of late start because of the D-backs.
Great interview with Nate Tippett earlier.
And you can check that out now, wherever you get your podcasts. It's up now for you guys to listen to.
Is it on ArizonaSports.com?
It is on ArizonaSports.com.
He was great. He was really good.
And if you guys want to check out the Mercury, their first game back from the break is tomorrow against the Atlanta Dream at 7 p.m.
Brittany
It is
Griner.
the return of Brittany Griner to the Valley.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, again, I'm an addition by subtraction guy. I mean, 2 years ago, the Mercury won 9 basketball games. Now they're they have the second most wins in the WNBA. You know, you move on from Griner, you move on from Taurasi. You got to start over sometimes. Sometimes you have to turn the page.
But they've started over and they put themselves right in the thick of the championship hunt. I mean, that is
they're good. They're good.
There is no rebuild, period.
No, they shoot the three as well as anybody. They're on pace to hit 488 three-pointers this year.
Takes some teams a couple of years to rebuild in any sport. Mercury did it in 3 months.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, that's everything that's going on in the world of sports. We still got a lot more to come. Zach Gallen, is he the reason the D-backs won't make the playoffs? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just don't think there's much the Cardinals could do this year where Gannon would be in trouble at the end of the year. When he got here, they were a mess. And I know it wasn't just him getting here, but when he got here, they were a mess. Even though the record wasn't better in year 1, they looked different. And in year 2, the record was significantly better. And so they were 8-9 last year. If they go out there and go 8-9 this year or 7-10 this year, I think Kyler, his future with the Cardinals is very much up in the air. I think Gannon, worst case, would end up maybe on the hot seat going into next year. When you look at the Cardinals, you're like, okay, what do they have going for them? I think you put Gannon on that side of things.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead. Like your dog, who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? wait. Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Hey, it's Luke. Is there any chance the Diamondbacks could keep Eugenio Suarez? We'll ask their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald, tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
You know, last year the Diamondbacks missed out by a tiebreaker. They missed out on the playoffs by a freaking tiebreaker. Three-way tie. They ended up losing out on that. So you could nitpick any single game and say that was the reason. You look at it now and you say you're 5.5 games out and you say, what are the reasons? Well, obviously injuries were a big factor. Their defense has been not good most of the year. Their offense has carried them. Their bullpen has been just awful, decimated by injuries, but just awful for most of the year. We've seen bad stretches by Ginkel and Ryan Thompson, and it's Mantiply couldn't pitch in the major leagues. And no Justin Martinez, who they thought would be their closer, no A.J. Puck, and you relied on Shelby Miller to be like one of your main guys, and he wasn't even supposed to make the roster. But one of the things you have to look at is you have to look at the 21 starts that Zach Gallen has pitched in and realize that they've lost 12 of those games. They have lost 12 out of the 21 games that Zach Gallen has pitched in. It's not the win-loss record. He's got 7 wins and 11 losses. But, you're not winning the games that your best pitcher is pitching in. And that is you have to win those games. You're number one and you're going to lose games with your number 3. You're going to lose games with your number 4. You're going to lose games with your number 5. You're not supposed to lose this many games with your number 1 or number 2 pitcher. It's not supposed to happen like that.
Well, if you don't hit, you can lose games with your number 1 or number 2 pitcher. Certainly there's the team game aspect of it, but Gamble, you brought up the 21 starts, and I know what you're saying. They've lost 12 of those, but Gallen's got 7 wins. So just the sheer math of it, he's won 1/3 of his starts, period. He's won 1/3 of his starts. Even if he was a mediocre performer in terms of he wins half of his starts. Let's say he wins 11 games.
Right.
That 11 games makes all the difference. That 4-game difference makes all the difference in the world to where the Diamondbacks are in the standings.
Brewers' best pitcher's Freddie Peralta.
Yep.
Right. Woodruff's been really good. They've won 14 out of his 21 starts.
Okay.
14 out of his 21.
Right, so I'm just looking for a mediocre, you win half of them. You win 10 or 11.
That's
you win 11.
That's 2/3.
Yeah.
So,
that's what
they've each had 21. So, but that's a 5-game difference. Well, if you look at Peralta, he's got 14 wins. The team has won 14 of his 21. The Diamondbacks have won 9 of the 21 with Gallen. That's a 5-game difference. If Gallen is more like Peralta, you're talking 5-game now you're a playoff team.
Even if
you're right there. You're right there.
Even if it's a 3 or 4-game difference, a 4-game difference, they're not only right there in the wild card race, nipping at the Padres' heels, the way the Dodgers are floundering, they're right there in the division race. So just from the math of it, if Zach Gallen pitched towards his own expectations and the team expectations, they would be on the doorstep of either a playoff berth via the wild card or, bothering the Dodgers for the next month and a half. It's a team game, though. It's tough to put everything. I mean, the bullpen was not great.
No.
Corbin Burns took a while to win a game. This is a 500 baseball team before the rash of injuries kicked in. So there's just a lot to.
That's who they are.
They're a 500.
That's who they are.
They're a 500 baseball team.
Yep.
And Zach Gallen is a part of the reason why. Now, is he the biggest reason why? I mean, I guess
Well, with Corbin Burns being out and A.J. Puck being out and Justin Martinez being out, look, I could say the bullpen. The bullpen's been an absolute disaster. They've had one of the worst bullpens in baseball, for most of the year. It had the patchwork in. It's a shame because of all the injuries. I mean, just the inefficiency. You've got like Manaply not being able to pitch, Ginkel not being able to pitch. Ginkel's starting to come around. I'm a big Ginkel fan. I think Ginkel's great, but he's had a tough year. But losing Puck, losing Martinez, it's just, you've had to rely on a lot of guys that you didn't even, Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks, guys that you didn't expect, Bacchus, guys that you weren't having to count on, you've had to count on. I think the bullpen has been one of the biggest issues, but I also think just the ineffectiveness of Zach Gallen has really hurt. He's one of your top 2 pitchers. He started opening day, but a lot of people felt Corbin Burns was your number 1 and Gallen was your number 2. Kelly was your number 3. And then Erod 4, Fott 5. That's what you went into the season thinking. Maybe you thought Fott was 4 and Erod 5, whatever. But your 1 and 2 was supposed to be Burns and Gallen. And to lose the amount of games that they've lost, not his win-loss record, but I always look at the team. Did the team win or lose the start? The fact that they've lost 12 out of 21 starts that Gallen's pitching, just not winning the games that he pitches in. And a lot of it's because of him. He's been so bad. He's got the 11 losses. But, that is one of the big reasons why they've struggled. If he was normal Zach Gallen, well, then you wouldn't be in the spot that you're in right now.
Mark Gracie's really been candid lately on these post-game shows. I always stick around after the game
Gracie's great.
Just to hear what he says.
Yeah.
And, he said Zach Gallen he used the word elite. Now, Grace immediately said he has not been elite this year. Let's not confuse that. But Zach Gallen over his career has been an elite pitcher. To throw those mistakes up to a rookie that had come in hitting, 089, and to make not one, but 2 mistakes, Grace is like, that cannot happen. It cannot happen. And not that Grace is going to second guess what pitches are throwing, but his direct quote was, and he played in the big leagues for a long, long time, was he goes, I bet Zach Gallen is thinking he wishes he threw that kid a couple of curveballs in this game. So it's just one thing after another that's kind of cost this team. Ketel Marte's only played in 69 games. To put that in perspective, Timmy Tao has played in 59, right? Seems like he doesn't play all that much. He's played 10 fewer games than Ketel Marte. So there's a health issue with Marte this year, and it didn't start out on the right foot in April game when it seems like they've been kind of scrambling to get back to the surface of the water ever since.
Yeah.
And then the injuries hit, and it's kind of like, this thing's not going to end up where they want it to.
It started in spring training with Montgomery going down because now you couldn't get off the $25 million to use that money elsewhere. You couldn't get off of it. Like, hey, there was always they were supposed to trade Jordan Montgomery. Go pitch in spring training. Go pitch well. Some team's going to call. We're going to make a trade, and we'll get you out of here. Like, they didn't want him. You heard Ken Kendrick on our show with Jordan Montgomery, what a big mistake it was. But I think that kind of was just and from there it just snowballed. And then it's just Tommy John after Tommy John after Tommy John, and guys getting shut down. And it's just like the amount of injuries they had. Again, other teams have injuries too. You can't use it as an excuse. But I think the bullpen, and you felt like you were really good with Ryan Thompson, Ginkel, J. Mart, and A.J. Puck. And that just never materialized. So you relied on guys that you didn't even know in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, one more before we hit the break. Zach Gallen, after the game, he's like, listen, confidence is fine, but I'm a frustrated pitcher right now.
I feel fine. I think I'm more frustrated than anything. Wouldn't say I'm really, down on myself, downtrodden. I feel like it's pretty frustrating. I feel like I've kind of turned over every rock to kind of figure out what's going on. But that's the thing I love about this game, is it always gives you a chance. For a pitcher, every 5 days, got a chance to go out there and right the ship. So, confidence feels fine. Just got to execute a little bit better, maybe catch a little bit better luck.
All right, the over-under has been set on the Phoenix Suns win total. Burnsy's going to be happy about trying to win that lunch bet.
It's low.
Woo! We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Hader is ready. And the first one to Naylor. Swung on. That's a sky-high fly to right, and that should do it. Coming in is Smith. He makes the catch. And the Astros hang on, and they win the opener by a final score of 6-3.
Game 2 versus the Astros tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Everyday savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough one for the Diamondbacks last night against the Astros, but they've got a second go at it tonight. You got Game 2 from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the break. He opposes the ace of the Astros, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good news when it comes to the Cardinals. Rookie cornerback Will Johnson signed his contract today, a 4-year deal. He was one of the few remaining rookies to have signed his rookie deal. And then a former Cardinals safety, Tyrann Mathieu. He is calling it a career. The Super Bowl champion announced today on his Instagram that he is retiring. You can read his goodbye post right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so before the draft, before free agency, I made a bet with Burnsy, a lunch bet. I want to win this one bad. Like, I want this one. He owes me one on Aaron Rodgers. Like, I could care less. I kind of wanted to lose that one. I said Aaron Rodgers would play this year. He said he wouldn't. We bet lunch on it. I was hoping I would. I hate Aaron Rodgers. I would have loved to have bought him a lunch. But this one I kind of want. I kind of want this one. We made a bet on the Phoenix Suns. He was like, okay, they're going to get rid of Durant. They're going to get rid of Beal. Like, they're going to suck. Okay. I'm a big addition by subtraction guy. I do. I think a lot of times teams get better getting rid of guys. You know, you can have all the talent in the world, but I think, sometimes, if the chemistry's not right, it's not the right mix. Obviously, the Suns were not the right mix. So I bet Burnsy, and I said, I'll tell you what. I'll bet you lunch that the Phoenix Suns will have a better record this year than they did last year. A better record. Last year, they won 36 basketball games. I'm not asking for a lot here. I'm saying
they're gonna win at least
37 games. Give me 37 wins. That's a lot of losses. That's what, 45 losses?
Yeah.
37 and 45. Mitch nodding his head with the math on the fly. 37 and 45, I win this freaking bet with him. I win this bet.
Vegas thinks you are way off.
Now, Vegas, I'm looking at the story now.
Your hopes are too high.
Suns win total.
Too ambitious.
For this season, FanDuel puts the Suns early over-under win total for next season at 31.5. Give me the freaking over. Now, you might sit there and say the West is loaded. I get it. Bring my chair over here.
You know, it's that, but it's not that. It's what kind of horses do they have? I actually like Jalen Green more than most. I always liked Jalen. I was really surprised how many people were down on Jalen Green.
Leading scorer on a team that was the number 2 team in the Western Conference this year. The leading scorer.
Watched him play a bunch last year. He was really, really good. Is he perfect? No. Does he make mistakes? Yes. Could I see why Houston may think he was expendable, especially with a guy like Durant on the table? Absolutely.
Because he's streaky.
Was he terrible in the playoffs? Yes.
He had one great game.
He had game 2.
Great game.
Yeah. But
other than that, disappearing.
All the other games might not even have added up to the 38 he scored in game 2. So he wasn't good. He didn't deliver for his team when his team needed it.
How old is he?
He's 23.
Young kid.
That's why I like
it too.
Right. But what I don't like is the fact that he plays the same position as Devin Booker. So you're asking Booker to play out of position again. And I just watched that for 2 years, and I didn't like it at all. I like Mark Williams. Mark Williams has to stay on the court.
They're better at center than they were last year.
Yes, of course they are.
They're better at center.
Unless Mark Williams misses 35 games again.
Yeah.
Which has been the knock on him during his very young NBA career. But
so
he's
the backcourt last year was Beal and Booker.
And Tyus Jones. And Booker kind of played the 3 a little bit.
Yeah.
So he was still out of position.
But are they better now? Okay, Booker and Beal or Booker and Green?
I can't answer that yet.
Okay.
It better be better than Booker and Beal were 2 years ago. And then when Tyus Jones was out, obviously Booker was playing the one with
Tyus
Beal.
started, but eventually they got to the decision to bench Tyus. But Tyus did start.
And in the fourth quarter, Booker and Beal were out there, like when it mattered. Like,
yeah. So I think that a lot of teams are going to, first of all, I think a lot of teams will overlook the Suns and think, okay, I'm not going to play my best against them. And I think that they might catch some teams by surprise. The West is loaded. It's great. I think that they'll be deeper. I think they'll be better. I think they'll have more youth, more athleticism, more size than they had before to help them compete in these games. They had no youth. They had no athleticism. They had no size last year. And they got beat like a drum when they played teams like that. Like a drum. When they played a younger team that could go run up and down the court. When they played, Oklahoma City. When they played Memphis. When they played teams that played fast. Like, a lot of it was no contest. The Suns couldn't match up. I think they'll be better at matching up with those teams. I think they'll catch some teams by surprise because I think the Suns will be one of those teams that everybody will look at and say, this is a gimme game. You're looking ahead. Oh, after this, we got to go play Oklahoma City. After this, we got to go play the Rockets. After this, we got to go play the Timberwolves. I think they'll catch some teams by surprise that way.
Yeah, I mean, they might get a couple that way.
Listen, I'm not trying to get to 40. I'm not trying to get to 45.
I will tell you
I'm
this.
not saying this is going to be a 500 basketball team. I'm saying that I think that they will be better than they were last year when they won 36 stinking games.
If I had to place a bet on the old FanDuel account with 31.5 being the over-under, I would, in fact, take the over.
Me too.
I don't think they're going to win 31 or fewer games. They still have Devin Booker, and we know what Green can do when he's at his very best. And I really do like Mark Williams, and I like the intangibles that a Dylan Brooks brings to the roster.
You know what I like? I like not having Durant and Beal on the team.
Okay,
you got to factor that in.
I know, but what did it look like when Durant didn't play last year? Now, I know it's not a fair comparison because you didn't have Green and Brooks.
Okay. I'm going to tell you what it looked like. You know why? Because I had this guy I know, called me after the Durant trade. His name was Tim Ring. He said, if you take out Tim Ring, I got a call from a guy. Do you guys know him? Tim Ring called me after the Durant trade. And he says, if you take out the first 8-1 stretch, they had a losing record with Durant. I said, really? Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't really know that. But he said, if you take out the 8-1, what was the start? 8-1?
It was 8-1.
He says, if you take out the 8-1 start, they had a losing record when Durant played.
But they couldn't beat anybody when he didn't play.
Right, because they were it was like
2-17 or something.
2-17 when he didn't play. Right. But when he did play, they didn't have a winning record either if you take out the 8-1 start.
It's really not even a comparison because you're taking Durant off, but last year you didn't have Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks and Mark Williams. So it's apples to oranges.
And you had a coach that was an absolute disaster.
Well, that's the other thing.
You had an awful coach who had no business coaching in the NBA last year. No business. No business coaching in the NBA last season. He was not ready to come back. He was not ready. That guy should not have been on a basketball court coaching a basketball team.
And you know what, Gambo? The players, they're not dumb. They knew it. Mm-hmm. They sensed it from the get-go.
Yep.
I mean, Devin Booker had to be ridiculously frustrated. They all were. It's not all on.
Telling Bradley Beal, you've got to play more like Drew Holiday. I mean, there's a reason that guy didn't do many press conferences and that they had a time watch on. You got 4 minutes to ask him 3 questions and we're getting the hell out of here. There's a reason. They will be better at coaching. They will have a better coaching staff than what they had last year. That's a given.
Well, the staff will be more engaged. The head coach will be more engaged.
Yes.
To me, we could probably talk for an hour on Mike Budenholzer and what happened last year and the job that he did or did not do. But a lot of it was just he wasn't connecting to the players. He was disengaged from the players, almost disengaged from the job, it seemed at times.
From everybody.
And like you said on the radio in the middle of the season, I think your quote was, Mike Budenholzer is miserable to deal with.
Miserable.
And
people hated him in that organization, hated dealing with him. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that I know, and I'm just not even going to get into because it gets personal and stuff like that. I'm not going to go there. But
you also
addition by subtraction is not just Durant and Beal. It's Budenholzer. They will be better because Budenholzer is not the coach of this basketball team. I could put you as the coach of the team. They'll be better because Budenholzer is not the coach.
We'd win at least.
I didn't want to fire Frank Vogel. I thought they made a mistake. I think they made a mistake firing Frank Vogel. I said it at the time. Not the coach's fault. Blame the players. Wasn't Vogel's fault. Vogel was a godsend compared to Budenholzer. They hired Budenholzer. It was a disaster. It didn't work. So Budenholzer, Durant, Beal, addition by subtraction. I think they are better than 31.5, which is Vegas. I think they're better than 36, which is what they won last year.
I think they're better than what Vegas is saying. Like I said, if I had a bet, I'd bet the over. Whether or not they're going to get to 37, so you win the Bernsey bet, that's where I kind of hit the pause button. I need to see. Plus, we don't know what the roster looks like. Let's have this conversation in October. Maybe there's a couple more moves to be made. Let's see about this combo point guard they signed. Let's see what they do with Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen. Let's see what they do with Nick Richards. Even though I agree with you, I think they should. After watching Malawatch in Summer League, I think they should keep.
Keep Richards.
So it's kind of incomplete right now. But you got to have the horses in this league, and I don't. Well, we're going to find out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the
Would
shot.
you be surprised if they won 37 basketball games?
No.
Gonna shock you?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. Just a matter of I think they'll be better. I think they're not. That team quit last year in a lot of basketball games. They quit. Suns are down by 10, then it's 15, then it's 20, then it's 20. They quit.
There was evidence. It was evidence. The evidence of that was on the defensive end. It was evident on the defensive end that this was a team
effort.
That this was a team that was completely disengaged.
So if this team even attempts to try to play defense and stops getting blown out of basketball games and they put up a fight.
Well, they better. They have no excuse now. There's no championship aspirations. There's no 35-year-old Kevin Durant sulking and pounding and standing on the perimeter with his hand up looking for the ball. I mean, they have to get gritty and they have to grind wins out, and that's where a guy like Dylan Brooks is hopefully going to help.
That's what you're hoping.
You got to defend. You got to fight. You got to scratch and claw. This team didn't fight, scratch and claw.
Not at all. And that's why I think that this team will be better next year. I'm not saying they're going to win 40 basketball games. I'm just thinking that they'll be a game or two better than they were last year, maybe 3. But I don't think they'll be worse. Will Johnson signed, sealed, and delivered. Training camp on the verge of starting. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp is here. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, our poll question sponsored by Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. Lauren, take it away.
All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty
What
today.
is your favorite Ozzy Osbourne song? Oh, that's not it?
No.
No, okay.
No, sorry. But it has to do with friend of the show, Zach Gallen. And we're asking, has Zach Gallen thrown his last pitch as an Arizona Diamondback at Chase Field?
Because they go on the road after this.
They go on the road after this. So has he thrown his last pitch in Chase Field as a Diamondback? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm selling, man. I'm selling. I got that for sale sign out right now. I'm selling.
I think they're selling too, but it makes me sad.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it.
No, and I'm not accusing.
But I am happy about what they could possibly get back. I would love to replenish the farm system with 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 prospects and help the Diamondbacks for the future.
Yeah, but that
if this team's not going to win this year, I'd love to be able to add to the minor league system and get some young, potentially good players in there.
Yeah, I was going to say that Hall is getting worse every time he takes the mound. In terms of what you can get back.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday didn't
You might
help
get some
with
big
that.
league chew and
I think you'll get more.
a couple
than
of
that.
fungo bats for Zach Gallen the way he's pitching.
I think you'll get a little bit more than that.
I'll give you 5 buckets of sunflower seeds and 3 fungo bats.
Well, 79% of our audience is with you guys saying yes, Zach Gallen has thrown his last pitch.
That's a good one. Has he thrown his last pitch at Chase Field?
At Chase Field, yeah.
As a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, because somebody in the comments who said, yes, he will throw another pitch when he throws out an honorary first pitch at a game does not count.
And he's got a start coming up. The next start will be against what? Pirates? I think the Pirates. Yeah. Like, the Diamondbacks are going to have to face, they're going to face Paul Skeens. They're going to face Scooble. They're going to face a couple of the best pitchers in baseball. Skeens just ended the Bucks losing streak with a good outing. I don't know. I'm selling what I can. I am, because I gotta get some prospects. I gotta get some prospects back for the organization.
It's time. I mean, maybe that Cardinals sweep caused the front office to maybe just at least hit the pause button.
Nothing ever happens till the final 24 hours to 48 hours anyway. They were going to take this right. They were going to take this right up to the deadline.
So,
they're gonna even if they were out of it, look at the teams that are out of it now. Nobody's trading anybody because they're going to wait. They're going to put everybody's offer against each other, pit everybody against each other.
Most trades come down at the deadline,
right?
At the 24 to 48 hour mark, not the week before.
All right, that's the Sanderson Ford poll question. You can go on the X page or Twitter page, whatever you want to call it. The Burns and Gambo page. Like the page, follow the page, and you can be involved in those things. Will Johnson, the team's second-round pick, signed his 4-year rookie deal this morning. He also reported to training camp today. We will be at training camp on Thursday. He was very confident that they were going to get the deal done. The rest of the rookie class for the Cardinals had all been signed by early June. Walter Nolan was signed on June 10th. But we are July 22nd for Will Johnson. Obviously, the second-round picks and how much guaranteed money there is, and that stuff kind of matters. So that, I was reading the Darren Urban's column today on azcardinals.com, who does a great job, and he was just talking about how Alfred Collins, who was taken 43rd overall, ended up with $9 million of his $10.3 million deal guaranteed. So there are, basically that's what you're fighting over. But when you look at Will Johnson, you look at the cornerback room, we know it's young, but we also believe that this kid is the most talented player that they have. You got Garrett Williams, Starling Thomas, Elijah Jones, Keitrell Clark. You got Denzel Burke from this year. but everybody believes that and I do, that Will Johnson is the guy that has the ability, the highest ceiling. The guy that can be a star cornerback in this league is Will Johnson, based on how good he was as a college player at Michigan.
When Sean Murphy Bunting went on IR, I think it was back in May with the knee surgery, that door was kicked wide open for Johnson to start. You look at the cornerback room. I mean, Kentrell Clark back in 2023 when he was a rookie, I mean, he started a bunch of games and showed some promise, but kind of tailed off a little bit since that point. Starling Thomas is okay. I don't want to call him just a guy.
I liked him.
He's okay.
I liked him. He's a good player.
He's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but is he
a shutdown number one cornerback? No. Will Johnson has the size and the ability to be that shutdown guy. You put him on another team's top receiver, and you expect him to be able to go shut that guy down. So that's what I think. They are really young. You are a little worried about how young they are in that cornerback room. Monty Ossenford has a lot of faith in his guys. Like, I think Max Melton is a good – if Will Johnson could be a number one and Max Melton could be a number two, and these other guys fill in at 3, 4, and 5, Starling Thomas and the others, Kentrell Clark, Garrett Williams could be a 2 as well.
Well, he's your
2,
nickel.
3.
He's your nickel.
So that's your top 3. If Will Johnson works out, Will Johnson, Max Melton, and Garrett Williams. Garrett Williams is really good. Really, really good. So, yeah, then you got Starling Thomas and Kentrell Clark and – the other kid that they drafted last year, later on in the draft, if those guys could pan out to be depth guys, that would be great.
Just think about this. If Garrett Williams doesn't blow his knee out for Syracuse, I think it was a November game against Notre Dame, he would have been a first-round pick. If Will Johnson didn't have some injury bugaboos,
first-round pick,
he would have been a first-round pick.
But they weren't.
But they weren't. But when you talk about the talent, the God-given ability and the way they played in college when they were healthy, like these are high-end prospect guys. Now,
Max Melton was right there with Cooper DeJean, and
he was a second-round pick.
But early, like he was one of those guys who was considered early in the second round.
But I don't want to say Max Melton, could have been a first-round pick. Those other two guys really could have, if not for the injuries. Garrett Williams, though, I know they're young, Gambo, but it's year 3 now. Like, okay, you're not young anymore. This is his time. Max Melton needs to take a step up in terms of being a second-year guy. And then Will Johnson, we'll see. It's a little scary having a shutdown corner who's a rookie. But then again, we've seen great cornerbacks in this league become great cornerbacks very quickly, often by year 2. Will Johnson's got another year to go to make year 2. But I'm not sure youth is a problem at that position as it is at some other positions on the field.
I'm looking him up now because I kind of remember Darrelle Revis being great from week 1. Like, oh my goodness, the Jets have a great, Revis Island. Like, from day 1, Darrelle Revis was 16-game starter as a rookie, 3 interceptions the first year, 5 the second, 6 the third. He had 14 interceptions in his first 3 years. But he popped as some of your great cornerbacks pop right away. Like Darrelle Revis popped right away.
Speaking of the Jets, Sauce Gardner came out of Cincinnati, popped right
away.
Popped right away.
Yeah, can Will Johnson pop right away?
See, I think he can.
He's got a chip on his shoulder.
I was so excited he fell to them. I mean, what a gift from God.
Yeah.
This is not only one of the best corners.
We were on air and we broke it before anybody else had it that they were going to take Will Johnson, and it was like, wow.
This is one of the better defensive players, period, in college football over the last couple of years.
Remember Burnsy's reaction? It was like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, we got a lot to unpack here. Like, when I told him that they were going to take Will Johnson with the pick, he got very, very excited. He got very excited about that. All right, still a lot more to come on the program. We got the final hour going. We'll talk more Cardinals. We'll talk more Suns as well coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Well, we'll start off the 5 o'clock hour talking about the War Room. Inside the War Room, the Phoenix Suns did a fantastic job of giving you an inside look at what was going on. We'll talk a little bit about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough one for the Diamondbacks last night against the Astros, but they've got a second go at it tonight. You got Game 2 from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the break. He opposes the ace of the Astros, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good news when it comes to the Cardinals. Rookie cornerback Will Johnson signed his contract today, a 4-year deal. He was one of the few remaining rookies to have signed his rookie deal. And then a former Cardinals safety, Tyrann Mathieu. He is calling it a career. The Super Bowl champion announced today on his Instagram that he is retiring. You can read his goodbye post right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. All the latest from Cards Camp as this year's team gets to work in Glendale. That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Oh, man. I remember this song playing on our way to games on the bus. Crazy Train. Now, you know this one, right, Lauren? Okay.
Yes, I know this one.
But that's how it goes. Millions of people living as foes. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Life's a bit of shame. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. I'm going to listen to some Ozzy on my way to the D-backs game tonight. Listen to some Ozzy.
Yeah, listening to
my
you.
First,
Listening to you try to sing reminds me that Ozzy's one of those guys you can't even try to sing at karaoke. You just can't do it.
Can't do it.
Like Steven Tyler and Aerosmith.
Yeah.
Like don't choose these guys.
Steve Perry and Journey. Can't do it.
Do not
do it.
Do not.
Don't try to be Steve Perry and Journey.
Yeah, Steve Perry, Steven Tyler, and Ozzy Osbourne. Just let it go. Let it be.
Yeah. Just it's you know it like Ozzy dying. It's like okay, that's my era. Like that's my era. So, like, I don't know, like for my wife, when Taylor Swift passes away, that'll be like her era, or Justin Timberlake. My era is like, you know, I'm watching the Led Zeppelin documentary right now on Netflix. I'm like halfway through it. I didn't know they started off as the Yardbirds, because I think John Paul Jones was in the Yardbirds and then came over. So, like, I'm watching it, but that, like, my era of music is Black Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult, Led Zeppelin, Journey, Foghat, like. Scorpions, you know, rock and roll music, Van Halen, like that's my era. That's what we grew up with. And
Eddie Van Halen's gone.
Yeah, so right. So I grew up obviously in an all Italian family. You know, when I was a kid, I was listening to Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin, Jerry Vale, and like all the Italian music, and then some other stuff. So I got to junior high school and I started to hang out with, you know, my friends, you know, Frankie Peach and Bobby Mack and Joe Cafaro and, you know, all my guys. I didn't listen to the rock and roll music that they lived. So I was like 13 years old. They came over to my birthday house, and Bobby Mack hands me a Led Zeppelin album for my birthday, my first Led Zeppelin. He goes, hey, listen, like, we all really like you and we think you're cool, but, like, the music you listen to, like you got to start listening to this stuff if you want to hang out with us. Like, really, so you got to start listening to this if you want to hang out with us. Like, not listen to that other stuff. So, so that was, that was my introduction into Led Zeppelin and stuff like that. So Ozzy Osbourne passed away today. So Ozzy Osbourne is dead. Let's talk a little bit about the Phoenix Suns. They put out on Twitter today a terrific piece about their war room. I listened to the whole thing, and you could see it there. You could see Josh Bartelstein and Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and the whole staff inside the 2025 Phoenix Suns draft war room. You can really see Brian Gregory take charge here of what's going on. I think it really starts off with but with the Kobe Brea pick right here.
Yeah, here's the first cut. Let's listen up.
Key BGS, who do you want to take at 41?
We gotta figure this out. Between these two guys, you know what I mean? He's got an NBA skill, and he is 6'7".
That's what makes it tough. I would be fine either way, though. Take a swing at the elite shooter.
And then he's an elite shooter, obviously, at 6'7".
Two ways?
Yeah, these would be two ways. I'm the GM. We'll take Kobe Brea. You take the best shooter in the country. He's going to be on the two-way, opens it up for whatever we can get on the free agent market. Hey, Mike, I'm going to give you the name. I'm freaking tired of waiting.
Well, you can give me the name. I can wait if you want me. I can go longer. I can go down to like 5.
No. Kobe Brea, Kentucky.
Okay.
There it is. Yep. I'm the GM. I'm taking Kobe Brea.
Now, we were discussing this off the air, the I'm the GM comment, because obviously that kind of, you go, whoa, were they pushing back on him? Other members of the front office, whether it be Josh Bartelstein, where Gregory had to say, I'm the GM, or was that just a different part of audio that the Suns kind of dropped in there for the production value of these pieces? It didn't seem like there was a debate or a disagreement.
Didn't seem like there was.
No, not at all. It looked like they were all in sync, and it was Brian Gregory's call. It was interesting just to hear him say, I'm the GM.
I'm the GM. But listen, I had spoken to, as you know, several candidates that interviewed with Brian Gregory. Several. And they all told me just how professional the interview was. Like, he was prepared. The questions were great. He knew exactly what he wanted to ask. He really, he did a great job of the interview. So, okay, that was my first, tell me a little bit about Gregory. I want to I don't know him. I don't know the guy from a hole in the wall. I had him on the show once. But I wanted to get a feel for it. So I reached out to some of the candidates that I knew that had interviewed for the job. And I talked to them, what did you think? And hey, I've had some interviews before. This guy was great. He really knew what he was talking about. And so I got good feedback on Gregory with that. But this was good. So then there's the next piece that they talk about is how obviously the Suns wanted Malawach at 10. We reported that. We knew that. I didn't know this part, that they got calls on number 10.
When 8 and 9 went through and we saw it, that's when the action really started, because obviously we weren't the only organization in the NBA that had such a high evaluation and thought so highly of him. A lot of calls came in. Yep. We're not going to do that one. We had some great offers, but we really believed in him as a player and as a person, and that he could come in and make a positive impact on our organization. So we stuck with him during that entire process.
Come on. Yeah, and that's when they took Kaman Malawach. Now, I will give you some inside information. Going into that draft, they did not believe that Malawach would get there. They thought that Malawach would probably get picked by Toronto, maybe before that. And so we had even said going into the draft, anybody who followed our draft coverage, hey, Malawach is on the board. This is the guy they're going to take. Nothing else matters. That's the guy they're going to take. Now, they didn't expect that he was going to be there. But we had said, if for some reason, if Malawach is 10, there's no trade. They're running to the podium to take Malawach. That is the guy that they wanted. They ended up getting him. Interesting that they got a call. I wonder what the offer was, or I don't know that.
He said multiple.
Multiple teams tried to move up and get him, huh?
And he said they had some great offers, but they believed in obviously the kid, and they went ahead and took him. And then after they took him, what did they do? Well, listen up.
I want to call book right now. As you know, we were the worst in the league defensively at the rim, so we just dramatically improved that, So it was a good day. It was a good day, my man. It was a good day. Yep. So you were the first call. You were the first call, baby. First call. That's good stuff, man. That's good.
Devin's very happy.
He's fired up, man.
Yeah, the first thing they did was call Devin Booker. I'm sure Booker knew. I think he seems like the kind of guy that would keep tabs on that himself.
You got to understand, like, so before they announce it on television, that pick is in by about 3 minutes. So it's about like a 3 to 3.5 minute span that the pick is made. You give the pick. We're going to take Malawach, but nobody knows. Nobody knows. So, like, because they haven't gone to the podium, they haven't announced it yet. Now, obviously, like here locally, like, you know, the job that we do at our draft coverage, we broke Malawach, Fleming, even Brea before those were even announced at the podium. We were able to break that because there's a window there of about 3.5 minutes before. It's not like, hey, okay, we're going to take Malawach, okay, and then 10 seconds later they're on the podium. There's some time there, so that's probably during that time they're calling Booker. They're letting Booker know we're taking Malawach. He's probably at home. He's watching on TV. He knows it's Malawach before they go to the podium and they announce it.
It's Booker. He's probably on a yacht in Monte Carlo.
He's on a yacht in Monte Carlo. Maybe he was in Hallstatt, Austria, on a lake, just hanging out, chilling, relaxing.
I got to tell you, you know, you were talking about how you're just kind of getting to know Brian Gregory, and that's cool. I've known of, and I've gotten to know Brian pretty well over this last season. I've known of Brian Gregory for 40 years. We played high school basketball against each other back in 1985.
How do you remember that?
Because he was a really good player. He was at a high school, as the crow flies, about a mile from where I went to high school. I was at the Catholic high school. He was at the public high school. You could hit him with a football if you had a strong arm. He was a really good basketball player. You remembered him from playing in. How old were you in 1985? I was a junior. He was a senior.
Okay. So you remember high school?
Yeah, okay. and I remember Brian Gregory. And I've also followed his career because of the close proximity where we grew up. In fact, when I was on the road with the Suns filling in for Bloomer back in March, Brian and I had breakfast one day, and we talked old Illinois high school basketball for about an hour. So, yeah, no, my memory is good on that kind of stuff. And he was a hell of a player. He wasn't very big, which is why he wasn't a Division I guy. But he obviously played in college at the lower levels, and then obviously went into a career in coaching, and now he is where he is.
All right, there you go. So that's on the Phoenix Suns page. You can check that out, the Inside the War Room. It's a pretty good piece. I thought they did a really good job, so congratulations to their video team on putting that whole thing together. They did an outstanding job. Big game for Eduardo Rodriguez tonight. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
JLC Roofing. How would you like to work with a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona? Love giving my business to local companies, not companies that sell out to other big corporations, but great local companies. JLC Roofing is third generation, from the grandfather to the father to the son, and their goal is to fix your roof so you don't have to replace it and spend all that money. That's why they offer free estimates, because there's a lot of roofs out there, whether your roof is tile, shingles, foam, or rolled roofing. Roofs need a little TLC. They actually require maintenance. Most people don't know it because they don't see their roof. They don't realize that some tiles are out of place, or maybe an overgrown tree is pulling apart some tiles. That's why it's important to go to JLC Roofing and get that free estimate. They'll do a fantastic job for you with the free estimate. All you have to do is call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, it's Luke. Is there any chance the Diamondbacks could keep Eugenio Suarez? We'll ask their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald, tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, I mean, it is must-win game for the Diamondbacks. Like, all of these games are must-win. Right now, my belief, based on my conversations, is that this team is very much leaning towards being sellers. They won the 3 games against St. Louis, but then they lost last night. You look at the standings, they're 5.5 games out. They're 6 in the loss column out of the Padres, who have the final wild card. There's 4 other teams ahead of them. I think it's more likely that they are going to be sellers unless something dramatically changes in the next 8 or 9 days, and that would just take a big winning streak. They lost that game to the Astros last night. It was not a good performance by Zach Gallen. He gave up 2 home runs to the number 8 hitter. He gave up 6 runs and 7 hits in 6 innings. It was just another inconsistent, rough outing. Tonight, it's Eduardo Rodriguez. He's taking on Framber Valdez from the Astros. Eduardo Rodriguez's pitch, he's 3-6. He's got an ERA of 5.94. And boy, Tim, his last 2 outings have just been a disaster. The Diamondbacks have actually lost his last 3 outings overall. But his last 2 outings, this guy couldn't get you out of the 5th inning. He went 4 innings against San Diego. He gave up 2 home runs, 8 hits, 4 runs. They got him out after 4 innings. They lost that game. The time before that, it was against the Royals. He gave up 12 hits, 3 home runs, 9 runs, lasted 4 1/3. They got blown out in that game 9-3.
That was the 4th of July massacre.
Yeah,
He has 1 win, Gambo, since June 11th. 1 win.
1 win.
What is it's January? It's July. What is it today? 22nd. That's a long time. This team needs him. He put together a handful of pretty good starts, but that's pretty far back in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, he had
now.
a good start against the White Sox, who are a really bad baseball team, on June 23rd. He had and followed that up with a good start against the Marlins. So those were good starts. He actually had a really good month of June. Like his ERA in June was 1.98, 27 innings, 6 earned runs, 5 innings against Cincy, 2 runs allowed. 6 1/3 against Seattle, 2 runs allowed. 4 2/3 against Toronto, 1 earned run. Then no runs in 6 innings against the White Sox, 1 run, 5 1/3 against Miami. But he followed up a sensational June with 2 really bad performances in July, in which he's given up 12 earned runs in 8 1/3 innings.
Well, his ERA in July is almost 13. His ERA in May, almost 10. And his ERA in April, just over 6. So, yeah, 1 good month.
Yeah, now you're going up against Valdez, who is absolutely sensational. He's got a 2.75 ERA. He's given up 4 earned runs in his last 4 starts overall, and all 4 of those came in 1 start. He's gone at least 6 innings in 15 of his 19 outings. I was looking at a terrific preview by Alex D'Agostino on SI.com, and he had a nice piece about the pitching matchup today with Valdez, and he's their go-to guy. Like, he's really good. So, tough, Matt. Like, you lose this game now,
you've given up all the goodwill and pause you may have given the organization, the front office, with the sweep of the Cardinals. You lose tonight, that goodwill is erased.
There's eventually going to be a nail in the coffin game, right? Like, eventually one of these games is, okay, that's it. That's the nail in the coffin.
It could be tonight, because that means you will have lost the Astro series.
Right.
After
you follow up
sweeping
a 3-game sweep, and so now you're 3-2. It's not good enough. It's not going to get it done.
It's not good enough. Speaking of the trade deadline, Torey Lovello after the game last night, really candid. So yeah, the trade rumor thing and how it affects his clubhouse, it's a very real thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of big league clubhouses for the past 16 years, and it's talked about. It's a real thing. It can be a distraction, but I think baseball players are conditioned to block noise, and when they can block it out and go out there and do their job, you're going to be successful. So,
yeah, you can block it out all you want, but there's so many holes in the dam right now. But I do think that I think the nail in the coffin game is coming up. I'm not sure which one it is, but depends on what other teams do. Like, I'm looking, Cincinnati's losing right now. The Padres are losing right now. So you got to factor that in. The Mets are losing right now. But like eventually there is one of those games. It's just, okay, that's the nail in the coffin. That's it. We're going to be sellers. Maybe they ride this thing right up to the 31st, but they can't afford to lose 3 games in a row. Well, you can't afford to.
You're almost at the point now. At what point do they have to win out between now and the trade deadline? Are we there yet? What I don't want to do is I hate getting on the radio after a win saying, oh, hold on, folks, and then after a loss saying, oh, that's it, they're sellers. I mean, it's ridiculous to ride that roller coaster now, game in and game out.
I don't disagree.
When the die has been cast, they're a 500 baseball team. Right. They played 100 games.
This is who you are. Make your determination. Why do you need 1 or 2? I understand that. I'm a big believer in that. I'd rather base my buying or selling on the 100 games that they've already played than the 1 game they're going to play tonight.
Right.
But but you're always kind of holding out hope as an owner, as a GM, as a president, as a manager. You're always kind of holding out hope that that something will be different. But I agree. Like I've always really, you need this 1 game to determine whether you're going to keep the guy or trade the guy? Like, he's had 15 starts. Like, you should know by now. Like, to me, that's the Diamondbacks have played 101 baseball games. You should know right now if you're going to buy or sell, but sometimes guys kind of want to wait and just see if anything changes.
Well, I know Torey believes that anything's possible if you have games to play. And, yeah, technically they could win out between now and the trade deadline, and maybe that changes the complexion of what they wanted to do or what they want to do. But that doesn't happen. It happened one time in my career. I was a Rockies broadcaster in 2007. It was September 10th or 11th, and they had lost again, and they were on the ropes. Now, this is not the trade deadline. This is the end of the season. And I remember Todd Helton saying, not on camera, not to the media, just said, man, I think we got to win out. And I'm thinking, this is what he said to me, and I'm like, well, that's not going to happen. There's 15 games left. Well, I'll be damned.
They won out?
They pretty much won out. I think they went 14-1. Didn't even make the wild card. They only made a game 163 where they had to play against Jake Peavy and the Padres. They won that game, and that put them in the wild card where they then swept Philadelphia. So they ended up winning 21 out of 22. But talk about an outlier.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to sit here and tell Diamondbacks fans, like, hey, I've seen it before. But that when you're in a position where you have to win out to keep something alive, and there were 10, 12, 11
Well, the Suns in the bubble.
left.
The Suns in the bubble. They had to win every single game to have a chance.
Yes.
And they did. They went what, 8-0 in the bubble.
8-0.
And it came down to I think the Nets versus Portland. The Nets had nothing to play for. It was Karis LeVert could have won the game for them, and they lost it. And if they would have won that game, the Suns would have been in the postseason.
Yeah, they needed help that
bubble.
night.
They needed help that night. I think it was the Nets against Portland.
It was the Nets.
Yeah, and Karis LeVert had the ball in his hand with a chance to win the game. He took a shot and he missed it, and I think Portland won the game. But if he had hit that shot, the Suns would have been in the postseason. So, sometimes that stuff happens.
Sometimes it happens. You just don't want to. You don't want to be in a position where you have to count on that. Like, okay, the D-backs have to win every game now between now and the All-Star break for them to not only hit pause but hit stop on the trades. So that's where they're at, and they got nobody to blame but themselves.
Suns Rookie Summer League. What did we learn? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp is here.
Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches.
Is here. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans, Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tough one for the Diamondbacks last night against the Astros, but they've got a second go at it tonight. You got Game 2 from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his first start out of the break. He opposes the ace of the Astros, Framber Valdez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then as training camp is getting started NFL-wide, we've got some good news when it comes to the Cardinals. Rookie cornerback Will Johnson signed his contract today, a 4-year deal. He was one of the few remaining rookies to have signed his rookie deal. And then a former Cardinals safety, Tyrann Mathieu. He is calling it a career. The Super Bowl champion announced today on his Instagram that he is retiring. You can read his goodbye post right now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Of course, we've been talking about the Astros and the D-backs. Game 2 tonight, 6:40 start. We'll get into the pitching matchup and the details on that coming up a little bit later on. And D-backs on deck. D-backs begin the night 5.5 back of the Padres for the final wild card spot in the National League. Just 2 games back, though, of the Cardinals, the Giants, and the Reds. So a big one tonight. More on that in just a bit. Baseball-wise, around the league, the Milwaukee Brewers go for win number 12 in a row tonight. They are on the road against Seattle. And also, if you're into some WNBA, the Indiana Fever right now playing on ESPN. No Caitlin Clark. She is out still with the groin injury. Gambo, Sun Summer League. Wins and losses, not the great record you'd like, but really it's not about that. It's about watching the young guys. And I know you were on vacation for a lot of that, but I know you followed it. And what we learned quite a bit. Let's start with Kamen Malawach, the big rookie.
Well, I think what we learned about Malawach is that he's going to take some time. He's Rory, just turned 18 years old. It's definitely going to take some time for them to develop him. I think that's why you keep Richards. You have Williams as the starter, Richards as the backup. You let Malawach get those third-string center. I know he's a top 10 pick, but because he's so young, I think you bring him along a little slowly, and then at some point during the season, you try to take those minutes away. Maybe at the trade deadline, you trade Richards to somebody that needs a center, and you let Malawach be the backup to Williams as long as Williams is healthy. I don't want to force-feed Malawach all those minutes early, because he's only 18 and he's raw and he's obviously got to learn a little bit. He's got to he's got talent, he's got skill, he's got size. There's a lot to like about him, but I do think you just kind of want to bring him along slowly.
He's got to play because you got to give him a taste, but you got to manage those minutes because he's not ready. You could tell that in Summer League. He's got to get stronger with the ball. I know he can technically shoot the 3, but that has to improve as well. There's again, a lot of this comes down to strength, savvy, not so much skill set, because I think that's there. But you talk about grown man strength in the NBA. Malowich, being just a teenager, has a long way to go. He had the ball taken out of his hands quite a bit in Vegas, and it's only going to get more difficult when the real deal begins.
Well, I
in
think
October.
the other thing is, I think one of the biggest mistakes the Suns made in the era 2010 to 2020 was they just automatically took these rookies and gave them starting jobs, and they didn't let them earn it. Like when Booker came into the league, he was not a starter. He did not start until there was an injury. You had Bledsoe, you had Knight, then he got an opportunity to start. But he didn't start right away. It took him a little time because until there was an injury. Josh Jackson, Marquise Chris, they gave all those guys like, okay, you're starting, you're the savior of the franchise.
Well, especially Jackson.
It just ended up being a total disaster.
Total disaster. I like Kobe Brea. I'm going to be honest. I just didn't personally see enough of Fleming. I don't think anybody did. No, it wasn't me not watching. It was just I don't think any of us saw enough of Fleming to really make a call on his readiness. What I did see, I liked. But again, it's Summer League, so your judgment is clouded a little bit in terms of who they're playing against. So I'm excited to see him in preseason again and in training camp. And then Kobe Brea, we talked about it earlier in the show, Gambo. There's a lot to like there. The skill set from a offensive standpoint is there. He's going to have to defend on the other end because you can get on the court because of your ability to shoot, but if you can't defend, your butt's going to be right back on the bench. Make no mistake about that. But I think Brian Gregory, he thought he was the best shooter in the country coming out of Kentucky. Brea did nothing
and he shot the ball well in Summer League.
He looked like a kid who was the best shooter in the country.
He shot it well. Yeah, I think that's what really matters. Because they look, if you end up trading a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal, you might actually, like right now the plan is usually first 10 picks of the second round, 12 picks, those guys are going to be on your roster. The other guys after that are usually two-way guys. So usually when you get towards the middle of the second round, guys are drafting guys to be two-way contract guys. And I think they drafted Kobe Brea to be a two-way contract guy. But look, who knows? If they do make a trade at some point, that could open up some minutes for him because he could shoot the basketball. He can shoot it really well.
Well, their plans may be two-way, but Kobe Brea can change that with the way he plays. I mean, there were times where he looked to be up there with Ryan Dunn and Oso as the best players on the court for the Suns. Oftentimes, he looked that. And he shot the ball so well, didn't shoot it in his last outing. But he came out of the gates guns a-blazing. I mean, he shot it with confidence. He was knocking down spot-up threes. He was knocking down step-back jumpers. At times, he looked like Cam Johnson. At times, he looked like Devin Booker. And I mean that in a very complimentary way. Again, it's only Summer League, so we have to see how that translates when he gets NBA minutes. And there's a lot to like there.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, we focus on Malowich, Fleming. Might have Fleming on the show tomorrow, possibly, Rasheer Fleming. So we focus on Malowich, Fleming, and Brea. But you also, like, Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro played, and Ryan Dunn played really well in the Summer League. And, you can't forget that he's going to have a big role on this team as well. Terrific defensive player. Knock on him is he doesn't shoot the basketball well. He shot it better this year in the Summer League than he did last year in the Summer League. So every little bit matters. I've always been told by players the one thing you could fix is your shot. You could always work on your shot. Like, if you're not tall, you're not going to be tall. If you're not athletic, you're not going to be athletic. If you got short arms, you can't make them long. Like there's, but you can work on your shot.
You can, obviously. It's like you can't teach height. Sometimes you can't teach toughness. You can work on your shot. I will also say it kind of works the other way too. If you can't shoot earlier in your career in the NBA, chances are you're probably not going to be shooting all that well later in your career. Can you make incremental improvements? Of course, everybody can. But let's look at Josh Okogie. Great defensive player, great heart, great motor, great guy. Couldn't shoot. Couldn't shoot. And
no.
You don't think he worked on that?
Sure.
I mean, he probably worked on that. He probably shot 5,000 shots a day, and it didn't matter. So we'll see if Ryan Dunn can kind of get himself into a position where he's a threat. You don't got to be Cam Johnson.
Just to be guarded.
But you have to be guarded.
You got to be guarded. You got to be guarded.
You have to be a threat.
Because when you're not, teams cheat. They cheat over. They won't guard you at all, or they're going to help. They're going to help defense on somebody else. And look, I remember talking with a coach about Jalen Green. He said, we always double Jalen Green out of all the guys on Houston. I go, why him? Because when he got hot, he had the ability to go kill you for 30, 35, 40. So we doubled Green all the time when we played the Rockets. And we single covered everybody else, but we doubled Green. A lot of teams are going to double Devin Booker, but you've got Green now. That'll help as well. So if Ryan Dunn is open because teams are coming over to double Green or double Booker, he's got to be able to knock down those shots.
Well, I don't expect Dunn to play the 4. I could be wrong. I mean, that's an awfully small lineup if you go with Booker, Green, Brooks, Dunn, and Williams. Like that's almost 4 perimeter players in Mark Williams. So I expect Ryan Dunn to be a big part of the rotation, but I expect him to almost back up Dillon Brooks as your 3 defensive-minded kind of glue role player. Like that's where I think he fits in. Hey, now, I mean, they need a 4. Somebody's got to start at 4 if we're still doing that whole number thing.
Right.
Because you got Booker, you got Green, you got Brooks, you got Williams.
Like eventually Fleming's going to be that guy. That's what your hope is. Because of like his sheer size, athleticism, monster,
Oso is not your prototypical stretch because he can't shoot.
Can't shoot the basketball. Can't shoot.
But there's size there, and they need size and rebounding and rim protection. I mean, their defensive rebounding last year was atrocious. Their rim protection and the half court was atrocious. Teams were running a layup line against them.
Oh, they had no center.
Well, I mean, Richards was there for a good
they
part
traded
of the
for him
year.
at the deadline, but Nurkic didn't work out, and then Plumlee was plodding and slow.
Right, but your center is not the only guy that can protect the defensive alignment from guys making layups. I mean, other guys can step out and help and take a charge. Or how about this? Just don't get beat on the ball.
Well, Beal wasn't a good defender. Booker wasn't a good defender. Durant wasn't a good defender. You got a lot of non-defenders out there. But that's where guys like Dillon Brooks come in and is really going to help. Because Dillon Brooks is, and he's happy to be here. He's a lockdown defensive player. He's a great defensive player. Suns had their eye on Dillon Brooks for a long time. All right, D-backs, Astros. Big game coming up. Another one of those must-win for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll preview it with D-backs on deck. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray is a guy that is really good at the game of chess. What if you let him call his own plays? What would it look like? I think it's an interesting thought. Again, acknowledging it will never, ever happen.
No, especially because Kyler Murray's never been given that opportunity throughout his playing career, from all the way playing as a youngster to now.
Right.
And the other big difference is the chess pieces aren't trying to kill you.
Right. The rooks aren't coming on blindside blitzes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have 4th of July savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, you can lock in 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $15,750 off on the all-new Hummer EV. That's serious long-term savings on an unmatched electric vehicle, making it the perfect time to take the leap.
Ben Franklin would go electric on the 4th of July. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, D-backs on deck. Tim Ring, John Gambadoro in for Dave Burns tonight. Got one more segment to go. It is D-backs on deck. Today's pitching matchup. We'll begin with that. Brought to you by Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations when you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Gambo pair of southpaws on the mound tonight for this one. Eduardo Rodriguez and Framber Valdez, a 10-game winner with a really good ERA going for the Astros.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. He's on a run right now that's been fantastic. Since May 7th, he is 9-0 in his last 12 starts with a 1.91 ERA. Think about that. Since May 7th, 9 wins, no losses, 1.91 ERA. He's got 10 quality starts in those 12 starts. Oh, by the way, as we talked about earlier with Gallon, the Astros are 12-0 in those 12 starts. That's what you want out of your ace. You want to win the games that your ace pitches. Even if he doesn't get the win, you want to win those games. So he's got the current 9-game winning streak. It's the longest active streak in the majors. It's the second longest overall, only behind Skubal, who had that 10-game winning streak for the Tigers.
We talked a little bit about Eduardo Rodriguez earlier. He's got to deliver for his team tonight. He's got to give his team a chance to win. Can't go 4 and a third like the last 2 outings. You got to go out there and go at least 6 and give your ball club a chance to win. Today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. So the D-backs have been banged up, obviously, a lot, Gambo. We know this, especially the bullpen. But we heard some good news about Shelby Miller. That there's a possibility that he may be back sooner or later. Problem is Shelby Miller maybe also find himself on the trade block.
Yeah.
When the deadline rolls along, and obviously Gabriel Marino still not close to returning to that catcher position with the broken hand.
Well, yeah, it'd be great to get Gabby back. I'm a little bit worried that something's really wrong with Gabby.
Yeah, they moved him to the 60.
Yeah, that's something you got to worry about. Shelby coming back would be great. He's been really good for them this year. But again, I think teams that are going to trade for Shelby Miller would like to see that he's healthy. So if he could come back, before the end of the trade deadline, pitch well in a couple of games, that would help his trade value as well.
All right, the MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. We talked about the division standings a little bit earlier in the show. Even though the Dodgers are floundering, obviously the Diamondbacks haven't been able to make up a whole lot of ground. They had an opportunity last night, gamble with a couple teams in front of them losing, but the Diamondbacks couldn't deliver. So the D-backs remain 5.5 games back of the Padres for the final wild card spot in the National League. But it's a logjam. You know, those three teams above the Diamondbacks, they're not playing all that well. The Cardinals, fortunately for them, are playing the Rockies, so they got a win last night. But all three of those teams are 3.5 back. So the Diamondbacks are just 2 games back of the Reds, the Giants, and the Cardinals.
Yeah, and the Reds are losing 6-1 right now. The Padres are losing 3-1 right now. The Giants are winning, so they're winning 5-0. And the Mets have taken the lead over the Angels, so they've got a 3-2 lead there. The Colorado Rockies are playing the Cardinals. That game, I don't believe that game has started yet. So, that just started. Okay. 1-0 Rockies. I got 1-0 Rockies in the bottom of the first. So that game just started. So good news, bad news. So the Giants are winning 5-0 over the Braves. The Mets are up 3-2 over the Angels. But the Reds are losing to the Nationals. And the Padres in the bottom of the 8th inning are down 3-1 to the Marlins.
All right, so there you go. So the standings kind of remain the same in terms of the order of the teams, although the Cubs today find themselves in the wild card race because the Milwaukee Brewers flat out do not lose. Over the American League, the wild card standings, the Yankees, Mariners, and Red Sox right now leading the charge there. The Rays just a game and a half back of that final spot. The Rangers 2.5 back, and the Cleveland Guardians 3.5 back of that final wild card spot, despite being under 500 at 49-50. So the D-backs and the Houston Astros tonight, a pair of lefties on the mound in Rodriguez and Valdez. That game tips off, or first pitch, I should say. I'm in basketball mode sometimes. 6:40 out at Chase Field. Keys to the game, John Gambadoro.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
There's a few different keys to the game, so we'll talk about a couple different things here since we have a little extra time. When you look at Framber Valdez, he throws his sinker 44% of the time. 44% of the time he throws that sinker. He's got a slider, he's got a four-seam fastball, he's got a changeup, but the sinker is his money pitch. The ground ball rate is fantastic. He racks up a ground ball rate of about 61.6%. That is terrific. So, he's got a really good ground ball rate. He's got above average strikeout rate, but he likes to throw that sinker. He likes to get guys to pound that ball into the ground. And again, this is a guy that's on a current 9-game winning streak, the longest by an Astro since Verlander in 2022. They're 12-0 in his last 12 starts. So he's been fantastic. So I think the key against him is to try to lay off that sinker, not hit into those double plays. Because you get a guy on base, he's going to throw that sinker. He's going to try to get you to pound that ball into the ground and get that double play. From an offensive production, I look at a guy like Jose Altuve, who is just having a terrific month of July. He's tied for first in hits with 23. He's tied for